Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei becomes Mafia King. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The defeat of Trihexa was a moment of triumph, but for Issei, the celebration was short-lived. Just 2 months later, his life took a turn for the worse. Rias informed him that he was no longer part of her group, having replaced him with someone from her childhood. This news shattered Issei, and it only got worse when he discovered that everyone in his harem began dating behind his back, including his childhood friend Irina. The faction leaders offered little support, merely telling him to move on, unaware of the depth of Issei's pain. Issei was overwhelmed by neglect and sorrow. The loss of his father during a random shooting left him devastated, pushing him to the brink of despair. In a moment of crisis, he almost took his own life, but his mother, Hannah, intervened just in time, holding him close and trying to comfort him. Despite her efforts, Issei's condition continued to deteriorate, and he became increasingly withdrawn. Hannah was heartbroken to see her son suffering, and no matter what she did, he seemed to be getting worse. Issei had been homeschooled since then, and while his grades improved, he was still struggling emotionally. Sona kept in touch, genuinely concerned for him, but nothing seemed to alleviate his pain. The only thing keeping him alive was his love for his mother, but the effects of the dragon fall were relentless, and Drake, his inner dragon, felt powerless to help. One day, while Issei was working on his homework, he suddenly coughed violently, spitting out blood. This terrified Hannah, who rushed to his side. "Issei," she exclaimed, panic in her voice. "I'm fine, I swear," he replied, forcing a smile despite the pain. Hannah could see through his facade, and each day was a reminder that her son was not improving. She knew she had to take drastic measures, even if it meant risking their relationship. Hannah made a difficult phone call. "Hello," she said, her voice heavy with emotion. "I have someone who can fill the role." The voice on the other end responded, questioning her decision. "Are you sure he's a good candidate?" Hannah sighed. "He has his moments. He was a bit of a troublemaker, but he's caring and would do anything for his friends. Right now, he's broken, and I know your group can help him." The stranger on the line considered her words. "All right, we'll help your boy, but remember, if he ends up hating you over this." Hannah interrupted. "I'll take responsibility. Just please hurry." After a brief exchange, the call ended, and Hannah felt a mix of hope and dread. 2 days later, Issei lay in bed, still battling the effects of the dragonfall. Drake, feeling helpless, wished he could do more for his partner. Meanwhile, Hannah met with the person she had called. "Hi there." "Reborn," she greeted. Reborn, an adult man with a fedora and a green chameleon on his shoulder, responded cheerfully. "Siasu." He followed Hannah upstairs, where he found Issei sleeping, looking frail and unwell. "What has happened to you, kid?" Reborn murmured, noticing Issei's condition. Drake appeared on Issei's arm, protective and defensive. "Who are you, and what do you want with my partner?" he demanded. Reborn remained calm. "Relax, I'm not here to hurt your friend. I'm here to make him better." Hannah reassured Drake. "He's right. We need to trust him." Drake, "Hannah. You know this man." Hannah, "Yes, I do, Drake. He's a friend of mine." Reborn, "Pleasure." Drake, "So he's really here to help Issei." Hannah, "Yes, but..." Reborn, "I will tell him. You see, Drake, your friend here will be the candidate to be the 11th for the Vangala." Drake, "Vangala." Reborn, "A mafia family that keeps everyone else in check. The 10th right now, or better yet, Issei's grandpa, is still running it, but he wants to retire soon with his wife, Kyoko." Drake, "So you want him to take on this much responsibility?" Hannah, "What the hell?" Hannah, "It's the only way, Drake. It's the only way to really save him. They have the item to save him, but it's either I become the boss or Issei." Reborn, and Hannah, of course, recommended Issei here, but she's not doing it to force it on him. She's doing it to save his life since the Vangala can't have a weak leader. Drake, sigh, "And how will you be able to help him exactly?" Reborn just has Leon transform into a gun and points it at Issei's head. Drake, what the hell do you think you're doing? Hana, Drake, trust him. Reborn smirks and pulls the trigger, firing a bullet into Issei, who wakes up with bright orange eyes, and an orange flame appears on his forehead. Issei, Reborn. I will survive with my dying will. Issei runs downstairs, devouring food his mother made days ago, and heads toward the gym in his house, toning his body once again. Drake is surprised by what is happening, especially by the bullet's effect. It is healing Issei while changing his body. He is no longer the body Great Red made him, nor is he part devil anymore. The piece comes out of him, and Drake separates from Issei, transforming into a small dragon. The gauntlet emerges from Issei, which Reborn picks up, planning to use it later. Issei, huff huff, what the hell was that? Drake, you might want to thank that man over there. Issei, hold up, Drake. Is that you? Drake, in the flesh, partner. But I'm really tiny. Reborn, so it seems the bullet worked just fine. Hey brat, I'm Reborn. I'll be your new tutor. Hana, sorry, Issei. Issei, can you explain what's going on, please? Hana, Sai, I owe you an explanation, like you gave me one about the supernatural. Hana begins to explain the Vangala family to her son, how they are a mafia group that keeps others in check, and mostly how she suggested Issei be the 11th candidate. Issei, so I'm human again and I'm going to be a mafia boss now. Hana, I understand if you hate me, Issei, but I couldn't bear the thought of losing you. I already lost your father, I couldn't lose you either. I'm sorry. Issei stares in disbelief. He feels better, but now he's technically part of the mafia and has to accept the role of being a mafia boss, and it feels like déjà vu. With Issei's grandpa, achoo. You okay, Judy Aim? Yeah, just seems like someone is going through the same problem as me. Probably your grandson. That's extremely funny. Oh God, I wish him luck. Back with Issei stands up and walks to his mother, who has tears in her eyes, thinking her son is ashamed. Instead, Issei hugs her, crying himself. Issei, I can never hate you, Mom, but I can thank you for bringing me back to life. Please stop crying because I will always love you. You've been there for me since the beginning, so from now on, let me be there for you. Issei smiles a genuine smile that shows his happiness, his eyes reflecting love once again. Hana, thank you, Issei. I love you so much, my son. Reborn, ahem. Hana, sorry, Reborn. Well, Issei, let me introduce you to one of your grandpa's friends. This man here is Reborn, and Reborn, this is my son Issei. Issei, hi there, sir. Pleasure meeting you, and, thank you for bringing me back to life. Otherwise, I would have been at death's door. Drake, you're telling me. I swear Hades visited you like 10 times. Reborn. So that BSTRD still tried. Say, you know Hades. Reborn. Yeah, I used to work for the guy, but then I found the Vangala a lot better than him. Issei, so you already know about the supernatural. Reborn. Kid, please, everyone in the Vangala family knows about them. Hana, I didn't. Reborn. You left before we could explain it to you. Safe. That saves me from explaining it to you. So can I really ask if I'm going to be a mafia boss? Reborn. Unfortunately, yes. But relax. You won't really become one until you're like we have some standards, but that doesn't mean I won't be training you like your grandfather. Issei, who is my grandfather? Mom never really showed me him. Hana, you actually met him before, Issei, at age 7 when Irina left. Issei, wait, that guy was my grandpa. Why did he look so young? Hana, Reborn. Reborn. Our scientists made a potion that turned him young again, so really he's like 80 in a 30-year-old body, along with his friends. Issei, what was his name again? Darn it, I think it was Tuna. Reborn pulls his hat down, trying to hold in his laughter while Hana giggles. Hana, his name is Tsuna Sawada, dear. Issei, yeah, that's his name. He was a pretty clumsy guy, though. I remember he dropped a bowl of soup onto his head while sitting down. Reborn. Sounds like my idiot student. Hana, yeah, Dad never could handle his unlucky side. Thank goodness you didn't inherit it, Issei. Issei, I don't know. Hana, no, Issei. I didn't mean it like that. Issei just laughed and smiled. Issei, I was joking. Don't worry, I'm all better now. I promise, honestly, I'm a lot better since the bullet entered my skull. Reborn. It was a dying will bullet. While it put you in dying will mode, it also healed you thanks to the sun flame mixed within it, even bringing these things out. Reborn shows the gauntlet and 8 pawn pieces, pointing at Drake. Issei, so I no longer wield the boosted gear. Reborn, I wouldn't say that. I'm having Leon do something with it. You will get it back, but for now we will be doing a lot of training without it. As for these pawn pieces, well, I don't really know. Issei, I know what to do with them. Issei picks them up, puts them in a bag, and throws them into the sewers. Issei, no one will have to suffer with those things anymore. This is to show I release my past and walk towards the future. Drake, partner. Issei, you don't need to call me that anymore, Drake. I'm not your host anymore, you're free. Drake, sorry, but I can't leave you, Issei. Please, I will no longer work for the factions. From now on, I want to be part of the Vangala. Will you accept me as one of your first members? Issei felt happy that Drake wanted to stick with him even now that he was free from the boosted gear. Say, hey yeah Drake, you can join. Let's aim for the top together. Drake, alright, partner. Issei, but call me Issei from now on, alright. Drake, alright, Issei. Reborn. Actually, we do have a way for you to help, Drake, if you're willing to undergo the experiment. Drake, if it helps Issei, I will gladly go through with it. Reborn. Well then, sorry kid, but the dragon will be with us for a while. Issei, Drake, are you sure about this? Drake, definitely, Issei. Reborn. Well, Drake, a scientist will pick you up soon at this house. For now, Hana, I will be taking your son. Hana, what? Reborn, I have to train him, Hana. Don't worry, he will be fine. Maybe. Issei. Reborn, not only will I train you, Issei, but I'll also teach you. I can't have another of my students falling behind. Say, Hana. Sorry, Issei, but I've learned not to mess with Reborn since I was 5. Issei, dang it. So, Issei followed Reborn to his new training grounds. He was new to all of this. Sure, he didn't really want more responsibility, especially being a mafia boss, but if it was the price to pay to stay alive and be with his mother, he would pay for it. He also felt genuinely happy he no longer had Rias as his emcir. No longer did he have to suffer because of the faction. He could be himself once again. Reborn. Alright, Baka Issei, the first thing we are going to start with is your flame. You have a rare type of flame, the sky flame, like your grandfather. Issei, why is it so rare? Reborn. That flame is meant for someone who is able to lead and bring the other flames together in harmony. From what your mother told me, you seem like someone who deserves that flame. Say, really? I mostly just followed the wrong people. Reborn. No, they followed you, Issei. They depended on you, but they took your kindness for granted. The faction has definitely lost their sky, but that just means you have to find the right group who truly needs their sky. Issei, you keep saying that like I understand. Reborn, you will later on. For now, fight me with your dying will. Reborn shot a bullet at Issei, who took it straight on, falling to the ground before getting up with his clothes ripped. Say, Reborn. I'll beat you with my dying will. Issei leaped at Reborn, leaving a crater upon landing, but it was nothing for Reborn, who easily blocked with just a finger. Reborn. Your blows are weak. You need to put more power into them. Reborn kneed Issei in the chin and kicked him to the side. Issei got back up, trying to land a punch on Reborn, who was constantly dodging. He saw some skills in Issei, better than Suno when he was younger, but he still needed more training. Reborn noticed Issei was holding back, which confused him. Reborn, why are you holding back? I know you can do more than that. Show me your true strength. Issei, I am. Reborn kicked Issei in the stomach, causing him to catch his breath. Reborn, no, you are not, kid. I know when someone is trying, and you most certainly are not. Reborn grabbed Issei by his hair, holding him to the ground. Reborn, whatever is holding you back, you have to let it go, Baka Issei. I don't know much about your past, your mother just told me about your adventures, but whatever happened to you, you have to let it go. Issei, I can't. Issei actually landed one blow to Reborn's face, shocking him. Issei, you try fighting for someone, freeing them from their marriage. You fight a fallen angel boss, risk your own life to save someone from an evil person trying to abuse them, or even face gods, even a dragon god, and then have everyone throw you away like garbage. Reborn stood there listening to Issei's problem, his hat covering his eyes. He wanted to show his anger but knew he had to remain calm in front of Issei. Listen Issei, that's in the past. You have to move on. I said before they lost their sky, and they lost a good one at that. If you keep thinking about the past, you will never achieve greatness. Those thoughts are the reason why you are weak right now. So, as your new mentor, the best life advice I can give is to let go of who you were back then and be the you right now. Issei, with the flame on his forehead, felt it grow fiercer, becoming brighter than before. To Reborn's surprise, Issei was actually pushing him on the defensive, landing one last hit before the flame finally ran out. Dang, why only 5 minutes? Issei exclaimed. That's how long it's supposed to last. With the bullet, you have to be to keep it longer. That's why we are doing this. Well, what are you waiting for? Shoot me again. Issei urged. Really now? Getting cocky after hitting me twice. Reborn replied. No. I want to become stronger. You said to be the me now, and I want to be the one to lead the Vangala and be a better boss than the one right now. Well, brat, you are years behind to be better than him, but we'll get there. For now, let's continue. Time skip. 1 month during the month, Issei transferred to Namamori High to finish his studies since Kuo would just bring him bad memories. He also needed to hide the fact that he was no longer a devil. Issei had gotten the hang of Dying Will mode, but he now had a better version, Hyper Dying Will mode. Reborn even brought Drake back to him as a box weapon, giving him a ring strong enough to handle Issei's flame to summon Drake. Issei received his boosted gear back, now in the form of red gloves with a green emerald featuring the Vangala symbol and the number 11, reminiscent of Tsuna's first gloves but in red. Reborn also provided him with contacts like Tsuna's for when he was going to fire an X-burner, and instead of headphones, he had an earbud for Drake to communicate with him. Overall, Issei was stronger than before, and being human shocked him, but he never stopped training. Reborn still had more to do with Issei, and the next step was finding guardians. This school is really weird, Issei remarked. Just in second PRD, I saw a girl pull a lunchbox from her. Oh yeah. And then there's a kid who ate 30 bowls of ramen. Issei, you're part of the Mafia now, and you have a dragon on your side. You're worried about these guys. Drake responded. Oh, shut it, Drake. Issei retorted. Issei and his mother moved to Namamori, settling into Tsuna's old home. Issei actually liked it there. It felt like a fresh start. His mother was happy to be back in her childhood home after moving to Italy with her father. She had disliked living in the big mansion since her husband passed away, especially since it belonged to the Gremory family. This new place felt like home, especially seeing her son smile with genuine happiness, though it did worry her how Reborn trained him. Issei was getting used to it, but he hated coming home with his hair messed up or being blown up thanks to Reborn. Baka Issei, have you found any guardians yet? Reborn asked. Reborn, I've told you before, this is a family thing. I'd rather not involve other people. Sigh, so much like your grandfather. But Issei, I've explained it many times, you need guardians, or else the Vangala will fall. You need people you can trust, and who trust you. Another sigh, well, there is this one kid in my school, Chung Seeker. He's a nice kid and a friend of mine. He seems like someone who can use rain flames, and the way he fights surprises me. He's legit what you call a guardian. His father trained him, and he learned on his own too. His main weapon is a cannon, with sidearms of pistols and grenades. Then there's Ad Diabolic, he's a lunatic. But he's one of my friends. He always tries to fight Chung, but I defended him, and now I've become his target. We bonded over fighting and still spar from time to time, but I really don't want them to get involved. Yes, they are strong, but this is my problem, Reborn. Do I really need them to join me? If you want to lead the Vangala family, you will need them, that is if they want to join. I'm sure they are ready to answer, Reborn said, pointing behind Issei. Chung stood there, shocked by all the information he just heard about Issei being part of the Mafia, while Ad smirked with glee, having always wanted to meet the Vangala. Ad, count me in. Say, are you sure? There will be no going back, you'll be part of the Mafia for the rest of your life. Ad, I'm sure. You've seen me fight. This just means we have to watch each other's backs better. Chung, if it's alright Issei, I will also join. I can't let you handle this much responsibility alone, especially with Ad. Ad, you got something to say, pretty boy? Chung, you're a mess, and that's what I'm trying to say. Issei, guys, that's enough. Both of them stood straight, looking at Issei in fear. Issei, oh come on. Reborn, commanded them like a true boss. Nice work, Bakis. Issei, are you sure about this? You have a chance to say no and live a somewhat normal life. Ad, yeah I'm sure. Maybe the Vangala can help me improve my weapons. And with that, I'll be sure to beat you. Chung, I have to watch my friend's back. Forget it. Let me be your guardian and always be by your side. Issei had his hair covering his face. He still had trust issues. He had gotten over the supernatural, but it was hard for him to trust people. Reborn knew this, but he needed these friends to learn to trust again. Not everyone was like his old friends, everyone was different, and Reborn knew these two were truly Issei's friends. Issei, thank you guys. Chung, Issei, are you okay? Issei was crying for a moment but quickly wiped away the tear and smiled at his friends. Issei, if you can handle the Mafia, then welcome to the Vangala family, guys. Both Chung and Ad stepped forward and shook hands with Issei. Reborn smiled and walked out of the room, but unknown to them, back at Kuro. Rias, but why Kai? We were meant to be together. Kai, Rias, I told you before, I only see you as a friend. I already have a girlfriend. I came back to see my childhood friend, and don't you already have a fiancé? Why have you all been so friendly with me? I'm pretty sure you're all dating the same guy. Rias, so you didn't come back for me. I made a promise when I was 4 years old. I grew up and found the love of my life. I just came back to say hi since my parents chose to spend time with family in the underworld. We're going back to Canada tomorrow. Aquino, so you played us for fools? Kai, no, you played yourselves. I never said I loved any of you. I see you all as friends. I'm not about to steal someone else's girlfriend. Rias, you won't even consider a harem. Kai, no way. I love one person only. Rias, I thought you were better than this. Go to your boyfriend, it's been 2 months since you've seen him. Rias, no, what have I done? And that's when the DXD group realized they had messed up. The whole faction was falling into chaos as the Alliance searched for Issei. Even Vale was looking for him, not even Ophis and Great Red could find him. It was as if he had vanished, but they didn't know he blended into the world like a human. Back with Issei, so guys, here, take these rings. They're temporary, but they can handle your flames. Ad, you're going to need to explain all this flame stuff to us. Chung, yeah, but don't worry, Issei. Once we get this down, we'll help you. Issei, thanks guys. Reborn, do you mind helping me explain this to them? Reborn, no problem. And just like that, Issei had formed a new group and was making his way as a Mafia boss. It wasn't an easy path, but they were the good guys and Issei would be getting guardians from different worlds. Issei, Chung, and Ad were all training with Reborn. At first, Chung and Ad thought they would win, but Issei knew that fighting Reborn was like battling 10 Trihexa at once, and Chung and Ad had many regrets at that moment. Chung, huff, what the heck man? Ad, this is nuts. What are you, old man? Reborn, just the Vangala's best teacher. Chung, can we take a break now please? I've been using my cannon in ways I never thought I would. Ad, on the bright side, I found new ways to use my dynamos, so thanks for that. Issei, sorry Reborn. I'm still trying to learn that one move Grandpa taught me. Reborn, there's always next time, which means I can up the training. Issei, wait a minute. Chung, I didn't think being a Mafia boss would be this hard. Good luck. Reborn, for now, today and tomorrow will be a break. I need to talk to Tsuna about someone who's been causing us trouble. Issei, what's going on? Reborn, someone has been destroying Mafia families at a fast rate. Your grandfather is doing his best to find them, but one day they're there, and the next, they're gone. Issei, should we help? Reborn, no, just focus on finding the rest of your guardians. The quicker, the better. Issei sighed as he walked with his friends back to his house, where his mother was already preparing food for them. He couldn't shake the feeling of uncertainty about finding more guardians. Living in Namimori, excitement was scarce, and although he was fortunate to have found Chung and Ad, he doubted he would discover anyone else soon. Any ideas on how we're going to find more people to join? Ad asked. I don't know, Issei replied. It's a Mafia thing. People have a bad impression of them. I did too, until I met Reborn and saw how my grandfather runs the Vangala family. It changed my perspective a bit, but we should keep looking. It can't hurt, right? Yeah, and I'm sure the people we find will see the real you and want to join. Chung encouraged. I agree with Four Eyes, but they definitely can't be weak. I'll even fight them myself to see. Ad added. Issei shook his head. I swear. Unbeknownst to the three, they turned a corner and stumbled into a portal that sent them to a different dimension. Guys, what the heck is going on? Issei asked. I actually don't know, all we did was take a turn, Ad replied. Why is this place in ruins? It looks like our hometown, but destroyed, Chung observed. This isn't right. It seems like something supernatural is at play, Issei said. You think this is their doing? Chung asked. Probably, or maybe something else entirely. Just then, they heard an explosion and turned to see a kid their age fighting strange monsters. Seems like he could use some help. Issei exclaimed. Well, what are we waiting for? Ad said eagerly. I've got covering fire. Chung declared as he prepared his weapon. Issei activated his hyper-dying will mode, and Ad pulled out his dynamos, leaping toward the kid while Chung activated his berserk mode, using his cannon as a rocket. Diamenet. Screw off you kicker. I may not know where I am, but that doesn't mean I can't kick your butts. The kid shouted, fighting off multiple attackers. Just then, one of the monsters appeared behind him, ready to strike, but Issei intervened, shooting an X-burner that destroyed it. What the kid exclaimed. Hey there, seems like you could use some help. Issei said. And lucky for you, we happen to be in the neighborhood, Ad added. Guys, prepare yourselves. We have more coming at us. Chung warned. Well, nice to meet you. I'm Rokuro. We'll have a better introduction later. The kid said as they all began to fight the Kegar together. Issei moved with incredible speed, taking down enemies left and right. Chung fired missiles from his cannon, and Ad summoned a ball of electricity that struck down like a meteor. These guys are amazing. Rokuro said, impressed. Hey Rokuro, why not show us your skills? We've been showing off, Issei suggested. Hey, you got it. Rokuro replied, charging a blast from his gauntlets. Meteor smash. The group watched as Rokuro eliminated the remaining enemies, but the blast also destroyed much of the ruined buildings around them. Phew. That was awesome, dude. How come I've never seen you around? Issei asked. I try to keep a low profile. I don't want people to know about me, especially the supernatural, Rokuro explained. You got something against them? Issei inquired. Yeah, they think they're so high and mighty because they fight dragons, but they wouldn't last a second against what we exorcists deal with. Rokuro replied. You're an exorcist. So you work for the church? Issei asked. I don't mean those fake exorcists. I mean the real ones, dealing with the Kegar like my group and I, Rokuro clarified. There are more of you? Issei asked. Yeah, but right now we're at war. I have to go, there's someone I need to face. Thanks for the help, you three, Rokuro said, preparing to send them back. Hey, wait a minute. Mind if I help? Issei asked, surprising everyone. You'll be fighting in a war. Ad exclaimed. Isn't that a bit too crazy? Chung added. I've fought in one before, this will be no different. So what do you say, Rokuro? Will you let us help? Issei insisted. You guys don't know what you're getting into. How can you just say you'll join? Rokuro replied. My mentor Reborn always says the Vangala will help no matter what, and I want to lend a hand, Issei explained. I appreciate the offer, but I have to handle this on my own. It's best I send you back, Rokuro said, pulling out a talisman. Issei quickly snatched it away. We're helping whether you like it or not. Seems like we're about to have our first serious battle. Ready, Chung? Ad asked. Reborn is definitely going to be mad at us, but let's do it. Berserker mode. Configuration mode. Chung shouted. Both Chung and Ad activated their awakening modes. Ad floated, boosting his attack, defense, and speed, while Chung donned a full set of armor, his cannon now fully operational. Issei smirked as he activated his hyper-dying will mode once more. Rokuro sighed, just be careful please. I can't lose someone else because of me. Issei looked at him, noticing the weight in his eyes. Those eyes. Almost like yours, Issei. Do you really think it's the right thing to help? Yeah, I can't let him do this. He reminds me of myself when I faced the supernatural. The four of them began running with Rokuro toward their destination. This is my stop, you guys. Look, I know you want to help, but please be careful. I already lost Aika. Issei nodded. So you also lost someone important? Huh. Now I really want to help. You're carrying too much on your shoulders right now. Let me give you a hand. I won't steal this from you if that's what you're worried about. Thanks, dude. Man, I wish you were an exorcist. You'd make a good friend. Hey, after this is over, it doesn't mean we have to stop being friends. Let's go out for a meal. Yeah, sure, I don't mind. Somewhere not too far away. Are you sure this is okay, Reborn? The kid seems worthy of being a guardian, but involving Issei. It's the best time to get the kid's attention. And if you're worried about Issei getting hurt, don't be. That's why I brought you along, Ryohei. Ryohei sighed. You are one extremely wicked man. Thank you. Back with Rokuro and Issei, so this is the man you're after, huh? Issei asked. Yeah, Yudo. Ad chimed in, he doesn't seem like much. You would think that, but he's a lot stronger than you think. Well, let's do this, Rokuro. We will be support. Hell yeah. Let's go. Ad shouted. Not so fast, guys. We'll handle the Kegar aiming to attack Rokuro. He will handle this Yudo guy. Sound okay to you, Rokuro? Yeah, just be careful, alright? Tenma, let's do this. Just know I will be the one to defeat him, Tenma declared. Yeah, sure, in your dreams, Rokuro replied. Alright, let's go, guys. X-Burner. Issei unleashed a powerful blast of sky flame, taking out many Kegar. Chung shot missiles into the air, targeting and eliminating enemies. Ad charged energy within himself, releasing purple lightning that took down more Kegar. Meanwhile, Rokuro and Tenma were engaged in battle with Yudo, who shot a beam at them. They struggled to hold it back, but Yudo was too strong. Rokuro! Issei shouted. Issei, run. It's too dangerous for you guys here. Sorry, but I'm not about to let you die. Let's do this. X-Burner. I won't let you do this alone. Chung insisted. We've got your back, Issei. Ad added. Rokuro was surprised. These guys don't even know me well. Why would they want to help? Well, the more help, the better. Satellite rain. Chung called out. Particle accelerator. Ad shouted. All 5 heroes fought valiantly against Yudo's attacks, but he was still too powerful, pushing them back. Damn it. Ad Chung, I need you two to run now. Issei urged. What? Ad exclaimed. I'm not letting my only 2 friends take this hit head-on. Just run. Sorry, Issei, I know you're our boss, but that's an order I'm refusing. Chung declared. Yeah. We are friends, damn it. Let us help. Ad insisted. Drake chimed in, they are right, partner. Let's do this together. Stop trying to handle everything yourself. But, no buts, Issei. We are staying, so let's do this together with Rokuro and Tenma. Chung insisted. I don't think any of us will survive this, damn it. Just a bit more. Boost. 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 Explosion. Never thought I'd have to use that again. Issei said, breathing. It's now or never, Issei. Drake urged. Drake. As in the Red Dragon Emperor. Rokuro asked. Heh, sorry, looks like the secret is out. But don't worry, I'm not with the faction anymore. It's more like they got rid of me. Huh. We'll talk about it later. For now, Drake, transfer everything you've got into my X-burner. Roger that, he said. Transfer. Drake sent all his energy into Issei's move, pushing Yuto's blast back at him and sending him flying. Issei breathed heavily. Well, that was something. It's still not over. Yuto is no quitter. Rokuro warned. Well, neither are we, Ad said. Yeah, we got your back on this. Just then, Issei felt himself being slammed against a boulder by a Kegar. Issei! Ad shouted. Why, son of a... Chung started, but he was stabbed in the legs, causing him to fall to his knees. Ad was being crushed by another Kegar. Guys! Damn it, let them go. Rokuro shouted. Back with Reborn, don't you think it's time we got involved? Those kids can't handle this much responsibility. Don't worry. I know these three will handle this, and who knows, Issei might get a new guardian out of this. I hope you're sure about this, Reborn. Issei was hurt but not out for the count. He emerged from the rubble, bloodied but determined. I'm down but I'm not out. Chung grinned. So what if you stab my legs? All I need is my cannon. And I'm not as weak as you think, you freaks. Ad declared. Rokuro was astonished. No way. These guys are almost as strong as me. Eat lead. Chung shouted, pulling out dual pistols and shooting at the Kegar, blowing their heads apart. Ad sent out pulses of purple lightning from his hands, shocking enemies to death. Issei, Drake, let's try out our new move. Drake, alright. Issei flew into the air, charging up a ball of sky flame in both hands, which caught Reborn's attention. Reborn? Huh, well that's new. Ryohei, what is he trying? Skydust fall. Issei fired a barrage of sky flame from his hands, causing massive damage to the area around him. Chung, holy. Bekose. Issei, defend Rokuro. Make sure he has his own fight. Chung, don't worry about that. It seems like his girl came to save the day. Issei looked to where Chung was pointing and saw Rokuro fighting alongside a girl with black hair wielding two large blades. Most noticeable were her white armored legs, giving her incredible speed. Issei, wow, those two are amazing. Chung, hey, Issei, mind giving me a hand? My legs are still messed up. Issei, yeah, I got you, Ryohei. Allow me, Vangala Undecimo. Issei, who are you? Ryohei, I'm Ryohei Sasagawa, your grandfather's sun guardian. Say, really? Reborn. That he is Bakase. Issei, Reborn. Wait, how are you here? Reborn. Oh please, how do you think you got into this place in the first place? Say, it was you. Reborn. Ding ding Chung. Why was this? Are you trying to throw us into action already? Reborn. A boss has to be ready for anything, and it seems Issei was just ready for it. A bit sloppy, but good enough. Say, just thanks. Ryohei began healing Chung's wounded legs, but he had to take it slow. Next was Issei and then Ad, but they kept watching Rokuro fight Yuto, with Binio, the girl fighting by his side. It soon turned into a Rokuro versus Yuto showdown because anyone could tell that Issei, that Yuto guy isn't going to make it. He's close to death's door. Reborn. Yeah, but it seems like Rokuro is trying to give him one last friendly fight. Issei, I want to help. But there's nothing I can do. Reborn. There is one thing. Issei, what's that? Reborn whispered something into Issei's ear that shocked and scared him. Issei, are you serious? Reborn. It's for the best. These people won't do it since they find this kid a big threat. Issei, well, it seems like I'm about to do something really stupid. Kfufu, so it seems you need a disguise. Reborn. Makuro, just in time. Give our little Undecimo a disguise. Makuro, one disguise coming right up. Makuro changed Issei's style entirely so he wouldn't be recognized for what he was about to do. Rokuro, Yuto. Yuto, Roku. With one final blow, the two collided fists, finally both collapsing. Rokuro remained normal, but Yuto was being turned to stone, signaling his end. Binio, Yuto. This was Issei's cue as he landed in front of Yuto's body, picking it up. Binio, hey, what do you think you're doing? Issei, giving him a proper burial. Don't worry, I'll have someone give you his location. Binio, how do I know you're not lying? Issei, you'll just have to trust my word. Don't worry, I promise. Issei began walking away with Yuto's body towards Reborn and the others, who were already waiting for him. Reborn, ready, Issei. Issei, yeah, even though this dude was way too evil, he did all that for his sister. He's no saint, that's for sure, but not to be given a proper burial would be a shame. Ryohei, kid acts just like Tsuna. Makuro, that's something I can agree on. With that, Issei and his group left. The exorcists were desperately looking for Yuto's body, even asking Binio, who could only respond that some stranger took him, but she could confirm he was dead. Binio, I just wonder where those three that helped out are. Issei, you mean us? Issei gave Yuto to Reborn so it wouldn't seem weird if they were also gone. Binio, yes, you three. You're the ones who helped us today. Issei, yeah, and I have to say, wow, you people fight some weird things. But it was enough research to make something new with my dynamos. Chung, I'm just glad to help out. Issei, it's what the Vangala family does. Binio, Vangala. Issei, we'll explain when Rokuro wakes up. Binio, alright, but thank you for keeping this idiot alive. Issei, it's no problem. Now come on, let me help you with that guy. Issei and Chung carried Rokuro to the medical team. The other exorcists began questioning them about who they were. Their explanation was that they had fought in the supernatural before, but fighting these things was a lot different. They accepted that answer and began patching up Rokuro while Issei and his group relaxed. Binio started a conversation with them, asking how they knew Rokuro. Issei got a good view of his surroundings and noticed it was basically just a giant forest on a deserted island. Sit, Drake, where the hell did you send me? Drake, this is where your sun guardian should be. She's someone who liked fighting, so, Fire Dragon Iron Fist. A girl with pink hair. Came out of nowhere, about to lay a hit on Issei, who activated his hyper-dying will mode and blocked the hit. Oh nice. I get to fight someone who can actually fight back. Issei, lady, just who are you? Beat me in a fight, then I'll tell you. Issei, but I don't want to fight. Too late. So Issei had no choice but to fight back, grabbing her by her arm and pinning her down to the floor. Oh, I didn't know you liked it this way, Issei. The hell? This distracted Issei enough to be kicked to the side, but when he got up, he saw the girl send a breath attack at him. He managed to move away in time, only to have his jacket burn right off. Issei, dang, Drake, I'm happy to not be a dragon right now. Drake, that's something we can agree on, but make sure she doesn't use too much of her magic, Issei, or else the supernatural will find her and try to recruit her or something. Issei, so it's best I end this quickly. Using his speed, Issei landed several hits on the Dragon Slayer, which only annoyed her. She created a spiral of fire around her, hitting Issei in the stomach, then grabbed him by the face and slammed him into a tree. You're quick. I'll make sure you don't get away then. She continued to land punches into Issei's stomach. Tired of the assault, Issei released a blast of sky flame, sending her back. Seizing the opportunity, he appeared behind her and hit a pressure point on her neck, knocking her out. Issei, imagine if she was going all out. Drake, so you noticed, huh? Issei, Drake, I've fought many supernatural beings. It's easy to tell when someone is trying or not. Drake, well, we might as well relax until she wakes up. Say, yeah, I guess you're right. Issei was about to pick up the girl when he was unexpectedly headbutted. Leave her alone. You big meanie. Issei, ow. I was just going to set her somewhere away from the ocean, you demon cat. Wait a minute, you can talk. Yes, I can talk. And how do I know you won't hurt her? Issei, for one, I deactivated my hyper-dying will mode, so I can't really fight now. I didn't even want to fight in the first place. I ended it quickly because if we continued, your friend here would have attracted the attention of the supernatural and faced bigger problems than me. Really, so you did this to protect her? Say, Yeah, trust me. I've dealt with the supernatural before. Some are nice, but they will do anything to try and recruit her, even put her in danger. So you really are a nice guy. Issei, at least you can tell, and so can my other friends. Anyway, what's your name, little guy? Happy, my name is Happy. Issei, nice to meet you, Happy. Do you mind leading me somewhere to set your friend down, please? Happy, yeah, she actually built a house not too far from here. Her brother and mother are probably waiting for her. Issei, CRP, I'm dead. Issei began carrying the pink-haired girl toward her house, with Happy leading the way. Upon arriving, her mother and brother instantly took a defensive stance. Happy had to explain to them that Issei wasn't a bad person and why he knocked her out. After hearing the explanation, they immediately began thanking Issei and introduced themselves. The mother was the Fire Queen Dragon, Itsumi, and her brother was Zeruf. Issei, well, nice to meet you too. Sorry once again for what I did to your daughter. Itsumi, it's alright, at least you had good intentions. Unless you did it to really hurt her. Issei, I swear I didn't. I just know the supernatural thanks to Drake here. Itsumi, really? Tell me, Drake, is what the kid says true? Drake, as a dragon to another dragon, yes. The longer they would have fought, the faster your daughter would have attracted the supernatural. But knowing my partner, he would have helped your daughter in the fight. Issei, you know me so well. Itsumi, thank you, Issei, was it? For stopping my idiotic daughter. Natsumi, wake up already. Natsumi, what food? Zeruf, no food, you idiot. What in your right mind made you fight this guy? Natsumi, he has a dragon, I could smell it. I had to fight another one other than Mom here. Issei, you're right, I do have a dragon, and it's one of the heavenly dragons. Itsumi, he's right. While he's useless now in that sacred gear, Drake, first of all, I'm not in his sacred gear anymore. I'm a box weapon, and Issei let me out of this thing to kick her butt. Issei, Drake, no. But yeah, Drake isn't a sacred gear anymore. It's been months since he's been released from it. Itsumi, so he can be summoned without the sacred gear now. Issei, yes, he can, and the boosted gear has been turned into these gloves of mine, still keeping the ability to boost my power. Drake can still take control over them if he wants to, or just wait until I summon him with my ring. Itsumi, huh, so it seems you work for one person now, huh, Drake? Drake, not one person, one family. The Vangala family. Issei, Drake. They aren't supposed to know about that. Itsumi, and what is that boy? Issei, Sai, you will hate me for this, but it's a Mafia family. They aren't bad guys. We actually work to keep everyone safe, or at least we try. I'm the Undecimo. My grandfather is still the Decimo and running it. I'm technically on a mission to find guardians, and Drake recommended your daughter, but I see you love her way too much, so it's fine if she doesn't join. I'll just keep searching. Itsumi, Natsumi, I want to join. Itsumi, I knew it. Zeruf, that's Natsumi for you. Issei, are you serious? Natsumi, deep. I can't let you get away when you owe me a fight. Itsumi, are you sure it isn't because he beat you and, Natsumi, no. Issei, Drake, explain please. Drake, gladly. Well, dragons have this thing where if someone stronger than them is beaten, we pretty much earn their respect. But if a male and female dragon were to fight and the male wins, the female considers him mate-worthy, and if the male loses, that's pretty much disrespect. It also applies to dragon slayers, so since you beat Natsumi here. Issei and Natsumi stared at each other, Natsumi blushing while Issei struggled to find the right words. Itsumi, hey Issei. Give me many grandchildren, would you? Issei, excuse me. He felt himself blush in response. Look Natsumi, you don't have to be my mate. We can start off as friends if you like. We can get to know each other before we, you know. Itsumi, that's something a coward would say. Issei, Zeruf, even I know that's an excuse for, I'm not ready for a relationship yet. Drake, well, my partner sort of has a reason for it since he almost died during the Dragonfall. This caught Itsumi's and Zeruf's attention, but Natsumi was confused. Itsumi, how many was it, Drake? Drake, honestly, way too many to keep count. All I can say is it was enough to speed up the process, making it so his lifespan only reached for a month. I'm surprised he actually held on long enough for Reborn to come save him. Itsumi, then, so they really messed the kid up, huh? Issei, I'm sorry, I just don't really think I'm ready yet for any of that. Natsumi, I don't know what's going on, but hey, I don't mind if we aren't mates. We can be friends. And maybe during that time, we can build up the relationship. Itsumi, yeah, she's still affected by it, but yes, Issei, my daughter will gladly be part of your group. And don't worry too much about the dragon fall, you are human, it won't affect you anymore. Issei, thanks, I'll give it a try with her, but I can't. Promise anything. Natsumi, ga, enough of this. Let's talk about this guardian stuff. What would I be doing? Issei, well, first we need to find out if you really are a sun flame type. He handed her a ring to check her flame, and fortunately, she was a sun flame user, making her perfect for the position. Natsumi, alright. Now fight me. I have to see what this flame is. Issei, actually, we need to have Reborn train you to use the flame properly since it's not like your fire dragon slaying magic. Natsumi, what? No way. Itsumi, question Issei, would it be alright if we come along? Living on this island with just my family gets a bit boring. Ziruf, yeah, I want to meet more people and see if we get along. Issei, yeah, sure, no problem. You guys can actually stay at my house if you want. Itsumi, really? Issei, yeah, I'm sure my mom won't mind. Anyway, Drake, bring out the summoning circle, we are going back. Unknown to Issei, something was watching them from a tree. Just as they were about to teleport away, this entity grabbed onto Issei, shocking him, but he didn't react in time and was teleported back to Reborn, who had easily defeated Rokuro, Ad, and Chung. Rokuro, goddamn. Ad, we haven't even landed one hit. Issei, how the hell did you land a hit? Chung, just one punch and he broke my armor like it was nothing. Natsumi, wow, you guys are beaten up pretty badly. Reborn, I'm guessing this is your sun guardian, Issei. Issei, yeah, everyone meet Natsumi Dragneel and her family, Itsumi Dragneel and Ziruf Dragneel. Reborn, pleasure, Issei, they will be staying in my house for the time being since they want to get to know the humans, and I'm sure Itsumi and my mom will be good friends. Hana, new guests. Pleasure meeting you. Itsumi, pleasure meeting you too. Natsumi, I want to explore the place. I want to see the city too. Ziruf, I actually agree with Natsumi. I want to see more of the place. Reborn, no problem. I'm sure Issei here will be more than happy to show you guys around the city. We always treat our guests with the respect they deserve. Issei, aren't you beating up our guests right there? He pointed to Rokuro, Ad, and Chung. Reborn, you are about to join them if you don't get moving. Say, come on you two. Let me show you around the place. He quickly began running, with Ziruf and Natsumi following behind. Ad, wait, I thought you said he would get some training too. Reborn, he will, just not yet. There's a kid I want him to pick up in town to be his lightning guardian, someone his grandpa has been keeping an eye on and keeping safe. Chung, who would that be? Reborn, a kid with a huge dream of being a hero, that's for sure. In the city, Issei was showing Natsumi the best food places while introducing Ziruf to the best entertainment, especially the arcade. Ziruf ended up beating Issei in each game, which frustrated him. Next, they visited a clothing shop. Issei was glad he had earned a lot thanks to the program A Pay Dragon, though he regretted it since it damaged Drake's pride. He promised to make a better name for him in the Vangala, showing the Mafia the true power of the Dragon of Domination, which made Drake happy. Back to shopping, Natsumi was showing off her style to Issei, who was genuinely impressed. For a girl who liked to fight, she managed to look cute and appealing. Zirif also looked like a total badass, while Issei felt average in comparison. Despite this, he was actually having fun. It had been a while since he enjoyed himself like this. Although he had Ad, Chung, and Rokuro to hang out with, they mostly trained, wanting to become stronger. Issei reflected on how much his life had changed. He wondered how strong he might have been if he had never become a devil and had remained human, aware of the Vangala. Pushing those thoughts aside, he began to feel a slight headache that seemed to guide him. He decided to leave Natsumi and Zirif behind to investigate, eventually finding himself in an alleyway. Why would my headache lead me here? Anyone there? Issei called out. Just as he was about to venture further, he sensed danger and jumped back as a giant spike erupted from the ground. What the? He exclaimed. Another kid. Seems like he saw too much. You'll have to be dealt with too, a voice said ominously. Multiple spikes shot toward him, but before he could activate his hyper-dying will mode, someone descended from the sky, slamming their foot into the ground to create a protective shield. Run now, the newcomer shouted. Issei glanced at the boy, who appeared to be a year younger than him, with green hair, freckles, and innocent green eyes. He wore a green jumpsuit. Duck! Issei yelled, entering his hyper-dying will mode. He charged up a small X-burner, blasting the spikes away and pushing the other boy back slightly. What the boy said, surprised. Seems like you need a hand. Don't worry about me, I can defend myself. You look like you could use some help, Issei offered. As much as I don't want help from the Mafia, I have no choice, the boy replied. Have something against the Mafia? Issei asked. Yeah, they're the reason I'm in this fight. They dare keep children and use them for their own purposes. The boy exclaimed. Never heard of such a Mafia. I can't even say I know them since I just joined, but I'm not the bad guy here. I'm part of the Vangala family, Issei explained. The boy looked confused. I'm Issei Sawada. What about you? Issei introduced himself. I'm Izuku Midoriya, but it seems we can't do much talking. Overhaul is getting back up, Izuku said. Demon brat, getting in my way. And now the Mafia has to get involved. Overhaul shouted. Why does he seem surprised the Mafia is involved? Issei wondered aloud. Partner, maybe it isn't the Mafia, it could be something similar, Drake suggested. Well, we'll have to find out what it is then, Issei replied. He blasted himself toward Overhaul, who was about to touch the ground. Issei performed a backflip kick, sending Overhaul into the air. Izuku seized the opportunity, jumping up and breaking the ground beneath him, which intrigued Issei. He watched as Izuku slammed his foot onto Overhaul's face, burying him into the ground. Sheet, they're getting their cameras out, but this might be good since we're underground, Issei noted. Natsumi, what the heck is going on? He heard Natsumi call. Well, the new guy I just met seems to be fighting someone named Overhaul, and I may have gotten myself involved, Issei explained. Understandable, Natsumi replied. Need our help? Zirif asked. Actually, Zirif, are you good at hacking? Issei asked. Hand me a phone, and I will do some serious work, Zirif responded. You never told me you could hack, Natsumi said. What do you think I did on that island these past years? Zirif replied. Mstripti, Natsumi teased. I'm telling Mom what you did to her wedding dress now, Zirif shot back. Wait please no. Natsumi exclaimed. Guys, focus. Zirif, start hacking everyone's phones and delete any videos of what's about to happen. If the news shows up, Natsumi, delay them, destroy their wheels or something or call Reborn. Issei instructed, tossing Zirif his phone before jumping down to help Izuku. Well, time to stop these newscasters, Natsumi said. Already did it, Zirif replied. Huh? Natsumi exclaimed. Hello, hacking their cameras are no longer working, Zirif explained. So what? Am I even here? Natsumi asked, just as more enemies began to appear. Good, at least I get to have some fun, she said with a grin. Just make sure they don't interfere with Issei's fight. Zirif warned. Meanwhile, Izuku confronted Overhaul. This ends now, Overhaul. My friends are free. All that's left is Eri. In brat, you don't know what I'm trying to do. Her power is something that could change this whole world. The supernatural world, even the Mafia world. Her power can eliminate their flames and even the supernatural powers. Overhaul shouted. And you think doing that will solve the world's problems? Even if you succeeded, crime, violence, and death will always exist. You just want to control everything in the palm of your hand, Issei countered. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Overhaul yelled, slamming his hands on the ground, causing multiple spikes to shoot at them. Issei quickly acted a sky barrier to protect them both. I don't need your help, especially from someone who works with the Mafia, Izuku said, looking exhausted. Too bad. I don't need your permission to help someone in need, it's what the Vangala family does. Issei declared. He launched himself at Overhaul, grabbing him by the face and throwing him against the wall, unleashing a barrage of punches. As Overhaul prepared to retaliate, Issei sensed danger and jumped back, throwing a sky ball at Overhaul's face, leaving a burn mark. Issei, what the hell? Why did I feel like I was going to die right there? Izuku, it's his power, the ability to disassemble anything he touches. One touch from him and you were as good as dead. Issei turned his attention back towards Overhaul, who was recovering from Issei's attack. Overhaul, the Vangala. To think I will have the chance to kill one of their members. This day just keeps getting better. Issei, PFT, that is if you can kill me, you BSRD. Issei's sky flame began to burn brighter, making a point that he was much stronger than Overhaul thought, thanks to Reborn and his intense training. Izuku, and no way. Not even my power reaches this level. Issei, tell me, Overhaul, what Mafia family do you belong to? I'm sure Reborn would love to know which family dares to mess with the Vangala. Overhaul began laughing, which started to unsettle Issei. Overhaul, you think I work for the Mafia? No, I'm part of the Yasaka. We don't care about any rules. We do what we want, take what we want. Issei, so you use the Mafia as a cover, giving them even more hate than they usually have. Overhaul, they think they are so important. Even the leader of the Vangala, with his heart of gold, believes all life should be cherished. But he hasn't seen the dark side of this world like I have. I will change it, I will make a new world order. Issei, like hell I'll let you do that. Drake, do you think? Boost, 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 boost. Izuku was even more surprised now. He knew Issei was part of the Mafia thanks to the flames, but to see him have supernatural powers too was something else. Issei, we will show you what the Mafia does to people like you. Suddenly, the ground above them collapsed, not because of Issei's power, but because some people forced their way in. Rokuro, Issei. We've come to help. Chung, we are right behind you, buddy. Natsumi, let me kick that guy's butt. Issei, guys. Izuku, those must be his friends. At least he has people who care about him. Mine are probably long gone. I did tell them to run. Eri, the. Izuku, Eri. Ida, Midoriya. Bakugo, Demon Nerd. Don't think running would save you. Izuku watched as every single one of his friends came to help him. Shoto, you help us, Midoriya, now it's our turn to help you. Kirishima, you will pay for what you did to our friend, Overhaul. Overhaul watched as he was surrounded by multiple people. His men were beaten, with Natsumi wearing a smug look, and Chung beside Issei with weapons ready, and Rokuro holding a talisman. Overhaul, DMN brats. Like hell I will let you take me. Overhaul touched the ground, sending spikes up and causing the ceiling to fall, ready to crush Izuku and his friends. But Issei and Chung put up barriers to protect them while and Natsumi cleared the falling debris to keep the barrier up, and Rokuro used his talisman to strengthen it. Issei, he's getting away. Issei, let him. Protect everyone else first. Chung, you heard him. They focused on ensuring everyone was safe until everything calmed down. Issei, it's over. Finally. Zeref, Reborn, they're over here. Reborn landed right on top of the barrier Issei and Chung made. They were about to take it down, but Reborn easily destroyed it with one stomp, shocking both of them. Issei, even with two of us, he can break it so easily. Reborn, what type of beast are you? Reborn, is everyone alright? Issei, yeah, just a bit tired. I had to use my hyper-dying will mode against Natsumi, and transporting us took a lot of my flame power. Reborn. The most important thing is that you are safe, and it seems you've made sure everyone else is as well. But I failed to capture that guy, he got away. Reborn. Don't worry about that. We will do everything we can to find him and bring him down. He dares to give the Mafia a bad name, especially the Vangala family, he won't get away with that. Hell yeah. Rokuro, I can agree with that. Issei chuckled a bit, still tired, but walked towards Izuku with a smile. Issei, glad you are okay, man. Issei picked Izuku up by his shoulder. Issei, sorry for what that guy did to you, but he isn't part of the Mafia. He was using that to give you a bad example of us. In the Vangala family, we treat everyone like family. Well, that's what Reborn says. While he may be harsh on me, he does care about me, my mother, and my friends. I put their lives before mine, and oh boy, do they get mad. Chung, correct. Issei, I even got into a mini-war with Rokuro over his issues. Rokuro, yeah, I owe him big time, and I don't regret joining the Mafia. The Vangala family is a nice place to work, even my girlfriend agrees. Issei, I hope you don't hold any hatred towards us. Izuku just looked at the ground, confused. He was shocked by the power Issei and his friends displayed. They were stronger than him and his friends, and they had special powers themselves. Tsuyu, we should get out of here. The cops will probably be here and question all of this. Reborn, she's right. Let's move. The Vangala has a base nearby, so we can treat any injuries there. Come on, everyone. Everyone began following Reborn until they reached the base he mentioned, where they saw one of Issei's grandpa's guardians. Yamamoto, yo, Reborn. Good to see you again, and I see you've brought company. Reborn. Correct, but we will need the healing chamber for this kid here. Yamamoto, I can see multiple broken bones. His arms look messed up. Everything is broken in them. Yamamoto picks up Izuku and takes him to the healing chamber while his friends sit and wait. Issei, why didn't you tell us about the danger? Don't worry us like that. Ad had Issei in a playful chokehold, making Chung and Natsumi laugh. Rokuro, alright, Ad, calm down. I'm sure he had a good reason. Issei, I did. You saw that kid in trouble, I wasn't going to just let him stay in trouble and possibly get hurt. Chung, so you're just lucky Zeref called and warned us about what was going on. Zeref, I like how you have Ad saved as psychotic BSTRD on your phone. Ad, why you little? Ad began to playfully choke Issei more, and Issei gave Zeref a look of betrayal. Ida took the role of being the leader and confronted Issei and his friends, who stopped their goofing around and stood tall. Ida, thank you for saving our friend. Ida got on his knees, bowing to Issei. Issei, wait a second, please get up. It's nothing, I swear. Ad, yeah, our boss here would help anyone without hesitation. Chung, just how our sky is. Rokuro, he even helped me in a life-or-death battle. I thank him to this day. Natsumi, I just enjoy being around him. He's strong but also a kind person. Bakugo, like hell he's part of the Mafia. We remember what you did to us. All those experiments and those days we had to work so hard. We almost lost one of our friends because of you. Ad was ready to confront Bakugo, but Issei walked towards him, knelt down, and kept his head down. Issei, I don't know what lie that guy told you, but the Mafia is not like that. The Vangala treats everyone like family. We make mistakes, but we work to fix them. We don't betray or abandon anyone. We care for life on this planet. That guy wasn't part of the Mafia. He was part of the Yakuza. They work underground and don't care about anyone. They see human life as a toy and are constantly at war with the Mafia because we have become too soft. Issei looked up, determination in his eyes. Issei, if you have hatred against the Mafia, please direct it towards me. I will even let you hit me for all the pain you've suffered. It's my way of apologizing for everything you've been through and for being late to help you. Reborn, watching the scene, smiled. Issei had a good heart, something rare in the world. Even Bakugo was surprised by this act. He wanted Issei to hate him for trash-talking the Mafia, not this. The others were equally shocked by his actions. Chung wanted to take the hit instead, but Yamamoto stopped him. Yamamoto, let your boss handle this one. He's negotiating peace between the Mafia and them. Rokuro, what about that Izuku kid? Yamamoto, he will be fine, he's just healing up. I don't know why Reborn didn't just use his sun flames. Reborn, I have no interest in healing random people, especially those not part of the Vangala. Yamamoto, same old Reborn, always playing tough. But you actually cared for the kid, or you would have healed his broken bones to prevent permanent damage. Back with Issei, who still had his head down, waiting for the attack, Bakugo just walked away, frustrated. Kirishima and Kaminari apologized to Issei and followed him. Issei, you can get up now. Issei, I refuse. Chungha. Issei, until I hear it from him that he forgives us, I will stay like this. As a future Mafia leader, I have my own pride. Reborn felt increasingly pleased with Issei. He was learning quickly, though he still had a long way to go. Reborn could see that Issei had already surpassed his grandpa at a younger age. As Issei and his friends continued their training on the boat, Reborn saw them as good enough fighters. They had surpassed Tsuna when he was little but still had a long way to go. Tsuna, now in his hyper-dying will mode, could easily defeat Issei and his group, especially if they were to face Hibari or Mukuro. But for now, Issei and his friends were happy with their progress. Issei, hey guys, it seems like we are getting close. Rokuro, so this is Kuo. Why does it seem so dark though? That is definitely not normal. Chung. Issei, I think we may have found the problem for the Vangala. Issei, yeah, alright guys, we will be heading to Kuo Academy where I know the faction meeting will take place. Natsumi, why will we be going there first? Issei, because if this guy is after the Mafia and faction, he will want to cause enough destruction to them. Trying to eliminate all the faction leaders would definitely do a lot. Izuku, Issei, something isn't right with the water right now. Everyone looked to where Izuku was pointing and saw bubbles. Rokuro, that's odd. Issei felt that something was very off. Issei, everyone, get ready. Whatever is making those bubbles isn't friendly. How? Before Ad could finish his question, a swarm of blue jellyfish-like monsters appeared out of nowhere. Welcome, Undecimo. I see you have finally arrived, but don't think I'll make your visit easy. Let's play for a bit. Issei, I don't know who you are, but mark my words, I will stop you. Drake, he's talking from your school, partner. You were right about that, but I'm surprised you knew. Issei, I don't know either, it just felt like an intuition. Reborn, who was watching the whole thing, smirked. Issei was getting a glimpse of what the old Vangala sky could use, but he would explain it later. For now, he prepared to fight these strange creatures. They weren't tough individually, but their numbers were overwhelming. Chung, screw this. Aceldama. Chung fired a barrage of missiles into the air, destroying many of the creatures. Afterward, Worlds put up a barrier with one of his gadgets so these things wouldn't bother them anymore. Issei, nice going, Chung. Chung, thanks, those things were getting pretty annoying. Hey guys, land ho. That was right. As they reached land, everyone began jumping out. Issei carried Chopper off the ship and set him down. He took a good look around, reflecting on his time spent there, the good and the bad, but brushed it off and began running toward the school, with everyone following behind. Reborn, on the other hand, took a detour to visit someone. Reborn. Hey there, it's Suki Hayadu. Reborn visited Hana's late husband's grave to give his actual goodbye, which he never could at the time since he was training Issei. He actually liked the guy. He was the one who set him up with Hana. Now, seeing him buried hurt him, but he knew this would happen since Itsuki was also a Mafia leader. Reborn, your son carries the same spirit as Tsuna. He never gives up and even risks his own life for others. But I wonder, does he also have what you used? Well, time will only tell. Rest well, Itsuki, and don't worry, I'll be sure to take care of Hana and Issei like I always have. Reborn began walking away, feeling a gust of wind pass by him, making him smile. He continued on, knowing he had to watch over his student. As for Issei and his friends, they arrived at the school. No one was there except for one person waiting on top of the building. So it seems you guys got here unharmed. That's good, It gives me more of a challenge. Issei, why are you doing this? What do you gain from this? Heh, nothing really. I just enjoy causing trouble. And seeing a war between the Vangala and faction. Oh, that's something I want to see. Issei, not if there's nothing I can do about it. Now hold on, for a battle like this, we will need spectators. Issei, what? The stranger pulled out a weapon that looked like a key and stabbed it into the roof of the school, releasing a thick mist of flames. Issei, no way. Rokuro, he knew about the Vangala. I wouldn't be surprised if he knew how to use dying will flames. With that, the person summoned all the faction leaders to appear right on top of the school building, creating a barrier around Issei, his group, and himself. Surzex, what is going on? Oh, shut it, redhead. You are about to see something amazing. Oi Undecimo, you ready? Issei, having to bring those guys into my problem is a pain, but whatever, guys, let's go. Issei activated his hyper-dying will mode, his expression fierce. Hey, before we start, I guess you should know the name of the one who's going to defeat you. Issei, if you want to know so badly, my name is Issei Sawada, you creep. Vanitas, I met me you fool. The name is Vanitas, the last thing you'll remember. Rokuro, not if I have something to say about it. Alright, let's do this. Chung, I've got your back. Natsumi, I'm always ready for a fight. Izuku, I won't fall back just yet, I just became Issei's guardian, so bring it. One for all full cowl 8%. All the supernatural beings were shocked by what they were witnessing, especially seeing Issei alive and well. Vanitas, fine then, let's go, Vangala. Issei and Vanitas clashed weapons, Issei holding back his keyblade. Out of nowhere, need Vanitas in the face, catching him by surprise. Vanitas grabbed by his foot and threw him through a dark portal. Issei, Vanitas, if you want to see him again, you better defeat me yourself, Undecimo. Vanitas began opening portals beneath Issei's friends, sending them to different worlds. Issei shouted, UBSTRD. Vanitas replied, I wonder, Undecimo, if you are facing your fears by being here, but can your friends face theirs? What did you do to them? Issei demanded. In a different world, Chung woke up in a place that felt oddly familiar. It dawned on him that he was back in his old home, where his parents and sister lived. No. I left this place for a reason. Why am I back? Meanwhile, found himself in a burning landscape he recognized all too well. No. This is where they died. I don't want to be back in this hell. Rokuro wandered through rubble in a place where Kegar usually appeared, haunted by memories. No, not again. Why do I have to see this happen again? Izuku lay on a cold, hard floor, surrounded by scientists with needles. Overhaul stood in the center, laughing maniacally. No. Get away from me. Not again. Dead. Help me please. Natsumi woke up in a random forest with Happy by her side, but someone was waiting for her. Hi there, Dragon Queen. Acnologia taunted. You're the one who killed my father. Natsumi shouted. Back with Issei, he confronted Vanitas. Why would you do this to them? Vanitas smirked. As I said before, I enjoy causing destruction and pain. I've never felt happy, so why should others? So your selfishness means you'll take everyone else's happiness. Issei retorted. Seems fair enough to me, Vanitas replied. I'll beat you, Vanitas, and I will free my friends from this hell. Drake, it's time. Issei summoned flames from his ring, calling forth a giant red dragon. I've got your back, Issei. Cambio forma. Drake merged with Issei's gloves, transforming them into dragon claws and granting him rocket boots and a face mask. Vanitas scoffed. And what the hell is this? Cambio forma. Instead of my useless balance breaker form, Drake and I have become one in mind, soul, and heart. This is my ultimate form. Issei unleashed a torrent of sky flames that engulfed all of Kuro. Reborn observed, Not bad, Issei. Wait a minute, who are you? Surzex asked. Just the world's greatest hitman, Reborn replied casually. How do you know Issei? Rias pressed. Quite simple really. I'm his tutor, or as he would say, his real friend. But we are his friends. Kiba protested. Not anymore, after the pain your supernatural kind caused him. He told me how you abandoned him, leaving him for dead, especially the girls who left him for another man. Am I hitting the nail on the head? Rias insisted. No, he was just a friend, Kai interrupted. Oh hell no. You all tried to cheat on your fiancé or ex-fiancé. The faction leader took credit for what Issei clearly did, defeating Trihexa. You left a good man for dead. Reborn nodded. Thank you for your honesty, kid. Any objections? Silence followed, even from Ophis, who stood there ashamed. You all lost a good kid. He no longer works for your faction. He's now part of the Vangala family and will do great things in the future. Reborn looked at Issei, seeing a part of Tsuno within him that made him smile. Issei, defeat this kid with your dying will. Show him the power of the Vangala family like your friends. Issei glanced at the screen Vanitas had left up, realizing his friends were facing their own fears. Ad declared, I'll avenge my village. This time, you beasters will pay for what you did to me. He fought off SLV traitors, determined to destroy them and the Naysod that threatened him. I won't give in. I'm not weak like I was back then. I will keep fighting and get back to Issei. Chung battled a figure in dark armor wielding the same weapon as him, his father. Such a weak brat of mine. Why have you returned after the shame you brought upon us? You respected Rose more than me because she uses more than a cannon. But I found someone who truly respects me, not just as a son but as a friend. I will fight not for you, but for the Vangala. Rokuro faced a twisted version of Yuto, the evil child he had fought before. It's so good to see you again, Yuto taunted. Shut it. Prepare yourself, Yuto. I will beat you this time by myself. How adorable, Roku. Now come on and fight me. Rokuro steeled himself. He knew this wasn't Yuto, but he had to accept that Yuto was officially gone, and this fight would finally allow him to move on. Natsumi was fighting Acnologia, both evenly matched thanks to her training with her mother and brother. However, Natsumi was determined to defeat him, fueled by her longing for revenge against the man who had killed her father, Igneel Dragneel, a man she deeply respected. Natsumi shouted, I will show you the power of us dragon slayers, Acnologia. This is for my father. She activated her Dragon Queen mode, boosting her magic and donning gloves that allowed her to wield sun flames. Acnologia taunted, I'll enjoy making you submit. In your dreams. Natsumi retorted. Meanwhile, Izuku was grappling with his fear of overhaul. With Issei and others backing him up, he resolved to fight, knowing he had people to protect. Don't worry, Issei. I promise I will be there to protect you. Just give me time. First, I need to protect my friends and family. Back with Issei, he faced Vanitas, who sneered, annoying little things. You will not speak like that about my friends. Issei shot back, landing a clean hit on Vanitas' face, causing a bloody lip. He kicked Vanitas into the school building, following up with a relentless assault. He blocked Vanitas' blade with a sky barrier, swiping it away just long enough to slash him, leaving a nasty gash on his chest. Damn it. This will not be my end. Vanitas growled, beginning to use his mist flame. He summoned real keyblades from the ground, nearly hitting Issei, who dodged just in time. Everyone watched in shock as Vanitas flew through the school on keyblades. You coward. Fight me like a man. Issei challenged. Screw you. Vanitas dashed at Issei again, but Issei was caught in a storm of keyblades, one stabbing him through the left arm and right leg. Gaff. Issei cried out. This is what I want to hear, your pain. Vanitas taunted. Issei. Rias called out. You can beat him, Issei. Asia encouraged. Ichini, now you cheer for him, Reborn commented. Issei struggled to get back on his feet, pulling the keyblades from his body. He began firing small sky blasts at Vanitas, who swatted them away. However, Issei unleashed so many that some hit Vanitas directly, breaking his mask. So this is the real you, Vanitas? Issei said. Nice job, Undecimo, but now be gone. After their battle, Issei and Vanitas returned home in wheelchairs, pushed by Chung and Ad. They found Issei's mother, Hannah, doing laundry. Upon seeing them, she dropped the towel and rushed to Issei, hugging him tightly and crying on his shoulder. Issei said softly, Yes, you are, sweetie. I'm so happy to see you're back. Hannah replied, calming down as Issei hugged her back. Rokuro was embraced by Binio, who was upset with him for getting injured. Itsumi and Zirif ran up to Natsumi, hugging her in relief. Hannah noticed Vanitas and asked, Era, who would this be? Issei hesitated, funny story. This here is the one who killed some of the Mafia family, Reborn interjected. Everyone looked at Vanitas in shock, who averted his gaze in shame. But he had good reason, Reborn continued, capturing everyone's attention. The Mafia family he attacked was conducting illegal experiments on innocent people, and it seems he only targeted them, even saving some innocents in the process. Is that true? Issei asked. Vanitas hung his head in embarrassment, realizing his attempt at a tough persona had been undermined. I knew there was a good guy under all that dark armor. Issei exclaimed. Don't push it, Issei, it's just a coincidence, that's all. Vanitas protested. Reborn then showed them a video of Vanitas helping kids escape a burning building. God damn it. Vanitas muttered. Well, Mom, yeah, he's the guy I fought. I know you may hate him for making me go back to Kuo, Din straight. Hannah interrupted. But he's on our side now, Mom, and he's even my mist guardian, so please give him a chance, Issei pleaded. Hannah looked at Vanitas, stepping in front of him. Vanitas, unsure of her intentions, felt a twinge of fear. But everything calmed when Hannah extended her hand toward him. Welcome to the family, Vanitas. Now don't cause any more trouble, you hear me? Yes, Mama. Please don't hurt me, Vanitas replied nervously. Good. Now that that's settled, let's go back in and finish that dinner we never had. Hannah declared. Great, I'm starving. Ad exclaimed. I'll help set up the table, Chung offered. I can carry the plates. Izuku chimed in. I need a nap, Rokuro sighed. Natsumi looked at Issei, who had peacefully fallen asleep on the couch after their long fight. Should we wake him up? Izuku asked. No, leave him to rest for a bit, he's earned it, Hannah decided. Everyone agreed and continued with dinner, unaware that people were searching for them. Thanks to Binio, a barrier had been set up around Issei's house to protect against any supernatural threats. So, Vanitas, how strong are you? Binio asked. Strong enough to handle everyone here, Vanitas replied confidently. Chung, for now that is, but it's good to have you on the team. Reborn. He's also lucky it was Issei who stopped him. If another Mafia family had taken him, they would have shown no mercy. Everyone just stares at Vanitas with blank expressions. Vanitas, I'm sorry, geez. Everyone laughs, but Natsumi notices Issei smiling. He was happy with the atmosphere around him, it was calm and lively, something he hadn't felt for a while. It turned into a happy afternoon, and everyone even slept over after having too much fun. Vanitas got back up and sat on Issei's porch outside, looking up into the sky. Vanitas, thank you, Sora, for freeing my heart and making me new. I even found a group that I want to protect. But don't think I won't find you one day and demand a rematch, our fight isn't over. Vanitas smiled at the sky, unaware that Issei heard everything and was smirking, glad to have another real friend in his group. He went back to sleep, knowing he had school tomorrow, but little did he know he was about to meet new students that he might not enjoy. Next morning Issei, Ad, and Chung went to school while Natsumi, Vanitas, Rokuro, Izuku, and Zirif were still waiting to be accepted. Issei, sigh, it's lucky they get to stay home while we have to come back to this place. Ad, on the bright side we get more friends to hang out with. Student, did you hear we got so many new students? Student, and they are all appealing. They came from Kuo too. Issei, what? Chung, you don't think? Issei and his friends walk into their classroom and sit down. The good news was that the new students weren't in their classroom, so they were safe for now. At Issei's clubroom, Issei, alright, so there may be a chance that the supernatural followed us. Chung, and they may try to recruit you again. I say let them try. We've already proven we're stronger than them, so it's not like they can do anything to take you back. Rokuro, and you got me now. Issei, Rokuro. Rokuro, what up, Issei? Natsumi, I'm here too. Izuku, never thought I would be in a school again. I wonder if I can get the others to join. Vanitas, nice place. Is that a literal chocolate fountain? Issei, Ad has the biggest sweet tooth here. Ad, DMN right. You want some chocolate? Pay up. Rokuro tilted. I brought lunch for all of us. I made it myself. Benio, don't eat it. Ziruf, your cooking isn't any better, Benio. Everyone laughs. Issei tried Rokuro's cooking and passed out on the spot. Natsumi quickly began giving him mouth-to-mouth to bring him back to life. Benio tried to offer hers, but Chung quickly threw it out the window. Chung, we almost killed our boss. We can't do that again. Ed, yo Issei, you alright? Issei, other than the fact I'm coughing out chunks of onions, I'm still alive. Rokuro, sorry. Issei, it's fine. I'll teach you and Benio how to cook so that never happens again. The group was about to leave when they heard a knock at the door. They got serious and began sensing the people outside. Issei sensed the devil energy. Issei, out the window. Ed, way ahead of you. Everyone jumped out the window and landed in the courtyard, thinking they were safe, but upon landing, they were greeted by Rias. Rias, my sweet Issei, you've made it easier to see you. Issei, what do you want, Gremory? Rias, come on, you know you can call me Rias. Issei, once again, what do you want, Gremory? Rias, we've come to rescue you, my dear Issei, from these people. I know they are keeping you hostage, so we will save you this time. Issei, how stupid are you? Issei quickly activated his hyper-dying will mode. His friends tried to calm him down, saying this wasn't needed, but Reborn intervened and knocked Issei out of hyper-dying will mode. Reborn, Baka Issei, you know you're not supposed to use this power for revenge. Issei, sorry Reborn. It's just they had the nerve to say that my friends kidnapped me. Reborn, you can't let small stuff like that get to you, Baka. Come on, we will talk about this at home. Rias, now wait 1 second. We won't let you take my precious pawn away from me. Reborn, how pesky are you, little girl? Issei is no longer your pawn, neither is he a devil. He's 100% human. Rias, Issei, explain to him. You belong to us. You're true friends and family. Say, sorry, Gremory, but no. I'm part of the Vangala family, and also, stop calling me by my first name. Call me Sawada from now on. That goes for all of you. Asia, but, Issei, but nothing. You all have proven you don't care for me. If that's how it is, then you can forget about us ever being together or even thinking of starting a family. I have a new family. Issei, let's go already. Vanitas, yeah, you promised we would have our rematch. Issei, yeah, I hear you, Vanitas. Let's go, guys. Reborn, be easy on the training. Reborn, no promises. Issei and his friends began walking away, but their path was blocked, not by Rias, but by Surzex, Michael and Azazel alongside Ophis. Ophis, Red Emperor. Reborn, CRP, not her. Issei, you actually know her. Ophis, he was one person I wanted as my mate, still do. Reborn, that will never happen, kid, since I already found my only one. Issei, Reborn. Surzex, well, this isn't over, Issei. You've forgotten our deal, right? You saved my sister, meaning you are obliged to marry her. Issei, yeah, that deal died the day she chose to leave me for someone else. While I might not hate Kai since he just wanted to visit, Rias chose him. Surzex, valid. Don't forget we are the symbol for the supernatural. Issei, are you really about to give that up? Issei, yes, since I stand for something else. I'm Issei Sawada, the Undecimo. Issei lit his ring and summoned Drake in his small dragon form. Drake, and as you can guess, I'm Drake, the Red Emperor box weapon of the Vangala Undecimo, and I only work for them. Michael, but Drake, your father made you, you're supposed, Drake, yeah, he made me by killing me. If you think I haven't forgotten what that old bearded man did to me, then you're wrong. Ophis, Are you really going to act like that against me, Drake? Drake, you no longer scare me, Ophis, because Issei can make me stronger than you with his ring. Issei? Yeah, Drake is no longer the Issei dragon, he's the red dragon of domination. Chung, I think Issei has made his point, so it would be good for you guys to get out of our way. Vanitas, or will we have to get serious ourselves? Vanitas summoned his Keyblade, ready to fight. Reborn, this is your choice, higher-ups. Do you wish to start a war against the Vangala? Surzex stared at Reborn, annoyed, then turned to Issei. Surzex, let's settle this in a rating game, Issei, here and now. If we win, you will come back with us and marry my sister and the rest of the girls as you promised. If you win, you can ask anything from us. Issei, Reborn, we accept. Issei, Reborn. Reborn, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Issei. Don't let it go to waste. Issei, sigh fine. Now hold on, it would be unfair if my grandson fights them all on his own. Reborn, HMB, so you finally show up, Suna. Suna, hi there Reborn and hi there You've grown so much since I last saw you, even sort of copying my hairstyle, I see. Issei, Grandpa. Natsumi, so this is your old man. I can tell he's very strong. I do want to fight him. Tsuna, active guardians you got as well. The rest of Tsuna's guardians began showing up, ready for action. Mikuro, Kfofu, this will be fun. Chrome, hello there, young Undecimo. Pleasure to meet the future boss. Gakudera, you've grown a lot, Undecimo. I remember seeing you as a little one, always so active. Gakudera patted Issei on the head, confusing him. Issei, sorry but I don't remember you. Gakudera, then I did a good job at keeping myself hidden. Yamamoto, hey everyone, let's get along. Ryohei, it's extremely nice to meet you, Undecimo. Issei, geez. You can be quieter. Lumbo, Yar, don't worry about him. He's always like that. Nice to see you again, Issei, even though we met when you were about 2 years old. Issei, well, nice to see you again. Hibari, herbivore, why are you causing a crowd? Tsuna, Hibari, nice to see you. Hibari quickly went in to hit Tsuna, who caught his attack with one hand, making Hibari smirk. Tsuna, now's not the time, Hibari. Hibari, Ichimbi, all right herbivore. Hibari looked at Issei, smirking, and stood next to Tsuna. Tsuna, well, now that we are here, let's even the playing field. Eri, Deku, I've come to watch you fight. Hana, Eri, wait a minute. Hana looked up to see the supernatural again. She would be mad, but she saw her dad right in front of her and quickly ran toward Tsuna, hugging him. Hana, hi dad, it's good to see you again. Tsuna, it's good to see you as well, sweetie. You still look appealing since the last time I saw you. And I'm sorry for what happened to your husband, Hana. Hana, it's alright dad. He's in a better place now. Izuku, Eri, what have I said about running by yourself? Eri, I'm sorry, but Bianchi told us that you guys would be fighting. I just wanted to support you. Issei, Bianchi. Bianchi, that would be me, young Vangala. Gakudera saw his sister and held onto his stomach a bit but calmed down. Issei, well nice to meet you, Bianchi. Have you come to help? Bianchi, sorry, I'll just be spectating as will your mother and Zirif and Binyo. Hana, I'll be rooting for you, Issei. I will be there for you this time. Issei, thanks mom. Surzex, so I'm guessing this is your army, Issei. Issei, don't you dare call them that. They are my family, the Vangala family. Tsuna, couldn't have said it better, Issei. Everyone was sent back to Kuo Academy, where the match was set up. Issei and his guardians already had their weapons ready, as did Tsuna and his, with Reborn's gun locked and loaded. Issei, ready, everyone. Tsuna, now, Issei, I've never fought in a raiding game, but I've heard of it. There's a king in this type of thing and you are the king. Tsuna, well, seems like you're the king. Issei, wait but I want to fight too. Seems like we get the action, Issei. Tsuna, now hold on everyone. Issei is king, so he's our leader. Issei, Grandpa, you're doing this to torture me. Tsuna, deep. Issei, sorry if I'm not really used to leading yet, but I will do my best. Everyone leaned in to listen to Issei's plan, and Suna had to admit it wasn't bad. It could be better, but he would follow his king as intended. The game began, and Surzek's group was already on the move toward the student council where Issei was. What they didn't expect was Vanitas sending everyone to separate locations while releasing an evil laugh. Have fun, supernatural, in Vala's group, confusion reigned. Where are we? Valley exclaimed. Seems like the gym. Kuroka replied. But why are we here? Biko asked. Because you will be fighting me. Ad declared. Issei weak, Hibari scoffed. Who are you calling weak, Raven? Vala shot back, just as Hibari landed a quick blow that sent him crashing into the wall. Once again, weak, Hibari taunted. Why you? Kuroka shouted, but Ad caught her by the wrist and released a surge of lightning, causing her to scream in pain. Seems like cats aren't shock-resistant, Ad remarked. Get off her. Arthur yelled. Hey, bring it, pretty boy. Ad retorted, throwing Kuroka aside and engaging Arthur, who pulled out Caliban, thinking he would secure an easy win. However, Ad boosted his defense with his dynamos and easily blocked the sword with his hands. Out of nowhere, Hibari used his Tunfaz to uppercut Arthur. Seizing the opportunity, Ad summoned a ball of lightning and slammed it down on Arthur, leaving him in a bloody mess. You will pay for that. Leifri shouted, using her wand to send a ball of fire at Ad, who caught it with his bare hands, pushed back by the force. Heh, nice one, girlie. This is actually something I wasn't expecting, Ad said, smirking. Oi, Raven, our fight isn't over. Valley warned. I got your back, Valley, Biko added. Issei bring it, Hibari challenged. Meanwhile, in Sona's group, Sona urged everyone to stay alert. That's a smart move, Chung acknowledged, firing multiple missiles at Sona's peerage, knocking many of them out of commission. The only ones standing were Sona, Tsubaki, Saji, Ben-Nia, and Lu. I should have expected this. Sona muttered. Saji quickly activated his balance breaker and charged at Chung, but his punch was easily blocked by Yamamoto. Sorry, but I can't allow you to win this fight so easily. Yamamoto said, executing a powerful move that slashed Saji's armor off and left a nasty scar on his chest. Impossible. So quickly. Sona exclaimed. No wonder you're the Vangala's rain guardian. Chung remarked. Don't get too easy, there are still a few more to handle, Yamamoto warned. Yeah, I got you, Chung replied. In another part of the arena, Rias rallied her peerage. Come on. After we beat Issei, he will be back with us, and we will be happy together once and for all. Not likely, Princess, Vanitas interrupted. Kfufu, time for me to have some fun, Mukuro added. Calm down you two. And Vanitas, stop acting like Mukuro makes it seem like he's your father, Chrome said. He's copying me, Vanitas shot back. Oh really now, boy, Mukuro replied, both of them pointing their weapons at each other, ready to fight. Chrome intervened, hitting them on the head. Focus. All right, geez, Vanitas said, pulling his keyblade and quickly attacking Kiba, sending him back. Zenobia drew X-Durandal and clashed swords with Vanitas, who wielded two keyblades. How? Zenobia exclaimed. You think this weapon can compare with mine? Vanitas taunted, spinning around to break Zenovia's footing before shooting a beam of dark energy through her heart, knocking her out of the game. You will pay for that. Rias shouted. In your dreams? Vanitas replied, as Kiba unexpectedly stabbed him. Everyone smirked, but quickly realized Vanitas wasn't hurt. He was a mere illusion. More copies of him appeared, all laughing maniacally. Mukuro grabbed Akino and Rosweiss with his illusion tentacles, while Chrome easily handled Asia and Kaneko, taking Asia out. Kaneko, a fighter, was met with Chrome's confidence. He saw her as weak and was merely playing around, smiling evilly like Mukuro, which unnerved the rest of Rias' peerage. Don't take your eyes off me, princess, since I'm your opponent, Vanitas warned. Meanwhile, Riser reassured his sister. I promise, Ravel, we will get him back, and you will get your happy ending. Thank you, Riser. Ravel replied. That's what you think, Rokuro interjected, having already taken out Riser's peerage, leaving just Riser and his sister. You really are skilled, Gakudera complimented. Thank you, but these two will be a handful since they are immortal, Rokuro said. So what? That hasn't stopped me from kicking anyone's butt, Gakudera declared, pulling out a bunch of dynamite and throwing it at Riser. Riser retaliated with a blast, but the dynamite exploded, landing directly on him and his sister, actually hurting them. How can dynamite hurt me? Riser exclaimed in disbelief. My storm flames mixed with my dynamite create a new level of pain, Gakudera explained. Hey, he's not the only one who can fight. Take this. Revel shouted, firing a ball of fire at Gakudera, but Rokuro stepped in and crushed the fireball with his bare hands. Fine, you want to fight, girlie. I'll give you one, but don't think I'll hold back like Issei did against your brother. Rokuro warned. Meanwhile, on the roof of the school, Irina and Gabriel found themselves cornered. Seems we are on the roof of the school. Irina noted. Why would they take us closer to Issei? Gabriel wondered. Not like you will get there, Izuku interrupted. They really put us against a human. Irina remarked. Excuse my language, but you were human before you became an angel. You don't deserve that title, Izuku shot back. Enough of this. You won't stop us from reaching Hayadu. Gabriel declared. He isn't Hayadu anymore, he's Issei Sawada, my boss and my friend. Izuku retorted, powering up. Full cowling 15%. Sparks flew from Izuku, radiating power as rocks floated around him. Yar, you get serious too quickly, Izuku, but I can't blame you. I won't allow them to get close to Issei either, Limbo added. Thunder set. Lumbo got struck by lightning in his horn and seemed ready for action. Lumbo, I will beat all of you before you even lay one finger on Issei. Michael, this is going to be tougher than I thought. Izuku, DMN right. With Azazel, Etchum the track field. I wonder who I will be fighting. Natsumi, you want to fight. You got one. Natsumi appeared from the sky and punched Azazel to the ground, where Ryohei emerged and delivered a solid uppercut. Ryohei, extreme. Azazel, DMN, wasn't expecting that, especially from a fire dragon slayer. Natsumi, trust me, I'll make you regret leaving my mate to die. Ryohei, Tfuna will make sure you guys don't hurt him anymore. With Ophis, well, shall we begin, my mate? Reborn, for the last time, I'm not your mate and never will be. Ophis, you can't escape from destiny, Reborn. We were meant to be. Reborn, in your dreams. Reborn quickly shot 2 rounds into the ground. Ophis didn't understand why, so she ran toward Reborn, ready to punch him, until she felt her legs lose balance. She noticed the shots had gone through her legs. Reborn, don't anger the world's best hitman. With Surzex, this can't be happening. How can a simple human be beating us? Tsuna, that's because humans have the ability to learn and become stronger, Surzex. Surzex looked to his right to see Tsuna staring him down. He sent his peerage to deal with him, but Tsuna knocked them all out using pure skill, without his dying will flame. Surzex, you pesky human. Don't you know what you're doing? Keeping him from us will throw the whole supernatural off its course. Tsuna, so you just plan on using my grandson? Sorry, not letting that happen. Tsuna's eyes turned pure orange, but no flame appeared on his head. He punched Surzex into a couple of classrooms. Surzex managed to recover, but he wasn't expecting another punch to the gut. Tsuna was quick and strong. Surzex, I can't lose. Definitely not to you. Tsuna, little do you know, I'm not even really fighting you. With Issei was watching from a screen in the student council room, and he wasn't alone. His friends and family were watching too. Ed, really? They can't even handle a simple illusion. Reborn, I know, pretty pathetic if you ask me. I wonder if we will even need the second part of the plan. Say, we will, trust me. Knowing them, they will do anything to win, even cheat by using Phoenix Tears. Tsuna, so we watch them fight and learn from this, making it easier to beat them. Issei, exactly. I haven't seen these guys in months. They had to come up with better moves, so I want to learn what they have. Gakudera. But once they defeat the illusion, that's when we strike. Issei. Yes, for now, let's watch and see since our illusion easily got rid of some of them. I know I will win this. I will not work for the supernatural once again. I'm part of the Vangala family and always will be from now on. Unknown to Issei, there was someone else who was a candidate for that title. Let's meet real soon, little brother, and that's where I'm ending this chapter on a cliffhanger. Issei is fighting the supernatural to get it over with, but soon more danger is about to sneak up on him. As you can see, he has another family member, but you will find out more about them later on. Chapter and Issei and his friends kept watching, as their illusion copies easily fought off the supernatural. Even Issei was wondering if they would need to get involved at this point. Issei, you'd think they would have new abilities to fight. Tsuna, have they been known for training, Issei? Issei, well no. The only times they really train is when they are in danger or if it's needed. They never do it in their free time like Reborn makes us. Reborn, gotta keep you strong, that's for sure. If these are the guys running their land, then they are not worthy of having you as a sky. With Ad and Hibari's illusion, Ad was in a fistfight with Vale, who was in his balance breaker, colliding fists repeatedly. Ad was smirking throughout the whole fight. Vale's divide did nothing as Ad's power came from pure science, not magic. Hibari was toying with Biko and Arthur. Their attacks were slow for him. He didn't even need to use his flame, just his plain Tunfaz, as he broke Biko's staff and punched him into the ground, leaving him in a crater. Kuroka, enraged, tried to claw his eyes out, but Ad kneed her in the stomach, then grabbed her by her tail, spinning her around and throwing her at Leifri. Ad, strike. Hibari, herbivore, stop getting in my way. Ad, your way. Please, I could easily handle these guys without your help. Hibari, HMP really now. How would you do against me? Ad, let's find out. With the real Issei. Tsuna, even as illusions, those two don't change. Ad, at least Makuro has every detail correct. Vanitas, actually, that's because of me. Makuro made the body exactly like yours, but I can go deep into your heart and see your true self, which I gave them your personality. Yamamoto, wow, so you can tell what people feel. Vanitas, yeah, and I gotta say, Issei, your heart is pretty, Issei, please don't say it, Vanitas. Vanitas, sorry. Tsuna, is everything okay, Issei? Issei, yeah, just some secret I keep hidden. Sorry, Grandpa. Tsuna, it's all right. Let's just finish this game and go back home. We have much to discuss. They switched to another group now watching Chung's illusion fight. Chung was fighting Lu, using his cannon as a shield. You'd expect him to SWH that giant thing slowly, but he moved it around like it was a normal sword. When Lu tried to use it against him, he couldn't even lift it. Chung picked it up and delivered an uppercut, firing a bunch of missiles at him and knocking him out of commission. Yamamoto took it easy on the others, not wanting to permanently damage them, using his sword only without his flames. Benmia noticed he was taking it easy, feeling offended, and tried every possible way to slice him with her scythe, but Yamamoto was just too skilled, even slicing her scythe into little pieces before stabbing her in her left side. Yamamoto, I'm sorry, but I can't allow you to hurt the future Vangala anymore. Yamamoto knocked her out with the butt of his sword, taking her out of the game. Chung, nice job. Yamamoto, you too, but it's not over yet. Sona, before we continue, I have to ask, are you enemies of the faction or not? Chung, only if you mess with Issei, then I will gladly become the whole faction's enemy. Yamamoto, I have to agree with Chung here. You mess with the whole Vangala family, I won't be afraid to finish you all off. Sona, so you guys are just doing your job in protecting your leader. Chung, yeah, just like yours have been doing. Sona, sigh, well you too, I give up. There's nothing for me to do. Chung, seems like you're the smart one in this whole thing. Sona, and I can clearly tell you care about Issei. Yamamoto, oh, now I see why you want him back. Sona, Yamamoto, don't worry, your secret is safe with me. Chung, you have competition, though, since Natsumi is with him. Sona, can you two shush? Sheesh. Yes, I like Issei. That's why I was fighting, even though I know it's wrong to take him away from his happiness. I just really miss him. Chung, we'll talk more about this later. For now, it's best you go back to the sidelines. Sona, can you tell Issei at least I would like to speak with him later? Chung, sure, no problem. Sona admitted defeat, leaving Chung and Yamamoto. Chung, well come on, best get to Izuku and Lumbo. I want to see how they handle Michael. Yamamoto, sure, why not? The illusion walked towards Izuku and Lumbo, who were on top of the school, but that battle would be for later. It was time for Rokuro's battle. Illusion Rokuro was beating Riser to the ground, not even using his weapon, only his exorcist skills, which were too much for Riser, sending floating rocks at him the size of a house. Riser, stay out of this. This is important for my little sister. Rokuro, and this is important for my friends. Issei, the more time he spends here, the more pain he feels seeing you guys. I'll put an end to this so we can go back home and eat more of his mother's cooking. Rokuro punched Riser straight into a couple of trees, knocking them on top of him. Revel tried to hit him with her own flames, but Gakudera easily blocked it with his System C. Gakudera, sorry, but you will be eliminated here. Revel, W. Flame arrow. Gakudera shot a blast of storm flame at Revel, who was consumed by it, eliminating her from the fight. Riser, why? You will pay. Riser began releasing so much heat that even Issei had to admit he had gotten stronger. Issei, at least someone hasn't been slacking. Rokuro, bring it. Rokuro charged at Riser, ready to kick him, but he just passed right through Riser, confusing him. Riser, and no more holding back. Riser grabbed Rokuro by the back of his head before sending a huge amount of flame, sending him towards Gakudera, who caught him by his leg and set him on the floor. Gakudera, seems like this guy was holding back for too long. Surzex, feeling Riser's power, was shocked that he had actually surpassed him. Surzex, what? Tsuna, seems like someone actually kept up with their training. Surzex, what do you know about this? Tsuna, I know many things, Surzex. I'm a mafia boss for a reason. I have people everywhere you just never notice. Surzex, Tisich, I won't lose to some mafia leader. Tsuna, Hugh, yeah, you won't lose to the current mafia leader. Surzex, what? The ground broke under Surzex to see Illusion Issei in his hyper-dying while receiving mode, delivering a punch to the chest all the way to his face. Issei, you will be defeated by the future Vangala leader. Tsuna, that's my grandson. Issei grabbed Surzex by his long hair and slammed him to the floor, firing an X-burner at him, sending him through many of the rooms in the school. Tsuna, very skilled Issei, but let me show you how it's really done. Tsuna dashed at Surzex, dodging his power of destruction, but he actually caught him with his right hand and threw it back at Surzex, amplifying its power with his own sky flames. It hit Surzex straight in the chest, sending him into the air, and to finish it, Tsuna just snapped his fingers, signaling the explosion. Everyone saw it and was shocked by how easily Surzex was being handled. Surzex Chao. Tsuna, you never continued training. You thought just because you have the Super Devil title you would be the most powerful being out there since Trihexa is gone. But let me tell you, I was stronger than that dragon from the very beginning. Surzex, hearing that, stared at Tsuna in shock. Surzex, lies. A human like you could never be. Tsuna chose to enter his hyper-dying will mode to prove his point, breaking the barrier that surrounded the area. Issei's mother just stared in awe. Even Bianchi and Binio were shocked by it. Zeruf, for some reason, was smirking, and Itsumi had never felt flames like this. Not even her own husband's flames were this strong. Tsuna, that was only a quarter of what I can do with my hyper-dying will mode. I still have 2 other forms. Issei, it takes me full power to display that much strength. Grandpa, just what are you? The real Issei stares at Tsuna, who smirks. Chung, that power even scares me. Vanitas, I was planning on starting a war with you. Yeah, thank you, Issei, for stopping me. Ryohei, even as an illusion, Sawada is extremely powerful. Issei, How will I be able to surpass you, Grandpa? Reborn hits Issei on the back of the head with his gun, actually hurting him. Issei, Reborn, what the heck? Reborn, don't forget you have me as your teacher. I will train you to surpass Tsuna. Tsuna, I hope for the day you do, Issei. Issei, just watch, Grandpa. I will. With illusion Vanitas, everyone in Rias's peerage was on the floor, beaten up. The only ones standing were Rias and Kiba. Kiba, I can't. Not yet. Vanitas, the knight in shining armor, really thinks he can stay up like this forever. Kiba, I won't give up until I see Issei again. He's my best friend, and I promised I would always be there for him. Vanitas appeared in front of Kiba and leaned close to his ear. Vanitas, then where were you when everyone else left him for dead? Instead of using his keyblades to knock out Kiba, Vanitas froze him with his ice magic. Vanitas, think about that, Kiba, and maybe Issei will forgive you like he did with me. Vanitas now stared down at Rias with actual hate, darkness surrounding him. Makuro, the Vangala Undecimo really did a good job at choosing his guardians. Chrome, only because this kid is sort of like you. Makuro, guilty. Vanitas didn't go easy on Rias as he summoned his Unverse, each one smacking her around like a toy. He even healed her to keep her in the game. Rias, stop, no more, please. Vanitas, that's the pain Issei felt for months, you damn redhead. I looked deep into his heart, and it is the most broken thing I've seen. Not only was he betrayed by one person, but by a whole group. You and your girls are the main cause of it. Itsumi explained to me about the Dragon Fall and how your group basically killed my very first friend. Rias, Dragon Fall. Vanitas, ask your dragon friends over there. Rias looks to where Vanitas pointed and sees the illusion Reborn stepping over Ophis. Reborn. Done. Ophis, too strong. Vanitas, both of you can have a long talk when I'm done beating the CRP out of you. Vanitas was about to strike Rias with his keyblade until another illusion of Issei appeared, grabbing Vanitas by his arm. Vanitas, Issei, what? Issei, that's enough, Vanitas. I'm glad you care about me, but this isn't what I want. Vanitas, but she's the main reason why you almost died. If you just let me, say, no, Vanitas, that's enough. Yes, my heart is in pieces at this point, but I have you guys, my friends, to fix it. Because my friends are my power, Vanitas. Hearing that, Vanitas had several flashbacks with two people coming to mind. Sora, my friends are my power. Ventus, my friends are my power. Vanitas smiled and let go of his keyblade. Vanitas, you are just like those two. Sigh, fine, I'll stop. Sorry, Issei, it's fine, just cool it next time. With that, Rias and Ophis retired to the sidelines, but many noticed something. Dazazel, how are there two Isseis? Natsumi, Ryohei, the jig is up. Surzex, what is going on here? Tsuna, Hugh. Surprise. You've been losing to illusions this whole time. Everyone hearing that was shocked, especially those who had lost. Michael, so this human we've been fighting has been an Izuku illusion, yep. And illusions can only go so far using our power. For example, this illusion can only use full cowl 15%. Lumbo, and this illusion of me can only attack with these horns. Add, in this illusion form of mine, I can only fight with my dynamos. No awakening can be used. He says as he's still fighting Hibari. Azazel, so all this time, say, you never stood a chance, Azazel. All the illusions disappeared, and the real deal emerged from the school, smirking. Even Issei activated his hyper-dying will mode. Issei, you really want to try us, Surzex? Surzex stared in rage, never having been humiliated like this, especially by humans. But he knew his team was weak, they wouldn't be able to win no matter what. So, even though it hurt his pride, he admitted defeat. Natsumi, we did it. Issei, always knew we would win. Tsuna, don't get too cocky now, Issei. Everyone thought this was over until they noticed someone breaking through the barrier again. Issei, Grandpa, was that you? Tsuna, no, it's, hello everyone. And hello there, little brother. Issei, Tsuna, Akari Sawada. Issei, wait, she has our last name. Tsuna, Sai, I was hoping to tell you in a better way, Issei, but that person there is your half-sister. Issei, what? Hana, yeah, Dad, what? Tsuna, Sai, it was when I sent your boyfriend on that machine to retrieve Haru with Gakudera, but he ended up being kidnapped and became a victim of the Mafia leader. She got pregnant with his child, and well, she's also an heir to the Vangala throne. Hana, Itsuki was. Issei, so Akari is my half-sister because of my dad. Tsuna, correct. Akari, not happy to see me, Grandpa. Tsuna, no, I just wished it wasn't like this. Issei, Grandpa, is she good or bad? Tsuna, she's a nice kid. It's her mother who is a horrible person. I took her in and raised her myself. I never told her about the Vangala, but little by little, she found out and asked to be trained. Yamamoto taught her the way of the sword, and we discovered she was a sky flame user. We kept the Undecimo thing quiet until you chose to become it. It was a party at the Sawada home with Tsuna, his guardians, Akari, and her guardians. Some of Issei's guardians weren't really in the mood, so Issei pulled them aside to talk. Issei, so, can I ask you why you have so much hate for Eve? Sai, it was when we were in middle school. I defended her whenever she got into trouble, even when I was an orphan. I considered her my friend, we did everything together. But when our school went into lockdown because someone from the old SLV trade was kidnapping kids, I was one of those kids being dragged away. I fought back and tried to save Eve. We were almost out, but I got grabbed. I begged Eve to help me, but she just shook her head and ran off. Don't worry, I wasn't caught. I grabbed a weapon and, well, I took care of the guy. But that day, I learned about betrayal. I got out of the school unharmed, and all the old SLV traders were arrested. But when I came face to face with Eve, my anger reached a point where I called her out in front of everyone. That was the last time I saw her. After that day, I was adopted and taken somewhere else, but my mother really does love me, so I guess that's one good thing that came out of it. Issei, Diamen I'm sorry. It's fine. I have a nice and sweet mother who loves me, and I met you guys, so I call that a win. But any time I see her, I just want to punch her. Issei, please don't. While I don't agree with what happened, it's best to just stay calm. They are part of the Vangala family now. But sorry, sir. Issei, it's fine. You have problems, and I'm happy to hear you out. Now, Chung Yuna. Chung, not much to explain. She's my adopted sister, and my dad gave her more attention, ruining my life to the point where he actually fired his own weapon at me, almost killing me. I had it and ran away from home, living in one of the apartments here. Issei, well, at least you found us. Now we are the best family you've got. Chinthia, thanks, Issei. Issei, now, Vanitas, you and Rick are friends. Vanitas, well, it's more like we work together, or at least his past self did with me. Issei, past self. Vanitas, alright, let me explain. Before I started working for you, I was with a group called Organization. Within that group was Riku, but a past version of him. My leader had the ability to travel through time and got him. But the thing is, that's not him. This Riku actually seems to care about his leader, not like the bloodthirsty one we had. No, this one seems to be the one that was with Riku, the one within his heart. Hold on, how many copies of this guy were there? Vanitas, trust me, the story is complicated. It would take me years to explain. But the best thing I can say is this Riku is the one who protected Namin. He risked not having a body for her, but it seems like he was reborn into this world. Issei, hold on, are you saying that both of you were reborn? Vanitas, seems so. Issei, wow, this day couldn't get weirder. Akari, Lewis. What a surprise to see you. Issei, me with my big mouth. Rokuro, gotta learn to stay quiet, don't ya? Issei, keep talking, and I'll have Binio make your food only. Rokuro, I'm sorry. Issei went downstairs to meet the new guest. Yukumo, hey, Lewis, been a while but... Lewis, hi there, Akari, it's been a while. Issei, hey sis, who is this guy? Akari, Issei, meet Lewis. He's part of the Revenant family. Issei, oh, so he's a Mafia leader. Lewis, yes, actually. You see, your grandpa saved me from certain death. While I call my family the Revenant family, Our enemies are things called the Revenant. They are supernatural creatures that don't care about anything but themselves. I was close to dying to one, but your grandpa saved me. I owe him my life. Issei, wow, grandpa really. Suna, it wasn't easy. Those Revenant things don't just stay dead unless you aim for the heart. But I guess your adventure still isn't over. Louis? Louis, no, the red mist is getting worse and worse, but it hasn't changed too much yet. But enough of that for now. I came because you said you wanted me to meet the future Vangala Undecimo. Suna. Yes, well, actually, I was until we found out Akari has Vangala BLD within her. Louis, you don't mean that? Suna. Yes, she is competing for the Undecimo position against my grandson here. Louis looks at Issei and walks up to him, offering his hand. Louis, the name is Louis. Pleasure to meet you, Issei. Issei, yeah, pleasure to. Issei quickly caught a blade coming for him from Louis with his hyper-dying will form. Louis, had nice skills, kid. Not even Akari is able to block my sword. Issei, I'm being trained by the best hitman for a reason. Akari, so easily too. No, I won't lose. I know I can beat him. Training with Grandpa's guardian made me this strong. Issei, so you teamed up with the Vangala, Louis. Louis, no, you see, your grandpa wants me to make an alliance with the future Vangala leader, but it seems like I have to wait for a bit, huh? Issei, yeah, sorry, but if you ever need help, don't be afraid to ask. I'll be glad to help anytime you need it. Louis, a good heart just like your grandpa. I'm rooting for you. Akari, what about me? Louis, you too, Akari. I wish you both luck since you both have your own unique skills, as do your guardians. Chung, speaking of guardians, which one are yours? Louis, well, Yakumo was my sun guardian, but he chose to follow Akari. Yakumo, sorry, Louis. Louis, it's fine, Yakumo. I don't blame you. I'm glad to see you happy with your friends. Yakumo, thanks, man. Louis, yes, right now I'm still looking for a sun guardian. These are my guardians. Louis pulled out his phone, showing a group of people. Coco, Mist Guardian Rin, Storm Guardian Davis, Cloud Guardian Issei. Whoa, that Davis guy looks strong. Louis, all my teammates are strong in their own way. We do have someone else on our team who isn't one of my guardians since she's a Sky user. Io, a Sky Flame user. Issei stared at the photo and could only say one word. Issei, appealing. Everyone looked at Issei, shocked. Even Louis didn't expect that. Natsumi felt a twinge of jealousy. Issei, what? Suna, healing. Issei, I'm just saying what comes to my mind, geez. Drake, still planning on doing a harem, the partner. Issei, sigh honestly, I don't even know, Drake. I might not even get into a relationship at all anymore. I don't want what happened to me before to happen again. Drake, partner, you are human now, the dragon fall thing won't affect you. Issei, still, Drake, I can't bear to have my heart broken again, so I won't get into a relationship for a while. Suna noticed Issei's behavior but let it slide. He would talk about it later. Louis, well then, here's the thing with Io. As you know, she's a Sky user. She had a single guardian who was strong enough to protect her, but sadly, he died to a revenant. For some reason, his soul refuses to pass, and Io keeps it with her at all times. So, Louis, here's the thing, she's technically looking for someone new to hold the soul as the final wish of her guardian, but we've come up with nothing so far. Issei, why are you telling us this though? Louis, at first, we thought your grandpa could be someone to hold it. We gave it a try, but sadly, the soul rejected him, though it was comfortable around him. So, Louis, we tried with Akari and well, it only stuck with her for 5 minutes before injecting itself from her. Akari, I'm still somewhat a good vessel, though. So, Louis, Issei, if it's not too much to ask, are you willing to give the soul a try? Issei, Akari, why the reaction? Issei, you see, I already have 2 other souls within me. Suna, excuse me. Reborn, did I forget to mention that in the report? Suna, yes. Issei, what do you mean you have 2 other souls? Issei, let me show you. I can't go full power with it, my body isn't ready for it. Issei opened his box weapons, doing a cambio forma. Issei, cambio forma semi-lupo. Instead of going full wolf like he did against Vanitas, he only entered an imperfect form, gaining claws, a face mask, wolf legs, ears, and a tail. Issei, this is my father's Itsuki power, a wolf beast he had within him. He passed it to me, it carries his soul. And then there's the beast that was in your mom. Hana, you got Falzer. Issei, yep, but I'm not using it yet. I want to keep how it looks a secret, even I haven't seen it yet. Tsuna, so he got the beast instead of you, Hana? Interesting. Hana, sorry, Grandpa, but I wasn't ever going to use it. Tsuna, it's alright, Hana. At least it went into Issei. Issei, yeah, but that's why I think it won't work. I mean, my soul was special enough to become a dragon god and still wield Drake. Drake, no kidding, my partner's body is special. Issei, but I don't think my body can handle 4 souls at once. Drake was already enough, but now having 2 beasts within me and now a revenant one. My body might give out and well, die. Lewis, don't worry, if things get too out of hand, Io will quickly extract the soul from you. Issei, Tsuna, just give it a try, it couldn't hurt to try. Issei, alright, but don't expect a miracle, though. Lewis, wonderful. I'll give Io a call, I'll be right back. Lewis walked out towards the front, leaving Issei and everyone else. Tsuna, so, Issei, mind if we talk for a bit? Issei, sure, Grandpa. Issei followed Tsuna towards the kitchen, where they spoke in private. Tsuna, tell me, Issei, do you feel something for Natsumi and Io? Issei, what type of talk is this? Tsuna, I'm just asking. Natsumi seems really into you, and you're ignoring her. Then you go off calling Io appealing out of nowhere. Issei, sigh, I wish I could say I like them, Grandpa, but you found the love of your life, old man. I thought I had too, but imagine getting killed on your first date. That girl made me feel wanted, I felt happy with her. Then she literally stabbed my heart out. Then there's Gremory and her group. They fixed my heart and made me feel something again, only to throw it away for some guy who was barely in her life. While I don't hate the guy because he was faithful to his girl, I at least thought Surzex and the others had my back, but they didn't. They even took credit for all my hard work. I just hated being used like that. That's why I'm shutting off the one emotion that caused me trouble, love. Tsuna just stared at Issei and hugged his grandson. Issei, life isn't fair. I know that for a fact. I didn't have a good life myself. Ever since I was little, I had the worst luck. I've been bullied until I graduated. My friend Enma, if anything, I sort of know your pain. Kyoko wasn't the first person I dated. In high school, a girl confessed to me. I gave it a try since Kyoko was going out with someone else, but in the end, she only used me because she figured out I was part of the Vangala family. I dumped her and she tried to blackmail me, but Reborn took care of that. I tried dating more after that, but I had enough of being used as a toy and stopped trying at age my guardians noticed since I was a lot colder with them. But then I found Kyoko again, and little by little, she fixed my cold heart. I gave it a chance one last time, and I ended up with the love of my life and had Hana. Thanks to her, you are here, Issei, and I'm proud to have you in my life, just like your mother. Issei accepted the hug, listening to his grandpa's story before hugging back. Alright, Grandpa, I'll give it one last try. Unknown to both of them, one certain girl was listening. I will help you, Issei, I promise. Lewis finally came back with someone by his side. Everyone meet Io, a friend of mine. Hello there, a pleasure meeting you all, Io said. Everyone introduced themselves, but she never shook anyone's hands. Instead, she walked directly towards Issei. Issei started. Take please. Io replied. Forward, isn't she? Akari remarked. I'm a bit scared something bad will happen, Chung admitted. Issei, be careful dude, I'd warned. You two worry too much, geez, Rose said. Well, excuse us for having a heart, Chung shot back. Those two are going to destroy the arena if they get into a ring battle, Vanitas commented. No kidding. Riku agreed. Io presented her guardian's soul, which floated in midair in front of Issei, scaring him. Go ahead, please touch it. That's strange, Tsuna noted. When I agreed, she stayed quiet, And when Akari agreed to take it, she showed interest but then lost it when it went out of her body. But with Issei, she actually said please. Issei grabbed the soul and placed it on his chest, where it began to combine with him. Nothing happened at first until Issei felt intense pain. Son of a, my insides feel worse than being shot with Reborn's bullets, he shouted. Oh, I'll make it hurt. Reborn said. Reborn, put the gun down. Suna warned. Chung, end my suffering, damn it. Issei cried. How do you expect me to do that? Chung replied. Kill me, damn it. Issei yelled. No. Chung insisted. I got this. Ad said, preparing to knock Issei out, but Issei caught his fist easily. Ad said, surprised. Issei looked at Ad and gained a strange mask. Issei. Ad asked. Yeah. Look in a mirror, dude. What the? Issei exclaimed, noticing his new appearance. I have blue hair now. Well, it's not so bad. Chung commented. Chung, I look like I'm a rain guardian. Wait, since I have his soul, does that mean I can use his flame? Issei wondered. That would be a shocker if you, Reborn started, but Issei activated his hyper-dying will mode. Everyone saw his sky flame on his forehead, while on his hands, he was using both rain and sky flames. Amazing! Suna said. Odd, this is new for me. The only person I know who can use all the flames other than sky is Gakudera, Yamamoto added. Seems your body really is special, Issei, Gakudera remarked. Akari was staring, feeling a mix of pride and annoyance at her brother's newfound abilities. Wait, I just noticed it's been over 5 minutes and I still have the soul. Thank you. Protect Io for me. Issei thought, smiling under the mask, though no one noticed. Just because you got the soul doesn't mean you're better than me. I will become the Undecimo. Akari declared. I expect you to give it your all, sis, since I want a good fight against you, Issei replied. He was about to shake hands with Akari, but Io grabbed his hand and stared directly into his eyes. Oh, sorry about that, Io. I guess you're, Issei began, but Io interrupted him by grabbing his face and giving him a quick kiss on the lips. Natsumi was releasing a lot of her flames, and Rose was reloading her guns, ready to shoot someone. Well then, Suna said, surprised. Issei got the luck you never had, Suna, Reborn remarked. Way to rub it in, Reborn. Suna muttered. I understand. Then I will stay with you from now on, Io said. How did we reach that conclusion? Tails wondered. I have no idea, Chopper added. Now wait a minute. Issei started, but Io grabbed him by his shirt and looked at him earnestly. Can I please stay here, she asked. Make a spare room, please. Issei requested. Already got the mallet, Hana replied. Which wall do you need busting down? Rokuro asked. Sai Ad, let's go, Chung said. I got my gloves already, Ad responded. You guys were quick. Issei noted. Well, Issei, I'm happy the soul accepted you. If you ever need help from the Revenant family, you can call whenever, Lewis said. Issei, sure, and if you ever need help from my family, here's my number. Lewis takes the number, leaning in to whisper to Issei. Lewis, you have a better chance at being the Vangala leader. I put my faith in you, Issei. Lewis leaves, leaving Issei shocked. He changes back to his normal style, as he wasn't used to his Revenant look, and for some reason he craved BLD in that form. Io, I have a lot to explain to you about being a Revenant. Natsumi, oi, girlie of my man. Io, I'm sorry, but he's my guardian, so I won't give him up. Rose, now hold on girls, he's my property. Issei, Chung, help me. Chung, we are fixing the room you want, so not right now. Issei, Grandpa. Suna, I'm not involving myself in relationship stuff again. Issei, Akari. Akari, sorry, I have a date with Riku. Vanitas, wait a minute, Riku, you are dating her. Riku just shrugs while smiling. Vanitas, Diamin, guys beat me at getting a girlfriend first. Rokuro, you two are basically rivals, huh? Vanitas, yeah, but it's a friendly rivalry, like Sora and the real Riku. Rokuro, who? Vanitas, I'll explain later, for now, let's watch these three fight over Issei. And so, Issei had to deal with three girls in his life. While he may not accept it yet, he actually enjoyed this. As for Louis, he went back to his base, thinking of a plan to get Issei to help him with his little problem. Issei and his family were heading to school. His grandpa and family sadly went back to Italy to handle the Vangala family, along with Akari's family, minus Yakumo. Vanitas, another boring day in this place. Riku, it can't be that bad. Vanitas, the only exciting thing is Issei being fought over by the other girls for their affection. Riku, thank goodness I don't have to worry about that. Chung, you say that now, Akari, keep an eye on the guy, or some random girl will steal him. Akari, oh really? Riku, I promise I won't get with any other girl, Akari. Meh, none of the girls in the school are that special anyway, half of them just want guys with money. There are certain ones that I would date, especially the gym teacher. Issei, when were you a pervert? I was always a pervert, but unlike you, Issei, I keep it hidden. Issei, hey, I stopped being a pervert, geez. Rokuro, yeah, he's not lying, I saw him burn his magazines. Issei, you were watching. Rokuro, I was worried about you, but it's good you are trying to forget your past because now you have us. Say, thanks you guys. Io, and he also has me. Issei, Io. Wait, when did you sign up for this school? Io, just recently, thanks to Reborn. Reborn, Siasu. Issei, hey Reborn. Reborn, hello, Baka Issei. Issei, still with that nickname, Reborn, stop being an idiot and then I'll stop. Issei, very funny Reborn. Reborn, anyway, how is your flame training coming along, Issei? Say, so far so good. I got rain flame from the revenant side of me, lightning flame from my dad's soul, and Falzer giving me storm flame. Rokuro, why do you need us again? Reborn, because while Issei may be special, being able to accept more souls than just Drake's, giving him the ability to use other flames than the sky, he still needs his guardians to protect him. A sky user is strong, but without support from its guardian, it's useless. Natsumi, which means we'll have to do everything in our power to protect him, no matter what. Issei, hey, I'm not that weak, I can defend myself. As if dude, you're weaker than me. Say, as if come on, let's prove it then. Eve, enough you two. Who the hell invited you? Say, please. Th fine. Issei, thanks, I'll buy you lunch today. How does that sound? Sweet. Chung, where are we going after school actually? Issei, sorry but I have to go to my job today. Tell me, where do you work, Issei? Issei, Akari, sorry Reborn, but Hana told me not to let anyone know where Issei works. It's his only safe place. Reborn, sigh that Hana is always a step ahead of me. Issei, thanks, Akari. Akari, no problem. Rose, anyway, Chung, step away Rose, you won't get anywhere near him. Rose, Chung, he has the right to choose who he likes. It's not my fault he, say, yeah, not trying to be mean, but I don't like you. Rose, Issei, I know what you're trying and I've dealt with it before. Remember, I was a devil and was used by someone with the same attitude as yours. I don't like it, so no matter how hard you try, I'm not falling for you. If I were to fall for someone, it would be Natsumi or Io. Rose stood there in shock. Everyone even saw her freeze. Rokuro even tapped her, and she felt like stone. Rokuro, I think you killed her dude. Binio, with words, nice. Izuku, is she going to be okay? Akari, she sort of had it coming. Chung, Issei, it's alright Chung, she needed that talk. I'm not a thing. I'm a human with feelings. Thanks to Natsumi, Issei would prefer me. Now I definitely have to try harder. Io, I must get my Rain Guardian's attention again. I will do it for the Revenant family. Rose, I've never been told off like that. This angers me. But why does it upset me? Everyone arrived at school and went to their separate classes, except for Issei, and Chung, who were in the same class. Everything was going well until it came time for gym class. Issei, oh no, Please don't let it be who I think it is. Yep, Isteth. Alright you maggots, it will be the same thing as yesterday. First one to hit me doesn't get an F. Issei, how is this part of gym? Isteth, less complaints and more fighting. Chung, not trying to sound inappropriate, but how does she fight with? Issei, you're telling me to run. She's got a kendo sword. Isteth had incredible strength, smashing it down and leaving a crater. Isteth, come on. You maggots won't do much like this. Bring it on. Charged at her, of course, unable to use his powers without revealing them. He tried to punch Isteth, but she easily blocked his attack with her sword. Chung took the opportunity to shoot an arrow from the equipment, but she effortlessly dodged it and gave him a fierce glare. Isteth, nice try, kid, but not enough. Isteth grabbed and threw him toward Chung, who was sent flying into a pile of gym ball. Chung, my leg. Very funny, Chung. Issei, guys, help. Issei was dodging all of Isteth's attacks, even catching her blade in his hands. He tried to kick her, but she caught his leg and slammed him to the floor. Say, my back. Let's go, Isteth. I'm not finished yet. Isteth, then bring it, all of you. The other students were already knocked out, so Isteth no longer held back, pulling out a real blade with a smile. No, we are talking. Chung, never thought I'd have to raise my weapon to a teacher. Issei, aren't we taking this a bit too seriously? It's just gym class. But it was too late as charged at Isteth with his dynamos, causing sparks to fly. She took a step forward, summoning ice beneath and stabbing him in the legs. Issei, okay, we're getting carried away now. I won't let you hurt my friends like this. Isteth, seems like this one is definitely a fighter outside the gym area. Natsumi, Reborn, don't you think this is getting out of hand? Reborn, don't worry, this is good training for my student. Vanitas, against this lady, I'd say she would give Sora a run for his money. Riku, no kidding. Akari, but why get her to get serious? Reborn, you see, we've been trying to get her Night Raid family to make an alliance with us, and I think Issei will be the perfect guy for this. Akari, what about me? Reborn, well, Akari, while we appreciate your efforts in uniting some families with us, not everyone is fond of you, especially Isteth since she's into guys like Issei. Akari, wait, as in younger kids. Reborn, yes, but also strong young guys willing to face anything without fear and always have a smile, and well, Issei sort of fits those requirements. With Issei was now fighting Isteth, but neither was landing hits anymore. It was just blocking while Chung tried to patch Ad's legs. DMN, wasn't expecting that. Chung, yeah, but it seems like Issei is doing his best since he saw you get injured. That guy really cares about yous. Chung, yeah. They watched as Issei caught Isteth's blade and tried to burn it, but it was useless. Isteth, nice try, but this sword is immune to your flames, kid. Issei, but it's stronger than a dragon's flame. Issei's sky flame turned green, but the sky flame stayed on his head. Drake, fear the power of a dragon. Issei actually began melting the sword a bit, so she quickly drew it back in fear of ruining it. Isteth, those flames. They aren't dying wolf flames. Issei, yeah, they are Drake's flames. While my sky flames are stronger, they don't emit a lot of heat like a dragon's flame does. He was right. The ground beneath Issei was slowly burning as well. Isteth, but can you melt all of this? Isteth began sending a barrage of ice swords toward Issei, who started punching them at a fast speed. A lot of steam surrounded him until he was no longer visible, creating a smoke screen. Isteth, since you can't see now, eat this. Isteth surrounded the smoke with thousands of ice swords and sent them to hit Issei. Diamenet. Chung, have faith in him. Remember, he's our boss. They waited, hoping Issei was unharmed and managed to dodge all the attacks. Akari, Reborn, is he, Reborn? No, he's all right. Something emerged from the smoke. It was an ice sword. Isteth quickly sliced it away but was then greeted by Issei. Issei, you've messed with the wrong boss, Isteth. Issei delivered a solid hit to Isteth, sending her rolling on the ground. She regained her balance only to be met with a hit to the stomach from Ad. And you mess with the boss's guardians. Chung now fired a barrage of missiles at Esteth, hitting her directly and sending her into the bleachers. Esteth, hey you brats win. But don't get too cocky, I was barely trying in that match. Say, hey so were we. Esteth, what? You didn't even make me use my configuration mode, I was using basic science to fight you. Chung, and I was just using my berserker weapons to fight you, I wasn't even using the full suit to fully injure you. Issei, as for me, that wasn't all my sky flames, I didn't even use my other flames or powers. Esteth, you kids. Hey, you guys are something. Issei walked up to Esteth, stepping out of his hyper-dying will mode, and offered her his hand with a smile that could make any girl blush. Issei, hope we didn't hurt you too much, Esteth, but this was part of your teaching as you said. Esteth, why yes, I am fine. Say, are you sure? You seem a bit. But before Issei could finish his sentence, he felt something around his neck and discovered it was a chain. Esteth, you are mine, young Hayaru. Chung, I think Issei got another girl's attention. Izuku and Rokuro were watching and laughing, surprised by the turn of events. Natsumi, oh no. Back off lady, he's mine. Esteth, a child like you doesn't deserve someone like him. He's coming with me. Without them noticing, Io cut the chain off Issei's neck and held on to him. Io, are you okay, my rain guardian? Issei, I'm fine Io, don't worry, but I'm guessing this was all Reborn's idea, huh? Reborn, correct. And I have to say, nice reflexes, Baka Issei. Issei stuck up a finger at Reborn, which was a huge mistake since Reborn was already planning a rigorous training regimen for him. Esteth, Reborn. As in the world's greatest hitman. Reborn, the one and only. Esteth, I've been waiting for the day. Fight me, Reborn. Reborn, if you couldn't even beat my student here, what makes you think you have a chance against me? Esteth, that's because I haven't used my glacier flame. Issei, glacier. Reborn, it's like the dying will, but it's not part of the sky category, it's part of the earth flame category. Issei, so there's more than just these. Reborn. Yes, the dying will flame has evolved greatly. Instead of everyone having the sky elements, more people have been able to unlock earth elements. Issei. I'm guessing I'm going to have to learn those too, huh? Reborn? Oh, big time. Issei, why is my life more complicated than it was back then? Reborn, you are my student, duh. Gym classes ended, meaning Esteth couldn't fight Reborn, which frustrated her, but Issei managed to get on her good side because she ended up in his club room for lunch. Zirif, may I ask why you are here? Esteth, I have to keep an eye on my lover here. Issei, lady, I'm Esteth, oh I can wait. Natsumi, I'm sorry, but I'm at Issei's age, so I'm more suitable for him. Io, he's my rain guardian, so obviously he's mine. Akari, Issei, just what power do you have to get girls' attention? Say, heck if I know. I'm not even a dragon anymore, so I shouldn't be releasing pheromones to attract them. Drake, it's because the girls actually really love you, partner. Try responding to their feelings, geez. Issei, Sai, I guess you're right. Hey guys, can I speak with you three for a bit? Natsumi, sure. Io, I see no problem. Esteth, anything for you. Issei, guys, mind waiting outside real quick? Sure do. Rose, why do I have to leave? Chung, just go geez. Everyone left, leaving only Issei and the three girls. Issei, look you three, you guys are amazing, but I don't think it will be easy for me to return all your feelings. You all care for me and I have to just choose one. I just can't do that to you three, and I know you three aren't really fine with me having a HM, Natsumi. Actually, I'm cool with it. Esteth, I don't mind. Io, as long as I'm near you, everything is fine with me, Issei. Issei, Natsumi? Yep, I'm really fine with it. Heck, the reason we argue with each other is that we want your attention more. Esteth, which I deserve. Issei, wait please let me talk. You guys barely know me. Natsumi, we fought once, and now you love me. Esteth, I was just being kind, and Io, I feel like you only care for me because I have your old guardian's soul. You love him, not me. Natsumi, Issei. Are you scared we will hurt you? Is death hurt him? Io, what do you mean by that? Natsumi began to explain the Dragonfall curse and how Issei had many girls, each breaking his heart to the point it was slowly killing him. She even explained how Vanitas saw the pain in his heart. It angered him. Is death? I'm sorry, Issei. I didn't know. Io, me neither, please forgive me. Say what? Why do you guys still try to care for me? You already got my loyalty. Why is it that? Natsumi was the first to hug Issei, surprising him. Next was Death, then Io, all joining in a group hug. Natsumi, we don't want your loyalty, Issei, we just want you. We want to see you smile again, to see you happy. We want you to experience love again, Issei. Issei couldn't even get a word out. He just held on to Natsumi, silently crying. He hated feeling lonely. Sure, he had his friends and family, but what he really wanted was to experience love again, the warm feeling of caring for one another. He hated having his heart broken, not once, not twice, but multiple times. He just wanted love. Was that too much to ask? Issei, girls, please teach me how to love again. I miss the feeling. Natsumi, we will gladly help you since we are, Io, your girls. Issei just let it all out. He finally broke. Reborn saw this and gave a warm smile. Reborn, hey, you guys, go cheer up your boss, why don't you? Don't need to ask, big guy. Ad opened the door and quickly got Issei in a chokehold, giving him a playful noogie. Issei, what the heck? Ad, stop being such a sad sap. You're our boss, dude, act like one. Chung, I swear, Issei, we will always be your friends, no matter what. Rokuro, you helped me without even knowing who I was. I can't thank you enough for burying my friend in such a special place. Benio, for that we thank you, Issei, and will follow you from now on, not as followers, but as friends. Vanitas, you are the second person to actually believe I could do something special, Issei. It made me happy. You even remind me of him sometimes. That's why, thank you, Issei, my friend. Issei, guys. Izuku, you even gave me a new reason. To become stronger. Heck, you're helping Eri and my friends. You have a heart of gold, something I want to follow. You were there for me and my friends when no one else was. Issei, thanks, Izuku. Of course I care about you and the others. You are innocent in all of this and of course you are my friend. Issei was genuinely happy, more than he ever was with Rias and her group. His heart was once again whole, and it would stay that way from now on. The school day ended, but sadly, Issei had to get to his job, so he had to leave his friends for a bit, or so he thought. Akari, want me to show you where he works? Reborn, evil, aren't you? Akari, hey, I may be his sister, but that doesn't mean I can't mess with him. Issei made it to his job and got ready for work. Issei, hi, and welcome to Bakery 27. Ed, so this is where you work, huh? Issei, Rokuro, dude. Vanitas pulled out his phone and took a picture, sending it to Tsuna. Vanitas, have more money for me. Issei, who did you send that to? Vanitas, your grandpa. He pays good money to see pictures of his adorable grandson. Issei, is everything okay? Issei, yes, Gaia, sir. Ed, wait, Gaia. Gaia, is that you? Ed, not you, old man. Gaia, it's good to see you, kid. Please come in. Reborn, you know him. Ed, yeah, he's my teacher when it comes to fighting. Chung, yeah, he doesn't hold back. Gaia, you too. I'm not that bad. Reborn, not to be mean, Ad, but your teacher looks weak. Best I could say is he could take on a normal human. Gaia, so you've noticed, Reborn. Reborn, oh, you know me. Gaia, how wouldn't I? I used to work for the Mafia myself. Gaia, yep, I'm retired now and work here. At first, we had no business until Issei came along and made the bread. Issei, you used cement in your bread thinking it was flour. Chung, that's MSTR Gaia for you. Gaia? Yes, but I'm retired now. I've given up my power and left it in this. Gaia pulled out a white gauntlet that emitted a lot of sun flames. But why? Gaia, because I've grown tired of all this fighting. I'm old for crying out loud. I'm 206 years old. Issei. Gaia, yep, I'm pretty old, Issei, but I'm happy with my life. I even run this new upcoming restaurant. Chung, so who will carry out your legacy? Gaia, actually it's good I saw you too. I wanted to ask. Chung, will one of you carry out my title as the Earth BGMI? Ad and Chung looked shocked, thinking he was joking, but he wasn't. Strangely enough, the two declined. Ad, sorry old man, but I'm a cloud flame user. Can't really use sun flames. Chung, and I'm a rain flame user. Also, I'm not a fist-to-fist type of guy. I use guns and sometimes my cannon as a swinging weapon. Gaia, I should have known. It's alright, I'll just have to find the right person. Reborn. Actually, I have one person who can be of use. Gaia, really? Reborn looked at Issei, who tried to sneak away but was grabbed by him. Reborn. Issei here will gladly carry the torch. Gaia, really? Issei, I don't get much of a choice in any of this. Reborn. Nope. Gaia. But if I notice Issei here is a sky flame user, how would he be able to? Reborn. Trust me, he will be able to. Issei, let me explain. I have more than sky flames. I have rain, storm, and lightning because I have 3 souls within me. If I take your gauntlet here with your earth and our soul within it, I might gain it. Gaia, really now? Well then here, give it a try. It couldn't hurt. Issei reluctantly picked it up and put it on his right arm. It began merging with Issei, becoming one with his soul. He could summon it whenever he wanted. Issei activated his hyper-dying wolf flame to have the sky flame on his head, but he had his normal gloves with sky flames as well. The only difference was the 2 floating gauntlets on Issei's right and left, floating with sun flame. Issei, I'm ready for battle. Gaia, amazing. Ad, heh, you never cease to amaze me, dude. Issei got out of his hyper-dying will mode, and his gauntlets disappeared. Gaia, thank you, Issei, for taking my title. Please take good care of it. Issei, no worries, I'll do everything I can to make you proud. Gaia? Gaia? Well, enough of this. What would everyone like? Ad, how about Issei in a maid dress? Say, you know. Ad, I said it as a joke. Wait, Gaia, go ahead, the demand is there. Issei, I hate you people. Chung, you're lying. Akari, oh, this I'm posting on my Instagram account Reborn, and I thought I was cruel. Issei came out in a maid outfit, something he hated wearing. On his first day working here, he was forced to wear it to attract customers. It worked, but Issei's pride melted away. Issei, I hate my life and everyone here. Natsumi. How do you look cuter than me? Vanitas took more pictures and sent them to Tsuna, who found it odd. He didn't respond until the door burst open to reveal Tsuna. Tsuna, where's my grandson? Issei, what the hell, grandpa? And that's how the day went, with Issei experiencing chaos and his grandpa rushing in to see him like this. But deep down, Issei was happy with his life. Sure, it was weird, but it brought him joy. However, as time passed, the ring war drew closer, meaning soon there would be a big fight for the place of the Vangala and who would win, Issei or Akari. Issei and his friends were just spending an average day in school. Ad was thinking of new inventions, Chung was paying attention, and Issei was sleeping in the middle of class. He already knew this material but had to deal with relearning it because he had such schools. Issei, I wanna die. Chung, it's not all that bad, Issei. Say, you say that, but Kuo taught me this stuff, so it's basic knowledge for me now. I have to learn it again. Ad, hey guys, look what I made with a couple of pencils. Chung and Issei looked at what Ad made, and he had actually created a small gadget. Say, Ad, brain power. Teacher, hey you 3. What are you doing? Issei, nothing sir. Teacher, then stop talking and pay attention. Issei, yes sir. Class ended, and Issei and his friends were heading to their clubroom when they encountered someone Chung faced off against. Sona, Issei, can I please talk to you? Issei was about to respond with a no, but Chung grabbed him and gave him a look that said to just do it. Issei, sigh alright, Sona, we can talk. Sona led Issei into her clubroom. Since she wasn't really part of the student council, Her peerage was in the underworld training after the humiliation they faced from the Vangala. Issei, alright, what is it, Sona? I need to get back to my friends soon. Sona walked towards Issei, staring directly into his eyes, which startled him. He was ready to activate his hyper-dying will mode, but then she bowed. Sona, I'm sorry for the pain everyone has caused you. I'm sorry for not being there when you needed help. I know I don't deserve to be forgiven, but I just have to apologize. I need to make things right with you. Issei stared at her with a calm face, but deep down he was unsure of what to say. He had already received apologies from Rias and his old friends in strange ways. Issei, Sona. Sai, in all honesty, out of all people, you and your peerage are the ones I'm not really mad at. Sona, what? Issei, don't get me wrong, your sister is still someone I'm a bit mad at for claiming my achievements, but you gave me an honest apology, no nonsense, no grand gestures like Rias and Aquino. Thank you, Sona. Out of everyone, I forgive you, but I'm not joining your peerage since I'm part of the Vangala now. Sona, I know. I won't force you to join my peerage. I'm just glad you're happy with real friends, Issei. But once again, I'm sorry for everything. As a gift, though, here, take this, it's something my family has had for a long time. Sona opened a summoning circle, and a small fox appeared. Issei, oh, how adorable, Sona. This fox, I hate to admit, was imprisoned by my family. It held great power but never allowed itself to show it. My parents, enraged by that, locked it up. I was forced to take care of it, and I loved the little guy as if he were my own family member. But he barely trusted me. Knowing you, Issei, I think you can make this fox trust you. To say, not really. You have that much trust in me. Sona, well, when you were a huge pervert, that was a different story, but since your fight against Kokobile, I've noticed you weren't so bad. Issei smiled at Sona, grateful for her help. He approached the frightened fox creature, activating his hyper-dying will mode and releasing calming flames. The fox felt the warmth and, to Issei's surprise, jumped into his arms, snuggling against him. Hey little guy, don't worry. Everything will be okay from now on, I promise, Issei reassured, feeling the fox relax in his embrace. Sona watched with a smile, happy to see the fox at peace. She knew her parents would question the animal's disappearance, but she trusted Issei to handle any concerns. Suddenly, the fox tapped its horn against Issei's forehead, and a bright light enveloped him. Sona noticed Issei's hair color changing, along with his clothing, and floating weapons began to surround him, accompanied by a misty flame on his head. What the hell? Issei exclaimed, startled by the transformation. Ad, witnessing the scene, fainted from shock. Chung entered, equally surprised by Issei's new appearance and the weapons. Sona, what did you do? Chung asked, bewildered. I swear I did nothing. I just gave him this fox as an apology gift, and it did the rest. I never expected it to hold such power. Sona replied. Yeah, Chung, don't blame her. It's surprising to have another soul within me thanks to this fox, but it's alright because, Issei said, wrapping his arms around Sona from behind. Me and her are friends again. Sona blushed at the embrace, and Issei enjoyed seeing her flustered. However, trouble was brewing as Esteth, Natsumi, and Io appeared, witnessing the scene. Guys, I can explain. Sona is a good person. When I was sick, she excused me from school and even gave me this awesome present, Issei said quickly. The fox snuggled closer to both Issei and Sona, wrapping its tail around them. Now hold it, you fox. There's no way I'll allow this. First it's me. Natsumi declared. As if. Esteth chimed in. My guardian. Io added. In a swift move, Issei picked up Sona bridal style and jumped out the window. Sona was blushing fiercely, never having been held like this before. What are you planning, Issei? She asked, both nervous and excited. Issei pulled out a sword and threw it at a nearby building, warping them away. Amazing! Sona marveled. This is the type of power this soul has. Not bad, I'll admit, Issei said. Sona, why are you doing this? You could just let me go and escape, she suggested. Where's the fun in that? You owe me some of your time since you pretty much ignored me, Issei replied playfully. He had truly forgiven Sona. She was honest and meant what she said. He understood her busy life in the underworld, where she dreamed of starting a school for kids and raiding games. As for Rias and the others, they still had a long way to go before he could forgive them. Issei! Natsumi shouted. Get back here, Issei! Isteth yelled. Rokuro watched from the top of the school, knowing how fiercely girls could pursue their interests, so he decided to stay out of it. Issei was now in the city, jumping from building to building, enjoying the thrill with Sona, who was wide-eyed with fear as the other girls chased them. So, Issei, can I ask what's going on here? Reborn inquired. Just having a little fun, Issei replied with a grin. Isn't she Sona, one of the devils we fought? Reborn asked. Yeah, but don't worry. She's not like the others. I actually trust her, Issei assured him. Even to have her in the Vangala. Reborn pressed. Sona was taken aback, eager to hear Issei's answer. Yeah, I'd love her in the Vangala, but only if she wants to join, Issei explained. But you know if she joins, it can only be her, not her peerage or family, Reborn reminded him. That's why I said it's her choice. It's a tough decision because if she joins, she'll have to leave her friends and family, but I won't force her. She's the only one I'm willing to ally with since she actually cares for me, even after everything, Issei said. Sona, she whispered, touched by his words. Congrats, girl. Seems like you've gained the future Vangala leader's trust. Better not break that, Reborn warned. Natsumi interjected. She'll have to deal with us then. Ugh. Issei groaned. Isteth added, I plan to join in the future as well, once Issei is chosen as leader. No, Lewis and his group will, Io argued. Sona, determined, declared, no. I hate being left behind. I will be the one who joins Issei first. And I will be with him till the very end. Everyone stared at Sona in shock, while Ad and Vanitas exchanged knowing glances. Till the very end, huh? Ad teased. If anything, that sounds like a marriage proposal, Vanitas added. Sona stammered, wait, I didn't mean it like that. Natsumi, oh, so you plan to be by his side? Well, I'm the leader of his harem, so you're fourth. Isteth, you leader. Please. I'm more mature, so I'm the leader. Say, you do I swear. Ad, you're welcome, bud. Issei, so, Sona. When the time comes, want to make an alliance. It will be like old times, us fighting together. Sona just stared at Issei before hugging him. Sona, of course, I accept, you idiot. Issei smiled and hugged back, but the fox had another idea. He pulled a sneaky move, making Issei and Sona share a kiss, causing them both to blush. Issei, that was an accident, I swear. I'm sorry, Sona, This time, Sona didn't hold back and kissed him again, and it lasted for a solid minute. Natsumi, Isteth, and Io didn't get involved because they knew this was bound to happen sooner or later, so they accepted it. Sona, once you become the Vangala boss, promise me I will at least be one of your girls. Issei smiled and leaned closer to her. Issei, you already are, Sona. Welcome to the Vangala family. Everyone was happy to have a new ally, and Natsumi even began being nice to her. Reborn, you've really grown up, Issei, in such a short time. Issei, thanks, Reborn. It's all thanks to you. Thank you for being my teacher and my friend. Reborn lightly hit Issei on the head with his gun before smirking. Reborn, just like Tsuna. He will be the Vangala Undecimo, I just know it. Everyone made it back to Issei's house to celebrate. Issei's mother was a bit worried about him getting along with the devils again, but when she saw how happy Issei and his friends were with Sona, she accepted it and welcomed her into the family. Akari came home later with her peerage. Ad stayed away from Eve while she tried to talk to him, and Chung pushed Rose away from Issei. She still wanted Issei, but he wouldn't allow it. Tails and Chopper got along just fine. Rokuro and Zero chatted about their past fights, even showing off their weapons. Vanitas and Riku sparred outside, with kendo swords to make sure they weren't getting rusty. Natsumi and Yakumo had an arm wrestling contest to see who was stronger, and it ended in a tie. All in all, everyone was having a good time, but it didn't go unnoticed that Sona was hanging out with them, as Kaneko watched from the roof of another building. Kaneko, I have to inform Rias. Sona stayed over and slept in Issei's bed while he and his friends slept in the living room. The girls also slept with Sona on the floor, but Issei wasn't really sleeping. He was staring at the ceiling, thinking about his life and how far he had come. He was happy. Sure, the betrayal was the worst thing he experienced, but out of it he gained people he could trust. Reborn. Baka Issei, I see you're still up. Say, yeah, sorry Reborn. Just thinking about how far my life has gone. And it's thanks to you. Reborn. Heh, I'm glad you think that, Issei. You are probably my third favorite student. Issei, third. Wait, who's first and second? Reborn just smiled before taking off his hat and pulling out a photo, holding it in his hand. Reborn. The first being your grandpa. While he was an idiot, he was a great person to teach. Seeing him run the Vangala makes me proud. Issei stared in awe. This was the first time he had seen Reborn speak from his heart. Reborn, and my second, believe it or not, was a cloud user. Shiki Granbell. Reborn passed Issei the picture. Issei, this was your second? Seems pretty young. Reborn. Hell, while young he was strong. He would have made a good Vangala cloud guardian for you, but as you know, not everyone is lucky enough to live. Issei, Reborn. I'm sorry for what happened to your student. It looks like you're blaming yourself for his death, but there's something you told me before. Let go of who you were back then and be the you right now. Shiki wouldn't want you to be sad. I'm sure he would want you to be the same hardcore tutor. Reborn looked at Issei before smiling and rubbing his head. Reborn. Issei, you know this ring war is tomorrow, right? Say, yeah, I know. I got my grandpa's letter. Reborn. So you know the first fighters. Issei, yeah, and I don't like it. Ad versus Eve, this Cloud Guardian battle. Reborn. Those two really don't get along, do they? Issei, not at all. Even when I tell Ad to talk to her, he once threatened me to shut up before he realized what he said and ran away. The next day, he apologized, and I forgave him since I knew he wasn't in the right mind. Reborn, just like you to say. But if I had to ask you, who would win? Issei sighed. He had fought Eve once when she asked for a quick spar, and he had to admit she could easily beat the supernatural with the way she fought. But if she were to fight Ad, Issei, she will beat him if he continues the way he is right now. Reborn looked a bit shocked by the response. Issei, Ad will just fight with pure rage. It will get to him, and he will end up using all his energy in the first round of their fight. Eve isn't just smart in school, even in battle, she knows how to handle her opponents. Even with me, I had to use 70% of hyper-dying will mode. Reborn. So it seems you really have done your research. Say, yeah, but while I know the odds are stacked against him, I believe he will still win. Ad won't let me down. He's my friend after all. Reborn. Head just like everyone else. Issei, exactly. Reborn and Issei stayed up chatting, enjoying their time together, but it was soon time for bed since tomorrow was the fight. Before they went to sleep, Reborn took one last thing from his hat, a soul. Shiki's soul. Reborn, take the sleeve. The final soul to have a full set of flames. Say, Reborn, are you sure? Reborn. Yes, if there's anyone I trust with it right now, it's you, Issei. So please take it and make me proud. Issei took the soul, integrating it into his body. His hair changed color to black, resembling the mist form, but with strange markings on his hands. He returned to his normal appearance, but his body began to act differently, which even Reborn noticed. He brought Issei outside, where they saw Issei's sky flame burn brighter than ever, catching the attention of all his friends, including Akari and her group. Sona, what is going on? Akari, I don't know, but this heat is incredible. All the souls that Issei had absorbed began to fly around him. His father's wolf soul landed to his right, while his mother's phoenix bird landed on his left. Gaia's fighting soul landed next to Issei's father, and Io's rain guardian soul landed next to the phoenix. Finally, Noctis's soul and Shiki's landed in front of Issei, all emitting their respective flames. Shiki, thank you, Reborn, for letting me go. Please take care from now on. Reborn, Shiki. You fool, take care of Issei from now on. Itsuki, my son, my daughter. Hana, my love. Issei, dead. Akari, Dad, it's good to hear you for the first time. Hana, Itsuki. Itsuki, I'm glad to see you all. Issei, Dad. I miss you so much. Itsuki, Issei, please don't worry. I will be with you in spirit, my son. You don't know how proud you've made me. When I saw you for the first time as a baby, I knew you would do great things. Even if you did become a pervert, you fought with pride, risking your life for those you thought deserved it. You faced any danger with a smile, just like a true boss should. Issei, I love you, my son. Always have and always will. Itsuki hugged Issei, and Akari joined in for a hug, as did Hana. It was a happy moment for them, despite Itsuki being a giant wolf. Noctis. Sona, was it? Sona, why yes. Noctis, thank you for taking care of my friend. He knew you were kind, so he trusted you. Now that I see how you helped him choose the right host for me, I can proudly say you will make a good partner for my host here. Sona, thank you very much, sir. Gaia? Chung, how are you kids doing? I'm an old man. I see even as a spirit you're still strong as ever, aren't you? Gaia? You bet. How's my normal human version doing? Chung, just fine, sir. He seems happy now that he has retired from working in the Mafia. Gaia, I'm glad he's happy with his life now. Rain Io. It's good to see you again. Io, my rain guardian. Yakumo, hey man, I see you're doing well. Rain, you too, Yakumo. Seems like you are happy with your life. Yakumo, it was hard to move on without you on our team, but I managed. It's good to see you again. Rain, likewise. Phoenix, Hana. Your mother would be so proud of how much you've grown. Hana, really? Suna, that she would, isn't that right, Kyoko? Kyoko, Hana went to hug her parents, even introducing them to her husband, who was initially nervous to see them again, especially now as a giant wolf. Akari, whom Kyoko knew dearly since she raised her, also met Issei. Despite his nerves, she quickly pulled him into a hug, showering him with love. Issei, good to see you too, Grandma. Kyoko, it's good to see you again. You've grown so much, even looking like your grandpa. I mean, look at you, you're even getting the same hairstyle as him. Issei, Grandma. Everyone was having a heartfelt moment, but it soon ended as the souls returned to their flames and began spinning around Issei, entering his body once again. Issei closed his eyes, activating his hyper-dying will flame, and everyone watched as the flames he released were a brilliant rainbow. Hana, amazing. Issei, Akari, know this. He pointed at Akari and confidently declared, I will become the Undecimo and lead the Vangala to a better tomorrow. Akari smirked and activated her hyper-dying will mode, wielding her sword and aiming it at Issei. Akari, bring it. Issei. The day ended, and everyone began going to bed, now with no distractions, except for Ad and Eve, who both knew what was to come tomorrow. The next day at night the day was normal with school and other activities, but what was different was how Rias treated Sona, even threatening her. Issei intervened, holding Rias's wrist and giving her a serious look to make it clear he wouldn't allow her to get anywhere near Sona or let her friends hurt her. He had seen how Asia tried to harm Sona, but Saji was there to stop her from laying a hand on her. But enough of that, now it's time for what you guys want. The fight. Everyone was gathered on the school track and field, surrounded by a giant electric fence. Most were focused on Ad and Eve, who were dressed in their battle clothes. Issei expected Ad to wear his usual outfit, but he was wearing something entirely different. Ad, time for me to get revenge for what you did all those years ago, Eve. Eve, I won't lose today, Ad. Even if we are friends, I will. Ad, who says I claim you as my friend? No, today you're my enemy, and I don't go easy on my enemies. Issei, now begins the first match, and Ad is already getting on the offensive. Chung, don't think too far ahead, Issei. Ad trained just as hard, isn't that right, Reborn? Reborn, that he has, Chung. Issei, wait, you knew. Reborn, it should be watch and see, Baka Issei. And so began the first match of the ring war. First up, the Cloud user. Who will win? Well, for that, I want to see who you guys think will win. Ad, vote here for me. Eve, vote here for me if that will please you. Issei, sigh, I swear you too. Akari, well, guys, that's the end of this chapter. Hope you enjoyed it. The reader really needs his sleep. He stayed up till 5 to complete it, so please give him feedback and support us by voting if that's okay with you all. Anyway, he loves you all. Naisu, that I do, Akari. Now I'll see you guys later today, but for now, good night all and Naisu signing out. Chapter and we return to the battleground where Ad and Eve stood, waiting for the fight to start. Ad was already using his dynamos, purple lightning sparking in the palms of his hands, while Eve had her Nasod drones ready for battle. Issei's family and Akari's family watched from the sidelines, hoping their side would win while also wishing for the safety of both fighters. Even Vanitas seemed a bit worried for Ad. But they weren't the only ones watching. Sona and her peerage were present, as well as Rias and her peerage. Issei didn't know how they found out, but it didn't matter to him. Even if they were to see the full power of Ad and his friends, they wouldn't be able to match up. Then there were Surzex, Azazel, and Michael, who were also observing. Ophis watched with them, and Great Red even showed up, wanting to see how strong the Red Emperor had become since they last met. Isdeth was near Issei, and Louis and his family were watching from a little drone they had, unable to leave their place unguarded. Issei, Ad, you got this. While both of you are my friends, give it everything you've got. Ad, hey, trust me, I will. Akari, you got this, Eve. Let's rise to the top together. Eve, I promise, Akari. Sona, Issei, didn't you say Eve has a higher chance of winning? Issei, yeah, why do you ask? Sona, not to sound rude, but how? She only has 2 drones. Akari, that's not her only weapon. She has other Nasod assistants who will do anything to keep their queen safe. Sona, queen. Wait, she's a queen. Akari, yeah, she's Queen Eve, the last of the Nasods, an ancient race that used to walk with humans. Chung, great, she's royalty like me. Rose, and me. Issei, what's up with us and getting royal people into our group? Akari, hell if I know, but you've got many more, including those over there. Akari pointed towards Yasaka, Rias, Aquino, Lefei, Ravel, and even Gabriel. Rias, you must have a lot of nerve talking to me like that. Issei, she's right. Aquino, how can you allow her to talk about us like that, Issei? Issei, not that hard. I just let her. It's not my problem since all of the supernatural made it clear they don't need my opinion anymore. Tsuna, alright, everyone, we gather here today to see who will be the future leader of the Vangala family. I, Tsuna Sawada, will be the ref of this fight today. Now, the fight for the cloud will begin. Everyone watched in silence, even Issei putting his feelings for Rias aside to focus on the match. Issei, good luck, Ad. Akari, good luck, Eve. Tsuna, begin now. Ad didn't let this chance go to waste as he dashed at Eve, destroying the ground beneath him, ready to punch her. But she had one of her assistants come out of nowhere and collide fists with Ad. Ad, and who the hell is this? Eve, Ophelia, one of my faithful assistants. Ophelia, your tea, my lady. Everyone was surprised that this assistant brought tea. Sona, well, that's interesting. Akari, that's only one of her assistants, there are more. Ad, now fighting with Ophelia, blocked her giant lance but felt a punch right in the stomach from another assistant. Oberon, you won't lay a hand on my queen. Oberon ran past Ad, confusing him until he felt pain surge through his body. He was then uppercut into the air by Oberon, heading toward the electric cage. He managed to recover just in time, thinking he was fine until he felt his face being grabbed and was rammed into the fence by another of Eve's assistants. Ferdinand, you won't lay a single hand on my lady. This new assistant began dragging Ad's body all over the cage until he drew his weapons and sliced Ad right down the center of his chest, sending him flying toward Oberon, who spun and kicked him into the ground. Vanitas, holy. Rokuro, now this isn't fair. She has teammates helping her. Izuku? Yeah, if she gets help, then we can help him, right? Tsuna, wrong. Those are her weapons. While they may seem human, they are Nasod, which are like robots in our case, so she is allowed to use them to fight. Natsumi, but then it's really a 4 against 1. How is this fair? Issei, don't worry guys. The fight is just beginning. Akari, what? Everyone kept watching until they saw Ad get back up, cracking his neck and dusting himself off. Ad, so, it seems like you were able to make yourself a boyfriend? How cute. Ad somehow teleported away and appeared behind Oberon, grabbing him by the back of his head with a wicked smirk. Ad, mind if I have a little fun with your toy here, Eve? Ad began to crush the head of the Naysod, who struggled to get free, thinking this was its end. Just then Ophelia came in, using her lance to try to stab Ad, but he was ready. He put Oberon's body in front of him, taking the hit. Ad began laughing maniacally, but Issei knew this was just a cover for his personality. He may seem crazy, but he was just happy that he was winning. However, Issei was more concerned about what Ad would do to Eve when he finally got his hands on her. Ophelia didn't seem shocked. She stabbed Oberon since Naysod don't really have emotions. She pulled her weapon back and passed Oberon to Eve, who began fixing him right away. Ad, oh no you don't. Ferdinand, your opponent is me, Edward Grenor. Ad, you have a lot of nerve using that name, Tin Can. Everyone seemed confused as to why Ad was upset when this guy used his name. Issei, that's a name he wishes to forget. It carries horrible memories for him. Vanitas, you mean the Issei? Yeah, the SLV trade. That's Ad's real name until he switched it to Ad Diabolic. Edward is the name his real parents gave him before they sold him into the SLV trade. He hates that name with a burning passion. Vanitas, wait, but he said in middle school he didn't get caught, though. Issei, yeah, he avoided them in middle school, but in elementary. He wasn't so lucky. He was sold when he was in 2nd grade and was used until he was in 5th. He escaped, and an orphanage found him. They took him in and raised him, giving him the love he needed. He started trusting people again because of the orphanage, but when Eve broke his heart in middle school, well, love wasn't as important to him anymore. He thinks there are only some people he can trust, and he doesn't believe Eve is one of them. Vanitas, see, so this will get really ugly soon. Say, yeah, well. They watched as Ad dodged Ferdinand's attacks with ease. He caught Ferdinand's weapon, broke it with one hand, and punched him in the stomach, making him fall to his knees. Then he spin-kicked him into the electric cage, frying his system. Ad, garbage. Ad began walking toward Eve, who finished fixing Oberon. Ophelia, wielding her giant lance, dashed at Ad, ready to stab him. But when she thought she landed a hit, it was actually an afterimage that disappeared. Reality hit Ophelia as she saw her arm get severed, with Ad holding it right in front of her. He then punched her in the face, sending her rolling back toward Eve. This angered Eve a bit, but Ophelia calmed her down, reminding her that they don't feel pain, but they can be beaten down and shut down like that. Ad, I've noticed something. Now you have the nerve to actually fight. To stand up for yourself. Where was that when I needed you all those years ago? Ad held Oberon by its neck, who struggled to escape due to Ad's ridiculous strength, even impressing Esteth. Esteth, where was all this when we fought at the gym? Issei, remember, Esteth, we went easy. Ad never had to show this much power, but even now, I can tell he isn't showing all of it. Esteth, are you serious? Issei, yeah, I don't know, but my intuition keeps telling me Ad has more hidden in him. We may actually see it very soon because Eve seems like she's about to start fighting herself. Sona, hey, yeah, she hasn't been doing anything herself. Akari, because her assistant wants it that way. They know the power of Eve's. And so do you say? Issei, yeah, I do, since she left a nasty scar on me. Issei lifts his shirt to show a bruise and a stab wound from his fight with Eve. Sona, whoa. Ad was once again fighting Ophelia. Even though she was using only one arm, her strength was insane, punching the ground and leaving a giant crater. Much to their surprise, Ad was flying on his dynamos. Oberon tried to attack from behind, but Ad quickly spun around and delivered a barrage of punches into Oberon. His final punch went right through Oberon's head, shutting him down for good. It was just Ophelia left, wielding her lance, while Eve watched in horror as her comrades were defeated so easily. Even though they landed hits on Ad, he wasn't even fazed by it. Most noticeably, his wounds healed quickly. Just how did you get this strong? Ad, science. What? Ad, everything I've been doing is thanks to science. The dynamos, the purple lightning effects, even my strength, all thanks to science. While these cloud flames are the only thing that aren't part of my science, everything I've done is thanks to that. But I'm still not done researching. I can get stronger. Hell, I've even unlocked many more forms that I never knew I could achieve, like Issei with his souls, but I can do so much more. More than any human has been able to do before. Eve, what do you mean? Ad, heh, I've been able to travel through time. Everyone was shocked, especially Issei, who had never known this about Ad. Issei, if he can do that, then, Reborn. He could easily alter his past, he could even alter your past, Issei. Ad, I can reborn, but I don't mess with other people's futures. The reason I can do this is that I wanted to change only my past first, specifically with the SLV traders, since they are the reason I'm a bit messed up in the head and battle-hungry. Excited Valen noises in the background. Ad. But then there's my second mistake, meeting her. My whole life, I could never forget that face, the day you left me, the day you broke my heart. I did everything to keep you safe, and what do I get? Stabbed in the back and left for dead. Issei stared at the supernatural with a blank expression, looking away in shame since that was sort of what they did. Ad, but even when I change the past, my life isn't happy. I never meet Issei and my friends, sometimes I don't even meet my mother. Sometimes I even die if I mess with time. The worst one of them all. When I murdered Issei right in front of everyone. Issei, what? There's a future like that. Reborn. Why would he do that? That isn't like him. Ad, the reason the me in that timeline killed Issei was that Ad was only after power. He joined the Vangala just to see how much stronger he could get. That's a future I refuse to let happen. Issei and everyone else are my friends. If I have to live with the fact that you are in my future, then so be it. Issei, Ad. Heh, that guy really is my friend. Chung, he's all of our friends, even if he's a bit crazy. Ad spun his dynamos in the sky before being hit with purple lightning, giving him a purple lightning aura. Most importantly, he was now able to float. Ad, this is my configuration mode. It enhances my strength, speed, and senses. Now you wonder why this electric cage didn't hurt me when your little friend dragged me along it. Eve, no way. Ad, lightning has no effect on me, but only my lightning can strengthen me, especially when mixed with cloud flames. Ad built up a giant ball of energy aimed at Ophelia before snapping his fingers. Ad, dark matter explosion. A giant void opened, sending out smaller voids before exploding and destroying Ophelia. Ad, out for the count. Eve, amazing. Ad, what? You're not scared. I just destroyed your assistants, and you still look at me like you did in middle school. What the hell is wrong with you? Say, oh Ad. If only he'd notice right now. Natsumi, notice what? Sona, this Eve personal. Kari, she loves Ad. Rokuro, really? She just seems so emotionless. Akari, well, you can't really blame her, she is a Naysod, but she's special. She has feelings but can't really express them, though she does in a weird way. Akari took out her phone and showed a picture of Eve's room. When they looked closely, Issei's family, the supernatural, and even his death went pale. Eve's room had pictures of Ad everywhere, even a body pillow. Worst of all were the recent pictures of him hanging out with Issei. Issei, Asia, we may not get along, but I may need a cross. Asia, why yeah, I think we may all need one. Irina, way ahead of you. Irina was holding a cross in front of her, scared, while Rias looked away, having the same problem with Issei. If you saw her room, it was basically the same thing. Ad, Eve just what? Before Ad could react, Eve grabbed him by the throat, her face partially covered by her hair. When she showed her face, Ad had mixed feelings. Eve, Ad senpai Issei, when did she become this? Eve, ever since the day you left me, Ad I stalked you, watching you live such a happy life without me. It hurt. But I knew you needed space since what I did isn't forgivable. I had my reasons, The face that SLV trader had made it clear that if I even moved a muscle, he would kill you. I didn't want to see you die, so I had to leave. I know I hurt you, and I apologize. Now I can prove it here in front of everyone. Chung already had a camera recording for blackmail. Issei, Chung, what? This is just in case Ad gets cocky again. Rokuro, we aren't blackmailing him, damn it, Chung. Vanitas, keep recording though, I can get a lot of views for this. Razor, Akari, why is Eve being scary? Akari, well, let's just say she's trying to get her man. Ad was actually scared for his life at that moment, but he regained his senses, kicked Eve away, and began breathing normally again. Eve, oh Ad, don't fight your feelings, come to me, and let's be together forever. Issei, Reborn, don't get involved, trust me Issei. You don't want to mess with a girl when she's trying to get something or someone she wants. Ad got on the defensive, blocking Eve's attempts using her small drones, Moby and Remy, sending them towards Ad, who easily destroyed them. But what he didn't expect was that when he destroyed them, they reformed and hit him in the stomach, uppercutting him into the air. Fortunately, Ad was able to fly now, so he recovered by landing on top of the cage, staring down at Eve, or so he thought, as Eve changed her fighting style completely. Eve summoned a large number of spears, stabbing Ad in his shoulders and legs, pinning him to the roof of the cage. Ad was feeling pain. This new Eve was something he wasn't expecting. Fine, then you're going all out. It's time for me to stop holding back as well. Ad declared, releasing a burst of energy that sent Eve to the floor. To everyone's surprise, she flew back with ease. Ad began powering up, his hair growing longer and his stature increasing. What in the world? Issei exclaimed as he witnessed the transformation. Once Ad finished powering up, he unleashed a torrent of purple lightning that crackled everywhere. Issei activated his hyper-dying will mode, using his sun flames, and punched the ground, raising a giant earth wall. Ad has this much built-up energy. But this form, it's unlike anything I've seen before, Issei noted. This is what he's been training for, Chung explained. While he's good in those other forms, this one is his strongest, but there's a significant drawback. And that is? Issei asked, intrigued. You'll see, Chung replied. At great speed Ad dashed at Eve. She sent a barrage of spears his way, but he dodged them all and slammed her to the ground. He summoned energy ball from the sky, raining them down on Eve. Despite being hit, she charged through, sending her spears flying in a circle, waiting for the right moment. Ad mirrored her actions, and they clashed fiercely. Eve spun around with her Nasod drone, but Ad blocked her attack with crossed arms. She executed a backflip, kicking him in the face and then rapidly striking him in the stomach. She then transformed her giant spear into a massive laser, firing it directly at Ad. He held it in place, pushing back until Eve's Nasod drones fired small lasers at him, causing him to lose focus and crash into the wall of the cage. Eve shot him out of the cage and into Namamori school. Ad. Issei shouted. All right, Eve. Akari cheered. Oh Ad, you never stood a chance against me, Eve taunted. Just as they thought Ad was defeated, another dark void opened above the cage, revealing two other versions of Ad. What? Issei gasped. You really thought you beat me, Eve? I'm not done with this form yet. With science, I've been able to rip a hole to another multiverse. Ad proclaimed. You're finished, Eve. This is my win. All three Ads charged up a giant ball of energy, aiming directly at Eve, who knelt, seemingly ready to accept defeat. But she had one final trick up her sleeve, summoning a giant Nasod from the ground. Holy CRP! Issei exclaimed. Oh no, everyone find cover now. Chung warned. Izuku excited exclaimed, so cool. Tsuna quickly acted a sky barrier to shield against the impending attack. You're done for Eve. I win this fight. Ad shouted. I expect a date after I win, Ad. Eve retorted. Ad fired his attack at Eve. Her giant Nasod attempted to hold it back, but the Ads poured everything into their energy, breaking the cage apart and sending debris everywhere. The Nasod was pushed back until the attack broke through, destroying it. As it began to topple, Eve braced for impact, ready to accept her fate, but was saved by Ad himself. Why? Eve asked, surprised. Demon my heart for caring. I can't bear for you to die. And my sky would be very upset with me if I let that happen, Ad replied. Doom Ad and Dominator Ad exchanged glances. Should we tell him? Doom Ad asked. No, let this one find out in the future, Dominator Ad said. The two Ads returned to their multiverse, leaving Ad as the victor of the fight. Alright, that's my Cloud Guardian. Issei cheered. Dang it. She was so close too. Kari added, frustrated. Issei ran over to Ad, putting him in a headlock. Demon crazy BSTRD, don't scare me like that. You made me think you lost, you idiot. Heh, you honestly thought I'd lose? I'm freaking Ad. He replied confidently. Chung smirked. The guy who almost got. Finish that sentence, Chung, and I'll fight you next. Ad warned. Oh, I don't think so since in 3, 2, 1, Chung counted down, causing Ad to shrink in size. Oh my god. Issei said shut. Eve, Ad cried out. Oh god, Issei help. Ad pleaded. Nah, I think you two need some time together, Issei teased. You know I don't like her. Ad protested. Sure. Have fun with him, Eve. Issei laughed. Oh, I will. Eve replied, carrying Ad away. As they left, Issei remarked, those two seem nice together. Hope they can fix their problem. Tsuna added, and with that, Issei, your family has won the cloud match. Congratulations. Akari pouted. My family will win next time. What's the next fight, Grandpa? Next fight will be the Lightning Guardians, Tsuna announced. Izuku and Razor exchanged nervous glances but smiled at each other. May the best Lightning Guardian win. Izuku said. Razor, yeah, good luck, but don't expect me to go easy. Issei, CRP. Reborn, well, Issei, you and your family better get some sleep because tomorrow after school will be the next fight. Issei, yeah, come on everyone, time for us to go back home and relax. Rokuro, dang it, I wanted it to be my turn. Issei, don't take this too much as a game, Rokuro. You could get seriously hurt in this situation. Eve almost died if Ad didn't save her. Akari, I have to thank him for saving her too. It would upset me if I saw Eve not with us anymore. Issei, yeah, while Ad may seem cold to her, he actually really cares for her. At least now the two of them have a chance to talk things out and work it out with each other. Akari, you think Chung and Rose will be able to work things out? Issei, hard to say. With Eve, she at least had a reason to leave Ad. She didn't want him to die at the hands of that SLV traitor. But Rose, she just wants to ruin Chung's life. Chung has a big reason for hating her. I don't blame him, but I just hope he doesn't let his anger get to him when they do fight. Akari, for now at least, it's Chopper and Tails. They can't be too much of a problem, right? Unknown to the two of them, Razor and Izuku were training in secret to get stronger. Izuku was pushing further with his powers, something passed down by his father, while Razor was using a certain ability only an old friend could wield. They were both waiting for tomorrow's fight to see who would win the lightning mash. Everyone was once again at school, and this time Issei had to deal with everyone talking about the transfer students, Rias and her friends. They were famous in the school for being quirky, but Issei knew how they really were and just ignored them, even when Asia asked if he wanted to have lunch with her. He declined and went to his club to have lunch with his friends. This enraged some of the students because, like Tsuna, they saw him as a joke, just someone who would always be a failure. But Issei didn't care what they thought about him. He had his real friends with him in his club. Issei, Nyemenet, why did they have to come to this school? Now people treat them like they are gods. Worst of all is Rias. Her looks get all the teachers to fall for her and just listen to her. I'm just glad Reborn was able to make it so she can never join this club. Chung, he threatened them. Say, oh big time. Rokuro, you know everything doesn't have to be solved with a gun to the face. Benio pulled up with a toy gun, aiming it at Rokuro's head. Benio, I beg to differ Natsumi. Whoa girl, chill. Io, no I agree. Io pulled out a toy rifle and aimed it at Rokuro. Rokuro, why me? Vanitas, you've got a shootable face. Zirif, he's right. Rokuro, screw you guys. Izuku, I joined a very odd group, but I have no regrets, that's for sure. Everyone was having a nice time until they saw Ad finally come in with a kiss mark on his cheek, still in his small form. Say, oh my god. Ad, thank you for your help guys. Jeez. Issei, you needed some time with her, Ad. We all know you care about her. Just spend more time with her, and you'll be able to recover that friendship of yours. Ad, sigh while I see what you're trying to do, it isn't easy, Issei. That's like me throwing you into your old HRM group and making you try to be friends with them. So while I thank you for trying to help, let me do it my own way, just like you are with your so-called friends. Issei, heh, alright Ed, sorry about that. On the bright side, we are celebrating your win against Eve. I even got you a new outfit. Issei tossed Ed a suit and tie. Issei, that will be our uniform whenever we fight anyone from now on. If we're going to be part of the Mafia, we might as well dress up like one. Rokuro, problem is, I can't wear this while hunting Kegar. Issei, that's fine. For that exorcist business, we will wear what you wear. Ad, heh, I'll start working on them. Binio, you don't have to help us, Issei. It's our problem, so, Issei, I'm not taking no for an answer. If you fight them, we all fight them. Also, I'm pretty sure Natsumi here wants to fight them. Natsumi, DMN right. Everyone had a good laugh. It was a nice atmosphere for them, and even Akari and her family came in with food. While they did lose, they were happy for Issei and his friends. But that didn't mean they would give up easily, since Tails and Chopper were going to fight. And while Tails may seem small, he is one strong kid, especially with a hidden power of his. Outside the club door, Rias and her friends stood frustrated, wanting to join but blocked by Reborn. How much longer will you try to get to my student, you devil? Reborn challenged. We just want to make up with him. Rias replied. By trying to stuck him. Reborn shot back. Akino chimed in. It's the only thing we have left, and we know the old Issei is still in there. While you're right that Issei has a perverted side, he only shows it to those he cares about. To you, he'll only see you as a grammary, and your friends as mere acquaintances, Reborn explained. Irina interjected, no. Issei is my childhood friend. I'm sure he can forgive us, and we can be happy together again, so move out of the way. Reborn was about to respond when Issei opened the door, completely ignoring them. Yo Reborn, we got cake. Come inside, Issei said. Are you sure? Reborn asked. Yeah, don't worry, I'll handle the rest, Issei assured him. Alright. Baka Issei, Reborn muttered as he walked in, tilting his hat down. Issei's smile quickly turned into an annoyed expression. Alright, what do you want, Grammary family? Issei asked. Sit, my sweet Issei. Rias attempted to hug him, but he quickly acted a barrier to block her. I'm not your Issei, Grammary. I will never be your Issei again. You all have proven that you don't care for me. The whole supernatural world has shown me that. Issei declared. But you love us. Zenobia said. I did love you all until you broke my heart into a million pieces. You know what it's like to suffer for months. Every day I had to wake up feeling like I was slowly dying. You weren't even there when my dad died. You were all just chasing after someone else. Issei shouted. But why are you mad at only us? Why not him? Asia asked. Because while he came back to Kuo, he didn't come with the intention of ruining my life. He came for a visit, but you all were too distracted to notice. Issei replied, frustration evident in his voice. But we learned our lesson. Why can't? Kaneko started. Because I almost died. While you all forgot about me, the Dragon Fall curse took over and nearly took my life. I risked everything, and it frustrates me that none of you could have done the same. Issei exclaimed. As he turned to go back inside, he felt arms wrap around his neck. It was Irina, trying to hold him back. Please, Issei, just give us a chance. We promise we will be better. Irina pleaded. Let go, Irina, before someone gets hurt, Issei warned, activating his hyper-dying will mode and preparing to unleash a skyball, only to be stopped by Sona. It's not worth it, Issei. Please calm down and let's go back to your club. The rest of them are waiting, Sona urged. More like we are ready to kick butt again, Ad said, ready to defend his friend. You don't scare us anymore, we know how to summon our flames too. Rias declared, revealing her storm flame. Oh, a storm user. Then I will enjoy beating your face in, Rokuro challenged. Hold on now, who taught you? Reborn began, turning to see another old Arcobaleno, Mammon. Mammon, you know this guy? Chung asked. Yeah, he's another old Arcobaleno, so he's pretty strong, but to think he would help the enemy, Reborn replied. I'm just doing this for the money. What do you think I'd betray the Vangala for free? Mammon said. But for money? Natsumi questioned. If it makes things better, the money is used by the Vangala and Varia family, Mammon clarified. Sai, don't mind him, Issei. While he is helping them, he's still on our side. He's the reason the Vangala family is basically rich, Reborn explained. Really now? Well, thanks, I guess. Issei said. Yeah, but now that he's helping us, we'll keep up with you, Aquino added. No, you guys are beyond useless. It will take you years to even reach them. You haven't even found your weapons to use, only Kiba has been able to, Mammon stated. Sona replied, his training is hard, but I can keep up with Issei at least in his dying will mode. You'll reach my level soon, I know you will, Issei encouraged her. Wait, Mammon, what do you mean it will take us years? Aren't we stronger thanks to our flames? Rias asked. But you are still ineffective. Even when the Undecimo was a devil, you barely trained to reach his level. Even with your flames, he could have beaten you with just that weapon you call the boosted gear, Mammon explained. While I may have hated the boosted gear, I find that offensive. Drake interjected. Calm down, buddy. At least you're not part of it anymore, Issei reassured him. Aquino added, no way, so even now we are still weak. You were weak when we first met and you still are. The only person I'll give props to for actually trying is Riser, at least he tried to better himself. Look at him, he even surpassed Surzex. Issei pointed out. That would be because of young Undecimo, Fawn noted. I wondered how he knew your fighting style, Reborn mused. Yes, the young man wanted to become stronger to be even with Issei here, so I took him under my wing and taught him my style of fighting. Now we just need to unlock his flame, Fawn concluded. Issei, so Riser is that strong without his flame. I may have to see if that guy would want to make an alliance with the Vangala. Akari, that is if you become the boss, Issei, because I will be the one who rules it. Say, in your dreams, sis. Issei and Akari butted heads like true rivals would. Reborn, anyway, if we are done here, Issei, let's continue your training. Issei, but we still have classes. Reborn pulled out his gun and aimed it at Issei. Reborn, did I stutter? Issei began running for his life as Reborn chased him down toward the mountains. Wait for us. Vanitas, yeah, I can't let Issei be first. Chung, wait for me. Rokuro, let's go, Benio. Benio, right behind you. Sona, wait for me. Io, I'm right behind you all. Akari, come on, let's go see Issei being bullied. Izuku, wait for me. Izuku jumped out of a tree with Razor following. Rias and her group were about to follow until Mammon and Fawn stopped them. Mammon, we may be training you devils. Fawn, but that doesn't mean we enjoy being around you, and that also means Issei doesn't either. So I suggest you go back to your classes, we will continue your training once this is all over. Rias and her group, looking gloomy, made their way back to their classes. Mammon, so, do you think Issei will ever forgive these guys? Fawn, only time can tell, but if you want my honest opinion, yes, he will. Issei and Tsuna are alike. Issei doesn't hate them, he's just disappointed in them. They've changed and not for the better. He wants them to be themselves again, not just girls trying to get close to him. Mammon, well, they better learn soon before the Undecimo leaves them completely. He's giving them chances, but they are ruining it by talking badly about his friends or even threatening them. Fawn, well, we can only wait and see what happens. See you later, Mammon. Time skipped to the ring battle after the whole training day with Reborn. Issei and his friends were back at the school on the baseball field, where there were 4 giant pillars. Issei noticed the rain clouds coming in. Issei, Grandpa, how in the world did you have the time to make these pillars? Tsuna, what are you, a detective? Issei, Grandpa, do I need to call the cops on you? Tsuna, Issei, please don't. Vanitas, you might need to, dude has a folder full of you when you were a child in a maid outfit. Issei quickly pulled out his phone, only to have Tsuna beg him not to, but Reborn convinced him when he pulled out his gun. But why the 4 giant pillars though? Ad went up to touch them. Tsuna tried to warn him in time, but then lightning struck the pillar, hitting Ad, who took it head-on and passed out. On the bright side, he no longer was in his small form. Chung picked him up before Eve could get any ideas. She had a hungry look as if she was about to catch her prey. Zero, Akari, we should probably control Eve over there. Akari, you want to stop a girl who's trying to find her true love. Zero, what's the worst that can happen? Issei gave Zero a look that said not to try it, showing him a video of a couple of guys who tried to stop Natsumi from reaching him. She had taken them down easily. Natsumi, go ahead and try it, big guy. Zero, I'd like my arm intact actually. Tsuna, alright enough. Izuku and Razor, if you two would gladly step into the middle of the baseball field, we will start the match. Razor and Izuku nodded and walked into the middle of the field. Tsuna then pressed a button, activating a lightning barrier around the area. Tsuna, for this match, if you are to be a lightning guardian, you will have to be one with the lightning. Limbo, and no battle to the death, right, Tsuna? Tsuna, correct. Think of it as a friendly match. The first person to admit defeat or get knocked out loses, and the winner gets the lightning Vangala ring. Quick question, what about your guardians, Tsuna? Won't they be weakened without their rings? Tsuna, who says we are giving you the real rings just yet? Tsuna, what we are giving you right now are copies of our rings. While they may be copies, they hold the same power as our old rings. Tsuna, you already have the cloud rings, so with them, you've actually become stronger if you use them while fighting. Sweet Tsuna, this is one of the real rings. Tsuna showed his Vangala ring, catching the attention of Issei and Akari. Issei, awesome. Akari, appealing. Tsuna, you will get the real rings in due time, but right now, these rings you are getting are the basic ones. They will be enough until you reach the next level. Issei, next level. You mean these copies have an evolution to them? Tsuna, correct, but you will find out more later. For now, the match for the Vangala lightning rings starts now. Izuku and Razor quickly went into battle position, with Izuku activating his full cowl mode, going up to 18%. While that may not seem like a lot, it was a huge improvement for him since that power was hard to control. Razor pulled out a claymore with purple electricity crackling off it. Chung, seems like Izuku has gotten stronger with his power. Good thing too, it could prove useful in this battle. Vanitas, yeah, for sure, but will it be enough against Razor? It seems like Razor has a more effective weapon to actually do damage. Issei, just because Razor has a weapon doesn't mean Izuku is any weaker. He's strong in his own way, trust him like he trusts us. Issei and his friends watched as other supernatural beings appeared, sensing the power of the two fighters. Issei was unfazed. He knew they couldn't really hurt him. He noticed Lewis and his group arriving, while Istef had to handle some business with her Mafia family. Izuku's friends also came to watch the fight. Issei, Io, Akari, it's been a while, hasn't it? Lewis greeted. Yo, Lewis, you look like you're doing well, Issei replied. Quite well, but it seems you're struggling against Akari's lightning guardian, Lewis observed. And I bet mine will win. Akari declared. We'll have to wait and see, sis. But Lewis, I'm guessing this group of yours is your family. Issei asked. That's correct. I brought them here for you guys to meet. I hoped it would have been on better terms. I didn't expect the fight to start already, Lewis explained. Yeah, we'll do introductions later. For now, let's keep watching. Izuku slammed his foot down, causing a boulder to erupt from the ground. He kicked it towards Razor, who sliced it in half with his claymore. More boulders followed, and Razor went on the defensive, slicing each one. However, when he sliced the last boulder, it exploded. Seems like Tsuna saw me training and prepared this. Dang it, I'm going to have to be careful since there could be more bombs under us, Izuku said. Calm down, Razor. Your training prepared you for this, hopefully. Razor aimed his claymore down, building up a charge of energy before sending a lightning slash towards Izuku. He jumped out of the way, but more attacks came at him. Using his newfound speed, he boosted himself towards Razor and kicked him in the side, causing him to lose his balance and fall face-first into the dirt. That's going to hurt in the morning, Issei remarked. It's a good thing I'm good with my sun flame to heal him, Yakumo added. Izuku used his speed to annoy Razor, landing quick hits that weren't strong enough to take him down. Razor let out a loud wolf-like scream, shocking Issei and causing Izuku to lose his balance. Razor took advantage and hit him with his claymore, sending him flying towards the cage. Geez, no matter how you see it, these two sure aren't weak, especially your lightning guardian, Akari, Issei noted. The same could be said about yours. Just what power does he have? Akari asked. He got that power when he wanted to save us. It awakened and he called it all for one. It's strong enough that he was able to withstand overhaul, especially with Eri on his back, letting him use its full potential, Shoto explained. Can I help Izuku? Please, he needs me. Eri pleaded. Sorry, Eri, but this is a lightning guardian fight only. I'm sure Izuku wouldn't want anyone's help right now. He trained to get stronger, and if he gets help to reach his full potential, he will feel disappointed in himself. He wants to do it by himself, Issei replied. That demon nerd always trying, but in the end, I will beat him no matter what, Bakugo said. Whatever lets you sleep at night, man, Kirishima responded. Razor stabbed his claymore into the cage, charging it with lightning. He grabbed Izuku by the face and dragged him along the cage, leaving a nasty mark on his right side. Then he held Izuku by his hair and punched him in the stomach, sending him rolling to the other side of the battlefield. Seems like you really are stronger than I expected, Razor. But I'm not complaining. If I'm to get stronger, you are my stepping stone. Izuku declared. Same here, Izuku. I want to get stronger for my friend, so to do so, I will win this fight and make her the Undecimo, Razor replied. Well, we both have the same goal then. But I know for a fact Issei will become the next Undecimo. That's why I choose to follow him. He will be an amazing leader. But I will kick things up a notch. Hope you aren't mad for what I'm about to use, Lumbo. Everyone turned to Lumbo. What did you teach him? Issei asked. Just watch and see. It would be bad to ruin his surprise for you, Lumbo replied. Wait, but I thought you didn't train anyone who isn't worthy. Akari exclaimed. I don't, but that Izuku kid really is worthy. I see him as a younger me, a kid who was weak and always relied on his friends until he finally got a backbone to try and become better. He really got my attention, Lumbo explained. Oh, Lumbo taking on a student like me, huh? Suna said. Yep, he seems worth training, just like you see Issei worth training, Lumbo added. Really? Issei asked. We will talk about that later. For now, let's watch what your lightning guardian has to show. Thunder set. Izuku shouted. What? Issei exclaimed. Oh, that's smart, Lumbo, especially since his legs are his main weapon and the strongest part of his body, Suna noted. Yep. While he isn't used to lightning like me, his legs are a different story. Those legs are strong enough to even bend steel, even without his leg armor, Lumbo said. Oh, this could be interesting, Suna remarked. Izuku, now infused with lightning coursing through his body, particularly in his legs, sprinted towards Razor with a speed so incredible that only Reborn, Suna, Issei, and Lumbo noticed his movement. In an instant, he was behind Razor, delivering a powerful kick to his rib cage that broke a couple of bones and forced Razor to cough up blood. The spectators, however, were stunned to see the lightning erupt from Razor's side. Lumbo remarked, that I didn't teach him. Lewis added, it seems the lightning built up in his legs allowed him to unleash actual energy attacks, causing some serious damage inside Razor. Momo chimed in, Kaminari, looks like Izuku has you beat. Kaminari sulked in the corner while Jiro tried to cheer him up. Izuku then kneed Razor in the stomach, intensifying his pain, before Razor retaliated with a kick to Izuku's face, sending him skyward. Izuku managed to grab Razor by his long hair and threw him against the top of the cage, making him feel the energy that had built up there. Issei shouted, "All right, go Izuku." Akari encouraged, "Come on, Razor. I know you've got more in you." Razor fell from the cage's ceiling, blood trickling from his head and mouth, feeling the effects of Izuku's thunder set. "Sorry, Izuku, but it seems I'll have to try a bit harder," he said, his eyes transforming into a more wolf-like appearance, his nails sharpening into claws. He released a mighty howl that echoed through the night, prompting multiple wolves to howl in response. Issei looked on in surprise, while Izuku stood frozen, unable to believe what he was witnessing. Akari cheered, "Go, Razor." Tokoyami observed, "It seems Razor has a wolf-type power, but it doesn't look like he's unleashing its full potential, am I right?" "Correct," Akari replied. "But you'll just have to wait and see. I'm sure Razor is waiting for the right moment." Now both Razor and Izuku matched in speed, but Razor's power and instincts gave him an edge. Whenever Izuku tried to get behind him, Razor sensed him in time to counter. He grabbed Izuku's kick and slammed him to the ground. Just as he was about to crush Izuku's ribs, Izuku rolled away, but Razor caught his leg and slammed him down again, leaving a nasty burn mark on Izuku's back. Izuku cried out in pain but quickly got back on his feet, blood dripping from his back. His fighting spirit remained unyielding. "You really are something, Razor. That's something I didn't expect from you. For my friends, I will do what I must to win this fight, even if it means going full wolf," Razor declared. "Akari believed in me and took care of me when my old family turned me away. I don't hate them, they had their reasons. I'm human, but my fighting style will always honor my past. Now, I fight for Akari and to make her the Undecimo." Izuku responded, "It seems we both have reasons to fight for our friends to be the boss. Issei accepted me even when I was weak, seeing something in me that others did too. He recognized my determination to become strong for my friends and family. He saw the hero in me even in the Mafia. He gave me a home. That's why I want to repay him by helping him become the Vangala boss. So, sorry Razor, I'll fight until every bone in my body is broken." Issei remarked, "Izuku." Tsuna added, "You have a splendid friend there." "You too, Akari." Akari agreed, "Yeah, we really do." Uraraka joked, "Anyone want to tell Issei that Izuku will actually break every bone in his body?" Siro shrugged, just let them have their moment." Izuku dashed towards Razor again, ready to kick. Razor prepared to block, but he was caught off guard by a punch to the face. He had only seen Izuku kick before and wasn't ready for this. New tactic. Razor tried to regain control by pushing Izuku away, but Izuku was relentless, spinning around and backhanding him before sweeping his legs and slamming his head into the ground, triggering a mine that sent them both flying to opposite sides of the field. Razor landed back near his claymore, which was sparking with lightning. "I have to keep going. I will win this. I will break my limits and make Issei proud," Izuku declared. Issei exclaimed, "Holy cow." Vanitas noted, "Smart of Izuku to keep his hand-to-hand combat skills hidden until now. Razor definitely wasn't ready for that." Izuku unleashed thunder set once again, doubling the lightning within him and making him faster than lightning itself. He continued to land blow after blow on Razor, whose speed was now difficult for Issei to track. Lumbo wore a proud smirk, thrilled for Izuku's newfound speed, but he felt a battle hunger rising within himself to test his own power against Izuku. "Akari, Razor. Come on, I know you have more in you. Let it all out." "Issei, Izuku, you got this, man. You've made it this far, so show them what a real lightning guardian can do. Eri, go Deku." Vanitas, Issei, Razor is doing something with his claymore. Everyone looks at Razor, who is not being affected by Izuku's hit, but they notice the lightning building up within him and his claymore as well. Lumen, whoa, Razor is really about to use that. Awesome. Calm down, sis. We are about to watch Razor make a giant comeback. Say, who the hell? Ether, hey there, sorry to drop by uninvited, but we came to watch an old friend fight, if that's alright with you. I'm Ether, and this girl here is my sister, Lumen. Lumen, hi. Issei, yeah, it's no problem, but what do you mean Razor is about to make a comeback? Ether, You see, Razor was raised by wolves, and his lightning power is basically that of a wolf. With enough energy built up, he will release his inner beast. Razor let out one more howl into the night sky, and everyone saw the giant purple wolf behind him, emitting great power that easily surpassed Izuku's. Razor, ready, friend. Issei, oh no. Lewis, wow, that little guy holds a lot of power. Razor, I'm sorry Izuku, but this is where it ends. I will win. Izuku, then it seems we will have to put everything into our attacks. Bring it on Razor. I will finish this fight with one final move. Izuku and Razor charged at each other, both determined to win, which scared Issei and Akari. Issei, Izuku. Akari, Razor. Izuku, I will end this in one attack. I win for Issei. Both Lightning Guardians landed their final attacks on each other, with Izuku coming full force from the sky, delivering his final kick as Razor used his wolf stand to punch Izuku's foot, causing sparks to fly everywhere and destroying parts of the cage in the process. Izuku, this has been an amazing battle, Razor. I've learned so much from fighting you, and I know I can become stronger. But I will make sure I win this fight. I'm using my power to its fullest. Eri, but Deku, your leg will be broken. Issei, what? Shoto, Midoriya's power is like a stockpile. He builds up energy and releases it in a big blow, but his body can't handle too much of it. If he uses 100% of it, that part of his body will be injured. Issei, is that why his arms were broken when I met him? Momo, pretty much yes. Issei, Izuku, stop it. But he didn't. Izuku was now using 100% of One for All, making his hair stand up straight and glow. Chung, you got this, Izuku. Show Razor what you are made of. Izuku smirked as he used Razor's wolf stand as a jump pad and landed on the top of the cage, or at least what was left of it, charging towards Razor once again. Delaware Smash. Wolf Claw. The attacks collided, causing a massive shockwave that destroyed the cage completely. Everyone was blinded by a bright light, but once it died down, they looked at the battlefield to see Izuku weakly on his legs and Razor as well, with a broken arm and a shattered claymore. In the end, Izuku fell to the ground, exhausted, but Issei noticed a tear fall from Izuku's face and quickly entered his hyper-dying will mode, flying towards Izuku and holding him gently. Izuku, I'm sorry. I wasn't strong enough. I lost. I'm a failure as a Lightning Guardian. Issei, it's okay Izuku. I don't blame you. You gave it your all, and that's all I can ask of you. Thank you for at least fighting for me, my friend. Izuku covered his face as he silently cried, but Issei comforted him with his sky flame, soothing the pain somewhat. Vanitas, you gave it your all, dude. We can't ask much more from you. Rokuro, I will admit, though, with more training, I know you will be able to get stronger, and next time, I know you will be able to even beat Razor without a problem. Izuku, you really think so? Issei, we know so, Izuku. We are just glad you are safe. Mom would be upset to know if you were hurt because of my choices. Akari, that was a great fight. But Izuku, I'll admit, I thought we would lose. Thank you, Razor, for pulling off a comeback for us. Razor, why yeah, it was nothing. Sorry, Izuku, but I hope we can still be friends. Izuku, for sure. But next time we fight, I will win. Razor, I'll wait for the day of our rematch. And just like that, Razor passed out, having used everything in that last attack. Ether, Akari, take good care of him. He cares a lot about you even as a sister, so please keep an eye on this fool until we meet again. Before Ether and his sister could leave, he turned to Issei and smiled. Ether, you still need training, Akari, if you are to beat him. Akari, what? Ether? Oh Issei, was it? How about one day we have a spar of our own? Issei, sure Ether. Lumen, well, it's time we leave. Razor will hate us if he knew we were keeping an eye on him. And just like that, the twins were gone. Issei watched in shock as the supernatural fighters disappeared, especially Izuku. He never knew a simple human, and a kid at that, could emit so much power. Tsuna, well now, Akari, here's the lightning Vangala ring you have, and your guardian has won this one. Akari gladly took it and put it on Razor's right middle finger. Akari, it's all thanks to this one right here. Thank you, Razor. Tsuna, the next match will be the Battle of Storm. Rokuro and Zero exchanged nods. Rokuro, let's have a good match tomorrow, Zero. Zero, alright, don't think I will hold back by any means. Rokuro, you better not. Issei, well, Akari, looks like we are even. Akari, yeah, but we will still win, Issei. Just you watch. Say, bring it. Lewis, now that this is over, we will be taking our leave. Amazing battle you two put on, take care. Sona, I'm sorry for your loss, Issei, but I still believe you can win this. Issei, don't worry, I'm sure we will, Sona, or else it would be a huge disrespect for the soul that has trusted me to wield their powers. Riku, for now, let's celebrate Razor's win at Issei's house. Yakumo, sweet. Zeruf, even though your group lost, Natsumi, let's at least be happy for them. Natsumi, I know, I was just hoping I would be fighting. Itsumi, really, sweetie. Natsumi, what? The only good fight I've had so far was when we fought Vanitas, and he was able to bring back the one who killed Dad. Vanitas, sorry about that, Natsumi. Natsumi, no, if anything, can I ask you to do it again? I need to train more. Vanitas, really? Issei, actually Vanitas, can you make a copy of my grandpa when he was younger? Vanitas, yeah, actually if your grandpa is cool with it. Tsuna, I don't see why not. What's the point of it, Issei? Issei, while I know I'm nowhere near your power right now, Grandpa, I'd like to face your younger version to see where I stand. I know I'm not weak, but compared to you, I need to get stronger. Tsuna smiled and patted Issei on the head. Tsuna, do your best, Issei, and keep it between you and me. I believe you will be the Undecimo. Don't get me wrong, I love your sister too, but I have more faith in you. Issei, thanks, Grandpa. Everyone made it back to Issei's house and began celebrating. Izuku and Razor were still the best of friends but were now resting since they were both really injured. Reborn healed them both, but only to a minimum, as this would be a lesson for them to take better care of themselves. Rokuro and Zero were now rivals but still got along fine. Binio, good luck tomorrow, Rokuro. Rokuro, thanks, Binio. I'll be sure to win. Issei risked his life to help us, even Yuto, by giving him a proper burial, so I won't fail him even if I have to risk losing an arm. Binio, let's not get overboard now, Rokuro. Issei and Akari were sitting on the porch, drinking soda in silence. Issei, if we end up with a tie, you know we will have to fight too. Akari, honestly, I sort of hope we get a tie. I'm not a battle maniac, but I would be happy to go up against you, Issei. Issei, seems like we both have the same idea. But knowing our friends, they will do anything for us to win. Akari, well, if I win, don't be upset. You can still own the C-Def. Issei, trust me I won't lose. I've been through enough battles to know I will win. Akari, we will have to see, brother. For now, cheers for Tails win. Issei, cheers. I get in here. You two were playing pin the tail on Lumbo. Lumbo, Tsuna, help me. Issei, god dang it, no. And so, that's how the day ended, with them celebrating Tails' win. But who will win next time? Will it be Rokuro or Zero, two strong warriors who have suffered a lot to get where they are now? We'll find out next time on Issei the Undecimo. The next day came, with Izuku having to stay home with Issei's mother since he was still pretty tired. Razor's battle had been incredible, and even Issei had to admit Razor held a lot of potential. Right now, Issei was walking to school alone. His friends woke up early and went ahead. Issei didn't mind, he wanted to cool his thoughts. But for some odd reason, he began getting massive headaches. He wondered what was going on, but he knew one thing: something bad wasn't going to happen. As he made his way to school, his headache worsened. When he arrived, he saw Chung and Vala fighting, with a whole crowd around them. Issei couldn't stop them, but it was mostly Chung beating Vala to a bloody pulp while Vala did his best to block his punches. Issei shouted, "Chung, stop it? Why are you even fighting?" But Chung didn't hear him. The crowd was booing him for beating the Prince of Namimori. Chung didn't care. Vala had dared to talk trash about his friend Issei, and he wouldn't let that slide. He had taken beatings from his own bullies before and often wondered why he never fought back, but that would end now. He was determined to show everyone what happens when someone messes with his friends. Just as he was about to deliver his final punch, Issei pushed through the crowd and stepped in front of him, taking the punch himself while standing his ground. Issei. Chung stammered. Chung, that's enough. Issei replied firmly. But Issei, leave it be, Chung. Whatever he said, whatever he did, it's not worth it. Just walk away. Chung could hear the disappointment in Issei's voice. Instead of continuing the fight, he walked into the school, his hair covering his eyes. Issei, however, turned to Valet, giving him a fierce glare. I don't know what you did to my Rain Guardian, but let me tell you, Valet, if I ever catch you talking trash about him, I will personally send you to hell. Issei declared. You can say whatever you want about me, even call me useless, but I will always be better than you for one reason. He grabbed Valet by his shirt and slammed him to the ground. I treat my friends with the respect they deserve, while you treat yours like garbage. Let's see how far that gets you in the long run. Issei released Valet and headed towards the school to talk to Chung, who was already in the club room, shame evident in his eyes. Chung. What the hell, man? That wasn't like you at all. Why would you get into a fight with him? Yes, I know he hurt me in the past, but to fight him out of nowhere and in front of the whole school. I'm sorry, Issei, but I won't allow anyone to speak badly of you like that. Even if I wasn't part of the supernatural war against Trihexa, I still heard about your achievements, from being the weakest Red Emperor to becoming a literal dragon god for a bit. It motivated me, inspired me to train harder and become a hero like you. When I heard you moved to this school, I thought it was a dream come true. I finally met the person I admired, but then I got jumped by Ad. Chung. But you helped me and saved me from him. We weren't the best of friends at the time, but I knew I was meant to fight by your side. Seeing you befriend Ad, even after he bullied you, surprised me. You really can make a difference, and that's why I chose to be your friend. You are amazing, especially knowing you will one day lead the Vangala. I felt it was fate that I could finally be where I feel at home. Even seeing you risk your life to fight Rokuro when you didn't need to, if that doesn't make you a hero, I don't know what does. You fought in a war, not just one but two. I want to follow you, Issei, to be your right-hand man. But seeing people make fun of you and beat you, it angers me. You have the power to show them who you really are, but you choose to hide it and take the bullying. I hate seeing that. Hell, all of us do. It's true, Ad chimed in, causing Issei and Chung to jump as they saw Issei's family at the clubroom door. Vanitas said, hate to say it, Issei, but why do you just take the beating? You've learned enough to defend yourself, even enough to rule this place. Instead, you follow the rules and let them use you. Natsumi added, I see you being treated horribly by the girls. They make you do their homework, and in return, they embarrass you in front of the whole school. Rokuro chimed in, the only times I see you be yourself are when the Gremory talk to you or when they speak trash about us, but never about yourself. Issei smiled, grateful for his family's concern, but he had an answer ready. Because, guys, a sky never lets the pain get to them. They don't let anger dictate their life. Sure, there are times when I get angry, but it's never towards myself, it's towards you guys. You may hate how I'm always being used or bullied, but that doesn't get to me. What really matters is when people mess with my family. You guys are important to me. You healed what I thought was broken and made me a better person. That's why I will do everything to keep my elements safe and sound. It's my job as your sky to keep us together. Then, Issei, you have to understand, it's our job as your guardians to protect you. Why can't you just accept that? Chung asked. Because, like my grandpa, I hate seeing you guys fight. When I saw Ad and Chopper fight, my body told me to jump in and stop you. I'm sure it will say the same during Rokuro's match, but I won't. You guys are trying hard to prove yourselves, not just to the Vangala but to me as well. I'll watch and cheer you on, but seeing you worry about me makes me happy. I promise I will start standing up for myself a bit more so you won't have to worry about me, alright? Head deal. Finally, Chung exclaimed. Glad to hear that, Issei, he continued. Oh, don't think we're done punishing you. You still went against my orders by getting into fights with them, so I think the maid punishment is a good thing. Issei replied. Wait a minute. Chung protested. Natsumi giggled. I got it here. Everyone began holding Chung down as they changed him into a maid outfit. Reborn was outside the room, listening to everything and feeling pleased. This was a true Sky, one he was proud to be training. He even sent a voice recording to Tsuna, who knew that Issei would do something amazing in the future. As they dressed Chung in the maid suit, he looked even more feminine. I hate all of you. Chung grumbled. Hey, at least you look like a cute maid thanks to Natsumi, Issei teased. I swear, Chung, if you weren't a guy, I'd smash. Vanitas added, bewildered. How does a guy even manage to look cute? How? Everyone had a good time in the club, but they had to get back to classes. Chung forgot to fix his hair and went to class like that. Everyone was confused but dealt with it. After seeing Chung fight Valet, they knew not to mess with him. The day ended, but Issei and his friends sensed something else was going to happen that night at the fighting arena, which encompassed the entire school. Tsuna was mirroring the same setup for Gakudera's fight. Seems like this will be a hard fight, Rokuro said. Be careful, Rokuro. Who knows what Grandpa has set for this match? Issei warned. Don't worry, Issei. I'll make sure to win this match, and once I do, we can go out and enjoy some of your cafe's cakes, Rokuro replied. Heh, yeah, I'd enjoy that. Rokuro walked into the battle area, which was essentially Kuo Academy, knowing how Hibari hated when they messed up Namimori School. Hope both Storm Guardians are ready because this will be a rough one. While fighting for the rings, we put wind pressure machines in the school with enough power to blow down a building, Tsuna announced. Well, that can't be too bad. For goodness sake, I took a blast that could basically destroy a town, Rokuro said confidently. And you still stand. Not bad, Zero remarked. Thanks, but don't think words will get you out of this butt-kicking, Zero. We may be friends, but on the battlefield, we will fight like there's no tomorrow. Rokuro declared. I couldn't agree more. Zero pulled out a laser sword and got ready for battle, while Rokuro readied his impurity arm defensively. Hey, sis, may the best storm win, Issei said to Akari. Yeah, good luck to your Storm Guardian. Not trying to be rude, but he will need it. Akari smirked, knowing the power Zero possessed. Issei looked at Akari, confused, but let it slide. However, he felt a headache coming on again, not as bad as the first one, but he sensed something annoying was about to happen. Seems like you are having the same feeling too, Issei. Tsuna noted. Yeah, Grandpa, what is that? Issei asked. About time you started learning it. That's called hyper-intuition. It's like a sixth sense for you, where you know where danger is coming. It's very useful. Tsuna should know it kept him alive through a lot, Reborn explained. Really? Issei exclaimed. Yep, but it can also tell you when something really bad will happen. Like when Chung fought Valley. Issei asked. Exactly. That headache hit you immediately because it knew something bad was happening with your guardian. But right now, the feeling for both of us is that something annoying is going to happen or, Tsuna-chan, a voice interrupted. Someone annoying is going to come. Issei muttered as he turned to see a white-haired man with a girl walking beside him. Hi Uni and hey there, Byakuren, Tsuna greeted. Ah, don't you miss me, Tsuna, Byakuren teased. The day I start missing you is the day you stop breaking into the Vangala mansion and stealing all of our marshmallows. Tsuna shot back. That's Byakuren for you. Uni said, smiling. Oh, so you must be Tsuna's grandson. Nice to meet you, I'm Uni, ex-Sky Arcobaleno, she introduced. Nice to meet you, ma'am. So you're like Reborn? Issei asked. Correct, but unlike him, I don't do much fighting. I know how to defend myself when needed, though, so don't think I'm too weak, Uni replied. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, ma'am, but, heads up, we may have more guests. Issei, a familiar voice called. Isteth. Issei exclaimed as she hugged him tightly, causing Io, Sona, and Natsumi to feel a pang of jealousy. Hey, good to see you too, Isteth, Issei said, trying to catch his breath. Oh my, I'm guessing she's your lover. Uni asked. Well, one of them. Issei admitted. Huh. He's dating Isteth, Natsumi, Io and Sona here, Reborn clarified. Oh. So he's making a harem. Uni remarked. In all honesty, I wasn't trying to, they just sort of fell for me and I tried to reject them, but my heart got the best of me and well, I fell for these girls as they fell for me, Issei explained. As long as you make the girls happy, that's all that matters, Issei, Uni said with a smile. Byakuren, Ichem, so this kid is the one who will rule the Vangala? Akari, or me? Byakuren, oh hey, Akari-chan Akari, leave me alone, Marshmallow Creep. Byakuren, so mean. Everyone began arriving. Lewis and his family, the supernatural, and Rokuro's friends and family, even Ether and Lumen showed up to watch the rest of the fights. Ether, hey there, remember me? Issei, oh yeah, nice to meet you again, Ether and Lumen. Ether, so it seems like your Storm Guardians will be fighting this time, huh? Issei, yeah, now that everyone is here, it seems like Grandpa is about to start. Tsuna, that is correct. Now let's, Surzex, may I ask if you will be paying for the damage this school gets? Tsuna, yes, don't worry, any damage done to the property will be paid by us. Rias, can we request the type of payment? Issei, if you dare try to say, make me as payment, I will be very upset. Rias, no. For once in my life, no. I just wanted the payment in a full set of rings for me and my group. Tsuna, so your own set of rings. We can do that if that's a good enough payment for you guys. Rias, that would be much appreciated. Akari, Grandpa, one question, since it's been proven that Rias here doesn't have the sky flame, does that mean she will follow instead of lead? Tsuna, correct. She will lead her friends in whatever supernatural business they have but will follow their sky whenever they find him or her, since that element is what keeps them together. Issei, well, can we just get this started already, Grandpa? Tsuna, alright, the Battle of the Storms. Are you two ready? Rokuro released his power, signaling he was ready, and Zero aimed his sword at Rokuro. Tsuna, then begin. Both Rokuro and Zero charged at each other, clashing weapons. Zero was surprised that his sword didn't slice Rokuro's arm off quickly. Rokuro just smirked. Rokuro, my arm isn't as weak as you think, Zero. While clashing with Zero, Rokuro began making rocks float around him and fired them at Zero, who jumped back and started slicing them away. What he didn't expect was being pushed back into one of the wind pressure machines, which activated and sent him flying into a classroom, with Rokuro following. Zero got back up just as he was about to get punched. He ducked down and delivered a vertical slice on Rokuro, who jumped back with BLD running down his chest. Rokuro, seems like he really is aiming to win. Well, two can play that game. Rokuro pulled out a talisman and a sword. Binio, seems like he will actually use it. Issei, use what? Binio, remember, Issei, Rokuro and I are exorcists, so talismans are easy for us to use. Rokuro has been training to use more than one since it's pretty limiting to only use one on his body. Rokuro had a tick mark hearing that but paid no mind to it and threw the talismans in the air. They stayed in place before growing and forming writing in the air. Rokuro stabbed a small sword into it, making it bigger. Rokuro, let's do this. Now it was a sword fight between two Storm Guardians, and once again, Zero was shocked that this sword was able to stay in one piece. His laser sword, known to slice robots and monsters in half with ease, wasn't doing it here. Zero, seems like joining the Mafia world was a good call. Now I get to fight amazing people like you. Rokuro, same to you, Zero. Tsuna, they're about to go flying. Just as Tsuna said, a wind pressure machine under them went off, sending both of them through the roof and into the student council room. They got back up with no injuries and continued fighting with their swords until, with one final swing, both swords broke. But that didn't stop them. Zero pulled out his blaster and shot Rokuro through multiple rooms before firing a charged shot. Rokuro got up from some rubble and held the blast in his hands before crushing it and ran at Zero, who continued to shoot. It was useless, as Rokuro saw through his attacks and dodged his shots. Zero knew he'd have to get close and personal as he charged at Rokuro as well, and both ended up punching each other in the face. Issei, Look at them just enjoying the moment. Akari, I'm surprised how much power these two hold, especially when they're not even trying. Everyone looked at them, confused. Not trying? How is this not trying? The only one to really ask the question was someone Issei knew. Milikas, Issei. Issei, HM. Oh, Milikas, it's been a while. How have you been? Milikas, well sir. But, may I ask what you mean by not trying? Issei, well Milikas, it's as I mean, both of these storms aren't even giving it their all. Rokuro hasn't even used both of his gauntlets, and Zero hasn't even used his other abilities, not even a very powerful move. Back to Rokuro and Zero, those two have been delivering punch after punch to the point where Rokuro has a broken rib and Zero's wires could be seen coming off him. Rokuro, human versus robot, which one will win? Zero, let's find out then. Want to take it up a level? Rokuro, I don't see why not. Rokuro finally pulled out a red talisman and combined it with his gauntlet, but instead of one, he now wielded two. Rokuro, Twin Buster Flamberge. Zero smirked as he pulled out a couple of chains and threw them towards Rokuro, who grabbed them with his hands, only to see them tie around his arms and pin him to the ground. Zero took that chance and began beating Rokuro with his bare hands, landing hit after hit, at one point causing a tooth to fly out. Izuku winced in pain. Hopefully Binio doesn't mind having a toothless boyfriend. Issei joked. Akari chimed in, Zero is really having fun. I haven't seen him since his rival Mega Man hasn't tried reincarnating. Wait a minute, did you say Mega Man? Tsuna asked, intrigued. Yeah. Akari replied. Oh boy. Tsuna muttered. Grandpa, please don't tell me. Issei started. I'll tell you once this ring war is over, Tsuna promised. Meanwhile, Rokuro and Zero were locked in a fierce battle. Watching Rokuro get punched repeatedly pained his friends. Issei wanted to jump in and stop it, but he noticed the smile on Rokuro's face. Zero saw it too. Rokuro broke free from his restraints and grabbed Zero, crushing him in his grip and damaging Zero's Z-Buster in the process. Was this your plan? Zero gasped. Got tired of your ranged attacks, might as well get rid of it. Rokuro declared, slamming Zero onto the ground and delivering a flurry of punches. Zero tried to block as best he could, but Rokuro landed one final blow that shattered the floor beneath them. They realized they were in the school's basement, surrounded by wind pressure machines. Rokuro said, looking around. Oh no! Zero shouted as the machines activated, sending them flying repeatedly. The pain was becoming unbearable, and Zero questioned why he had added a pain system to himself. That's gonna cause back pain for Rokuro tomorrow. Issei remarked. They're forgetting one thing, Tsuna said. Gakudera, what do you think? They're the Storm Guardians. If they don't become one with the storm, they'll never get out, Gakudera explained. So that's why you added those wind pressure machines. I thought you just did it to make it harder for them, Issei said. Nope, each battlefield we create is designed to help everyone utilize their flames. Like Ad and his cloud flame against Eve, he needed it to get stronger in larger areas. Izuku used lightning to enhance his legs and defense. The storm flame is primarily an attack type. It causes massive damage and can consume other flames. But right now, they're in the middle of the storm, the one thing they should be in control of. So what will happen? Chung asked. They could get seriously injured if they don't figure out what to do. Tsuna warned. Come on, Rokuro. You didn't beat Yudo just to lose today. Fight. Issei urged. Back in the fight, Rokuro and Zero continued to exchange blows. Rokuro felt his legs weakening, and Zero's arm was completely detached, sparks flying from him. Frustrated, Rokuro scanned the area for a way out. Spotting a machine about to unleash another blast of wind, he followed its flow and punched it, destroying it. He repeated this until he finally took down the last machine, breathing heavily but still motivated to keep fighting. Zero, despite his struggles, had faced worse challenges. He had once stopped a city-sized meteor with a rocket ship. Rokuro picked up Zero's arm and tossed it to him. Get that put back on, I want a fair fight. Zero smirked as he reattached his arm and transformed into Black Zero. Wasn't expecting that, Rokuro admitted. I have one other form, but right now, Black Zero is all I need, Zero replied confidently. So what you're saying is I'm not worthy of your final form? Rokuro teased. In a flash, Zero delivered a powerful uppercut to Rokuro, sending him crashing through the school floors and into a classroom, Issei's old classroom. Rokuro, with his luck, landed on Issei's desk, scattering papers everywhere. Confused, he picked one up and saw it was filled with hate letters from girls expressing their disdain for Issei, even threatening him if he ever returned. Rokuro read through them, angered by the harshness, but then he found 4 heartfelt letters. Motohama, Matsuda, Murayama, and Aika all missed Issei. Murayama even apologized for how hard she used to beat him, wishing he would come back. His 2 friends lamented that nothing was the same without him, and Aika had left a love letter that was months old. These 4. They really do know Issei. Rokuro said, reflecting on the letters. Issei struggled to hold back his emotions, trying to hide his face with his hand, but tears escaped. In an unexpected gesture, Reborn took off his hat and placed it on Issei's head. A boss shouldn't show sadness, especially in front of his guardians. Stand up straight, Issei, because you are loved even here, Reborn encouraged. He's right, Issei. I don't know what my father or my Aunt Rias did to you, but you made a difference in the supernatural world. You are a great person. I just wish more people saw that side of you. Millicass added. Issei hid his tears under Reborn's hat, smiling softly as he looked at the camera with Rokuro. Rokuro, I win this for you, he shouted, filled with determination. Rokuro's gauntlet began to change. It wasn't red anymore, but shifted to a blue color. Binio and Issei could see the spirit of someone they thought they would never see again. Hey, Roku, let me lend you a hand, old friend, Yuto said. Rokuro looked at Yuto and smiled. Even after his death, he still chose to call him that silly nickname. Zero, prepare yourself because this ends now. Abe no Saimai. Rokuro declared, the red markings now blue, symbolizing his union with Yuto. Issei exclaimed, no way, while Binio added, so he finally accepted the form. Just like I have. Issei realized, he did it just for me. Every exorcist stared in awe at this incredible power. Even Michael had to admit it surpassed divine strength. Zero, let's end this. Rokuro shouted. Zero, surprised by Rokuro's display of power, entered absolute zero mode to fight back. He froze time, delivering blow after blow. When that ability ran out, he thought he had defeated Rokuro, but Rokuro was unharmed. He grabbed Zero by the face and began to crush it. Zero, feeling fear for the first time, put up a force field to push Rokuro away, but Rokuro simply smiled and kicked Zero through the building, destroying everything in his path. Rokuro summoned 2 giant boulders from the school floor and crushed Zero beneath them. However, Zero broke free and flew toward Rokuro, kicking him through the school and into the trees. They engaged in a struggle, but Rokuro gained the upper hand, headbutting Zero and flipping over him, landing behind him and slamming him down before stepping on his chest and ripping off both of his arms. Sudi gasped, holy cow. Sona exclaimed, oh my, thank goodness he's a robot. Issei added, the problem is, he can feel pain, so he probably felt that. Zero let out a scream of agony, but Rokuro wasn't finished. Give up to Zero. I've won this one. Rokuro said, determination in his eyes. Zero stared back, recognizing Rokuro's resolve. Before he could admit defeat, Rokuro quickly exited his Abe no Saimai and Twin Buster mode, leaving him with only his impurity arm. Roku move. Yuto shouted, but it was too late. Zero flipped Rokuro over and pinned him to the ground, sending him crashing into a tree and breaking his back. Son of a, that hurt. Rokuro yelled. Zero retorted, karma for ripping my arms off. Zero reattached his arms, but his absolute Zero form had also run out, bringing them back to square one. Well, come on, let's end this then. Rokuro challenged. I couldn't have said it better myself. Zero replied. They collided fists once more, but Rokuro felt his arm beginning to break. He pushed through the pain until his talisman ran out, leaving him vulnerable while Zero continued to punch him, BLD running down Rokuro's face. Issei, don't give up. Binio urged. Let him fight, it's what he wants. Issei hesitated, but Sagan, an old teacher, insisted, let my student fight. It's what he wants, you understand? Issei nodded, remembering his promise to stay out of it. Meanwhile, Rokuro was being overwhelmed by Zero. Roku, I need you to trust me, Yudo said. If you really want to help your friend and win this for him, I need to take over your left arm. We will be one. Rokuro replied without hesitation, do it, Yudo. You are still my friend, and I will believe in you. Yudo smiled and began the process, which was painful, but Rokuro's left arm glowed and transformed into a black gauntlet with a yellow glow. That's, Binio started. He'd go that far. Issei added. All right, Rokuro, kick his butt, shouted Ad. Do it for Issei, encouraged Chung. Finish him. Natsumi cheered. Let's go, Rokuro. Izuku yelled. As Zero charged in to deliver the final blow, Rokuro poured everything into his left arm and punched Zero right in the face. Zero retaliated, landing a punch of his own. For a moment, they stood still, but then Zero's body fell to the ground, his head drooping. He wasn't dead, but without being able to reconnect with his body, Rokuro had won the fight. He looked up at the sky and yelled in triumph. After the battle, everyone took a moment to breathe. Issei pondered why Rokuro had accepted that power if he knew Binio would return to the Megano. Rokuro, as I told you, Issei, Tsuna and the scientists were able to fix it so she can stay human now. However, when she uses her legs to fight, she will turn into her Kegar form. It won't affect her when I use my powers, so I can freely use my Abe no Semi form without either of us suffering the consequences. Binio, he's right. That means we can do a better job defending you and also be part of our exorcist group. Mayura, Rokuro. That was amazing. I knew you could win. Seifu. I've stopped being a pervert, but if this girl didn't have such a striking figure, I'd be lying to myself. Sagan. You did well, brat, even gaining a new power in the process. I just never thought it would come from one of my other pupils. Rokuro. Yeah, even though he was our enemy and did many evil things, he still chose to help me after I saved him that day. Issei, just don't scare me like that again. Reborn. It seems that even with my training, you're still not able to hold that form of yours. We'll have to change that since it will be a great help for the Vangala and your exorcist group in the future. Rokuro. Yeah, so Reborn, mind helping me train once we finish this whole thing? Reborn. Heh, you don't even need to ask, kid. Shimon, I'll admit, Rokuro, that was an amazing battle out there. You've really grown stronger in such a short time. Rokuro, I have to thank Reborn. The training he puts us through is intense, but it's worth it when we see results. Chung, with his training, I was able to unlock something new in my arsenal. Who knows, Ad, I may have even beaten you. Ad, the day you beat me for eyes was the day I proposed to Eve. Eve appeared out of nowhere, already wearing a wedding dress, and somehow changed Ad into a tuxedo, ready to get married. Ed, how the heck? Kari, Eve, calm down. We are still teenagers. Is Death still old enough to be married, though? That's why I've already planned mine with Issei here when he becomes the Undecimo. Issei, excuse me, what the hell? Sona, hey, you can't do that. Not before Issei and I have our time in the underworld a year from now. Issei, Ichuich. Natsumi, Ichi. You poor children. Issei and I are already married. That day he beat me made me his bride-to-be. Chung passed Issei his gun. Issei was about to shoot himself, but Izuku stopped him, determined not to lose his best friend. Issei, we will talk about this marriage stuff later. For now, let's all relax before these two start their fight. Rokuro, you worry too much, Issei. It's not like more people are going to appear out of nowhere and get involved with us. I mean, we already had the supernatural for that. Just as Rokuro said that, everyone looked to the sky to see a strange red ship hovering above them. Issei, Rokuro, not to sound like a jerk, but, Binio, I'm on it. Binio kicked Rokuro on the head, knocking him out. Good. Now he'll stop jinxing us. Now, who the heck are these people? Vanitas? No way. Riku? To think they would find us in this world now, Riku? Vanitas? Well, better hope Sora is ready because once I'm done with you, he's next. Issei. Wait, don't tell me these guys are Vanitas. Yep, Issei, those guys in that ship are also Keyblade wielders like our Riku and me. Sweet. We get to meet more people. Suna. I'm also quite interested in meeting these key wielders. Issei. Before they come out, all you supernatural, don't even think about trying to recruit them. They have bigger responsibilities than to join your factions. Surzex, you have no right to tell us that. We will do what's necessary to keep our faction strong and alive. Vanitas, don't even bother, Issei. They will never join the factions. They are guardians of light for a reason. In the end, they will only fight in their own group. Issei, at least they're smart enough not to join them. Finally, the Gyumi ship opened, and multiple people started jumping out. A white-haired boy was carrying a blonde girl in a white dress, followed by a red-haired girl, two blonde kids that looked like twins, another red-haired guy, a blue-haired man, a blue-haired girl, a brown-haired buff man, a mouse, a duck, and a dog. Lastly, a brown-haired kid about Issei's age jumped out and landed right in front of him and his group. Finally we are here. After so long. It was only an hour ride, you fool. Come on, don't be like that. Just be happy we're here with a whole group. Vanitas, same old kind-hearted idiot, aren't you? Riku, even my original is still the emo guy. This is awkward. Sora, where are my manners? I'm Sora. Pleasure to meet you all. Riku, I'm Riku. Now, before you ask, no, he's not my twin. We aren't even BLD related. I think he's more of a clone, so to say, but now with his own body and heart. Namin. Hi, I'm Namin. Kairi, I'm Kairi. Nice to meet you all. Roxas. Hey there, name's Roxas. Axel, name's Axel. Got that memorized. Zian. Leah, relax. Jeez. Hi everyone, I'm Zian. Nice to meet you all. Ventus. Hey there, I'm Ventus. And no, Roxas and I aren't twins. Aqua. I'm Aqua, pleasure to meet you all. Terra. Name's Terra, hope we can get along. Issei. My name is Issei, friend of this guy Axel here. Mickey. I'm Mickey Mouse. Let's be friends from now on. Donald Duck at your service. Goofy. Name's Goofy. Issei. Well, nice to meet you guys. Issei and everyone else began introducing themselves as well. Surzex tried to recruit them to join the Devil faction, which annoyed Issei, but Vanitas explained their true intentions. They weren't bad guys, they just wanted to be free. Sora and his group firmly declined that offer. Suna. Well, Sora and friends, you joined us at an odd time. Right now, we are having a Mist Guardian fight. Sora. Mist Guardian. Issei. Let me explain. Unlike you guys with your Guardian of Light stuff, here we use supernatural powers called Dying Wolf Flames. There are 7 types of flames: Sky, which I use; Storm, which Rokuro uses; Rain, which Chung uses; Cloud, which Ad uses; Sun, which Natsumi uses; Lightning, which Izuku uses; and lastly, Vanitas, who uses Mist Flames. Each flame has special abilities, and with Mist, he can create illusions. Riku, honestly, I'm surprised you got Vanitas to work with you. Last time I checked, he was a villain we had to fight in our final battle. Vanitas, hey, people change. Sora helped me change the day I was finally released from all that darkness. Vanitas walked towards Ventus, Aqua, and Terra and bowed. Vanitas, I'm sorry for the trouble I caused you 3. It's my fault that Ven had to sleep for all those years and for Terra becoming a vessel for Xehanort. Especially to you, Aqua, I made you fight Ven and Terra, which led you into the realm of darkness. I know you won't forgive me instantly, but I will try my best to prove I have changed. The 3 were shocked to hear that. They weren't expecting that from Vanitas. Issei smiled, seeing that Vanitas was finally learning his lesson and moving away from his past. Ventus. Well, Vanitas, I can't say we fully trust you yet. But we can give it a try. Vanitas, that's all I ask of you guys. Roxas. So wait, why are Vanitas and our Riku fighting? Akari, oh yeah, you see, right now you have Sora as your leader. Axel, we do. Zion, I don't remember agreeing to that. Mickey, I thought I was the leader. Akari, anyway. Issei and I are leaders of our own group, but the problem is we both want to lead one group called the Vangala. Only one of us can do it, so right now we are in the middle of something called the Ring War. So far, Issei has 2 rings while I have 1. Vanitas is fighting for Issei's side while Riku is fighting for me. Issei. So whoever wins this match will get the missed ring and get closer to becoming the leader of the Vangala. Issei, correct. I know it seems like a strange way to settle this, but it's the best solution we have. It was going to be me who becomes the leader, but then we found out my sister here has the BLD of the only female Vangala boss. Akari, and I'll be sure to become the 11th boss. Lewis, time will only tell Akari, but if either of you becomes the next Vangala boss, I'm sure you'll run it just like your father. Akari, thank you Lewis. I have faith that Issei will win. Tsuna, as Lewis said, time will only tell, but for now, it's time to get this missed fight underway. Vanitas and our Riku, take your places. Vanitas, hey, our Riku, may the best key wielder win. Our Riku, yeah, let's do this, Vanitas. Tsuna, the next battle of the Ring War is the Battle of the Mist. Both contestants have their pieces of the ring. This battle will be different as both contestants have their own creatures to fight with. Our Riku with his nobodies and Vanitas with his unversed. Both are allowed to use them for this match, but the main objective is to steal one of the other's rings. Do that and you will automatically win this battle. Vanitas, so that means our Riku, no holding back. Tsuna, now begin the match. Vanitas and our Riku dash towards each other, keyblades in hand. When Sora and his friends saw Vanitas' keyblade, they were shocked. It was Xehanort's keyblade. Sora, no way. I thought we got rid of those blades during the battle. Riku, seems like Vanitas was a good wielder to actually use it then. Our Riku used the nobodies to hold Vanitas in place, giving him enough time to slash him into the air, where he fired a barrage of fire attacks. Thinking he had done some damage, he began preparing a lightning spell, only to be met with a kick to the face and then hit on the head with Vanitas' keyblade, bashing his face into the ground. Roxas, it's a good thing we can choose when we want these weapons to be sharp or dull. Zion, yep, because if he made that keyblade sharp when he hit him on the head, he would be in serious trouble. Issei, wait, you can choose when you want that weapon to be deadly. Sora, deep. When we fight against others, we really don't want to hurt them too much if it's a friendly spar. But if it's a fight to the death, then we won't hesitate to use everything we've got. Issei, hey, weird question, how does one get a keyblade? Riku, well, like Kairi and I, we touched Aqua's and Terra's keyblades. They were keyblade emsas, so in the future, we would be able to wield one as well. Sora, in his case, was able to obtain his because of his pure heart. Zion and Roxas are basically Sora's nobodies, so Roxas can wield one, and the reason Zion can is that she was made from Sora's memories. That's about it. Say, hey, maybe out there in the universe, there's a version of me wielding one of those weapons and not a Mafia boss. In another universe, Issei, Valley, Issei, now's not the time to be getting sick. Issei, I'm not. I just feel like someone is talking about me. Anyway, Kiba, how are you dealing with that Heartless? Kiba, this thing isn't even a challenge. Are you sure this is one of the worlds we needed to go to? Issei, I guess. I mean, Yen Sid said that Elsa was one of the princesses, so our mission is to protect her. Back with Undecimo, Issei Vanitas was riding a storm of keyblades like he did when he fought Aqua and Ven, constantly smacking Riku around. At one point, he slammed Riku into the ground and then shot him up into the air, stabbing him repeatedly with keyblades. But Riku, still in the air, recovered and began using his mist flames to give himself wings. Vanitas, oh, seems like I'm not the only one who can use the flames properly then. Riku, yeah. Ever since coming to this world, I studied it, and these flames are just amazing. A shame I wasn't a sky, though, fighting you would be so much more fun. Vanitas, It still is, you white-haired brat. Vanitas, now dual-wielding 2 keyblades, his old one and the one Xehanort used, charged at Riku, who was using only one. Riku flew towards Vanitas, found the center of the storm of keyblades he was riding, and destroyed it, sending Vanitas rolling onto the ground. He then stabbed Vanitas' arm, feeling it freeze from within. Vanitas quickly slashed upward at Riku, leaving a mark on his chest. Riku? Hey, that actually hurt, you know. Vanitas, you froze my arm. Axel looked at Riku and Sora on the battlefield. Axel, they really do act like you too. Sora, heck no. Riku, I'm more mature than that. Kairi, sure, and I'm the Tooth Fairy. Roxas, you know those 3 really have changed since they saved Sora. Xian, no kidding. They never cursed, Riku never acted like a child, but Sora has more courage to talk back now. Issei, I guess kids are finally growing up. Issei, and I thought my group was weird. Sona, honestly, you guys are about as normal as a kitsune walking in the streets of Kuo and people thinking they are cosplaying. Saji, Tsuna, but unlike that kitsune young lady, we actually look human, so we have a better chance of blending in than them. Chung, Diamen. Tsubaki, wasn't expecting that. Vale, why is everyone just roasting each other? Just watch the fight. Issei, for once, I agree with Vale. Back with the fight, Vanitas and Riku clashed back and forth until Vanitas' old keyblade broke again, frustrating him because it would take another week to fix. His other keyblade was fine, and he used Cure to heal his arm, but he could still feel his circulation was off. Riku managed to heal his wound, but now he had a scar. The two were getting more serious as they summoned an army of unversed and nobodies. The problem was, they couldn't control them all, and they began attacking everyone there. Rokuro, oh come on. I just had my fight. Benio, stop complaining and get ready for another round. Tsuna, hey Issei, how about we handle this together for once? Issei, sure, Grandpa. Rias, not these things again. Vale, good, I was getting tired of just standing around. Ventus, I guess those two don't know the meaning of holding back, huh? Aqua, not at all. Vanitas and Riku were still fighting each other on top of a giant unversed and nobodies. Both were having a great time, to the point they didn't care how injured they were anymore. Vanitas was missing a few teeth, and Riku had several broken bones, including a giant stab wound on his chest. Vanitas, let's take this up a level. Vanitas began transforming back to his white-haired style with golden eyes, like the last time he fought Issei and his friends. Riku, what the? Sora, so instead of it being a bad thing, it's now a transformation. Riku, you're not the only one who can use a new power, Vanitas. Riku had learned this from Sora, but with the amount of darkness he had back then, he perfected a new form. It was like Sora's dark form, but instead of being all pure darkness, only his eyes became gold, and his clothing turned black and white with a heartless symbol on his chest and a nobody symbol on his back. Vanitas, let's do this. Both, now back to 100%, clashed blades, and this time the wind pressure sent everyone flying. Even Tsuna was a bit shocked by it. Tsuna, you two have some strong mist flames, I'll give you that. Issei, in all honesty, Vanitas came to me. I don't know how Akari got her. Riku. Akari, he fell from the sky, and I just caught him in my arms. Everyone stared at Akari, confused, while Rokuro could relate to that as he glanced at Benio. Benio, don't say anything. Vanitas and Riku, in their ultimate forms, fought fiercely. Vanitas created multiple clones of himself, each wielding a different weapon. Everyone in Sora's group recognized those weapons belonged to Organization Axel, and Issei were not pleased. Riku, using the power of darkness, had the advantage of night, allowing him to move through the shadows and attack Vanitas and his copies from below. In response, Vanitas shot a beam of light into the sky, illuminating the battlefield and giving him the chance to rapidly attack Riku with Larxine's weapon. He kicked Riku into the air, and a clone began using Xigbar's guns, shooting Riku multiple times. What he didn't expect was for it to be a clone. Riku looked up to see multiple versions of himself aiming magic at Vanitas and his clones. Each one used Vexen's shield to block incoming attacks. Suddenly, a dark portal appeared beneath him, sending him to hell, with everyone else following. Surzex, why are we here? Why bring the fight here? Tsuna, so this is hell. Not a bad place. Good to know I might end up here since I've killed many people. Issei, don't get your hopes up. We won't really go to heaven or hell. We'll just end up with Hades, who will keep our souls forever unless he chooses to reincarnate us or, by some miracle, we get ice-skied. Can I be ice-skied please? For the love of Hades. Chung, are you really praying for Hades? Sor, guys, the fight is almost over. Vanitas and Riku are now fighting in Surzek's castle, not caring about the destruction around them. Even some of the maids were scared. Milikas was amazed. All his life, he thought Issei was the strongest. He admired him with all his heart, but seeing Rokuro and these two fight made him respect the Vangala group. Milikas, Issei, can I be part of the Vangala group? Issei, Milikas, when I'm older, like 17, can I join? I swear I will be a good worker. I will even work hard to get my own elements. Issei, that's not how it works, Milikas. You have to be a Sky user to create your own group. If you aren't, you'll probably need to join an existing group. But I will say this, I will gladly accept you into the Vangala when I become the leader. Akari, in your dreams. I will be the leader, Fisi. Akari and Issei began butting heads, sparks flying between them. Milikas, even if I'm not a Sky user, I swear I will work hard and become one of the Vangala's best bodyguards. Tsuna, the Vangala will accept you with open arms, kiddo, just not yet since you're, 7, Milikas. Yes sir. Everyone stopped talking when they heard a giant explosion, only to see both Vanitas and Riku in a pit, bloodied but smirking, their necklaces still holding their rings. Ether, I feel like they forgot all they have to do is get the ring. Razor, maybe it's about pride. Remember, these two were rivals before coming to this world, so to them, this is a battle to see who stands last. Vanitas dashed at Riku, transforming his keyblade into battle leg armor and spin-kicked Riku into the ground. He jumped into the air, sending a barrage of kicks at Riku, who transformed his keyblade into black claws, grabbing Vanitas by the leg and slamming him to the floor. Riku climbed on top of him, punching him repeatedly. Vanitas struggled to block the punches but ended up with a bloody nose. Determined to end this, he used Stopga, freezing Riku in place. This gave Vanitas the chance to get to his feet and knee Riku in the face. His keyblade returned to normal, and he took the opportunity to slash Riku vertically across the stomach. Riku blocked just in time. Vanitas was frustrated. He wanted to win, not just for himself but for Issei, who had done so much for him. He was happy to be fighting for someone, and he was determined to win. Riku felt the same way. After leaving his original world, he had felt lost until he met Akari. She gave him a purpose, someone to protect and fight for. He would not lose her this time. Riku, not again. Not again. Riku front-flipped over Vanitas' keyblade, striking Vanitas on the head with the heel of his foot, pinning him down by the back of his head, and stabbed his keyblade into Vanitas' chest, holding him in place. Vanitas, darn it. Riku, sorry Vanitas, but... Riku reached for Vanitas' necklace and yanked it off, declaring himself the winner of the match. Tsuna, the fight of the Mist Guardian is over. The winner is Riku. Riku, alright. Ventus, dang, I really thought Vanitas had this one in the bag. Akari, yes, alright Riku. Issei, Vanitas. Issei quickly entered Hyper-Dying Will mode and flew towards Vanitas, who lay on the ground with his eyes closed, slamming his fist on the ground. Vanitas, I was so close. So close to winning. And I failed. Why can't I do anything right? I got a new life, I have an actual heart, but I wasn't strong enough to win. Why am I so weak? Issei, Vanitas, listen to me. You didn't fail me, and neither did Izuku. We all have days where we win and lose. No one is perfect. My first fight I lost badly to Riser, He tossed me around like a rag doll. But guess what? I got stronger and beat him. I'm not mad that you lost, and Rias wasn't mad when we lost to Riser. She was upset about her family being harmed. I hate seeing you like this. I'm upset, but I don't want you to fight if it means you'll hate me. I'd rather have you happy than resent me. I'm just glad you tried and fought for me. I can never hate you. You are part of my family, and I'm just glad you're alive. Issei picked up Vanitas and put him on his shoulder. To his surprise, Vanitas was actually crying, trying hard to cover it up with his hand. Issei smirked and patted him on the back. Vanitas, Issei. Thank you. With all my heart, I really appreciate you accepting me. But I'm sorry I failed you. I'm a terrible mist guardian. Issei, will you stop saying that? You lost, but I'm just glad you're alive and still able to stand. I'm sure everyone else is too. Vanitas looked where Issei was pointing and saw Ad, Chung, Rokuro, Natsumi, and Izuku rushing to him. Asia came up and began healing him, which confused him, but he accepted it. Riku healed himself and celebrated with his team, while Akari rewarded him with a kiss in front of everyone, making Riku and Sora smirk. They had a new guy to tease. Ad, man, you really got hurt. I'm just glad you're still with us. Chung, guys, give him some space. Asia is healing him. Natsumi, everyone was so worried about you, Vanitas. Issei, see, Vanitas. This is your family. They care about you just like I care about everyone in mine. We will be there for you and we just ask that you be there for us. Vanitas let it all out as the group shared a hug, trying to calm him down. Sora and Ventus smiled, seeing how much he had changed for the better, surrounded by people who showed him affection. Vanitas, thank you, Sora. Thank you for giving me a new purpose in life to protect my friends. My family. But most of all, thank you, Issei, for accepting me and not hating me. I love the Vangala family, and I will do everything I can to protect it. Meanwhile, Tsuna had left to prepare for the next match, and everyone was getting a 2-day break from fighting. Gakudera, judging by her condition, she's finally awake after so long. Tsuna, wait, you mean she can finally, Ryohei, yes, Tsuna. She can return with your grandson. After so long, they will see each other again. Tsuna, finally. My grandson no longer has to have a broken heart. Violet, I'm depending on you to help mend my son's heart. He will need it against his sister. In Italy at Vangala HQ. Violet, where am I? Lumbo, don't worry, young lady. You are in Vangala HQ. Violet, Vangala HQ. Lumbo, yep. This may sound strange, but you survived a grave accident when you were 7. You've been asleep for 10 years, and we had to keep you alive with a feeding tube. Violet, 10 years. Wait, that day I got into a car accident. The day I pushed Issei away. Lumbo, so you remember? Yes, Issei saw you get hit that day, and it affected him deeply. We had to seal that memory from him at great risk. It changed him, but now that you're awake, we can finally unseal that memory and help him return to who he was. Violet, Issei. Sit. Lumbo, hey, calm down. Tell me about that day you pushed Issei from the vehicle and took the hit. Violet, yes, I did. Lumbo, may I ask why you saved him? You were only friends for a short time. Violet, that's because I love him. Lumbo, I knew it. Get ready, we need to prepare you. Issei will be excited to see you. Lumbo showed Violet a picture of Issei, who was starting to look more like Tsuna. All Violet could think was, Violet, adorable. Lumbo, hen, you would think that. Now I will bring Kyoko and Haru to get you ready for your date, Violet. After the fight that Vanitas had with Riku, they finally had a 2-day break. Vanitas, while feeling somewhat better with Issei cheering him up, needed some time alone. He still felt awful about losing for his first ever friend. Issei understood but assured him he would greet him again with open arms. Vanitas chuckled and went off with Aqua, Terra, and Ventus. Vanitas, I will get stronger. I will do a better job at protecting my friend. And who else to ask for help than these guys? As for Issei, even though Reborn told him to take a break, he never stopped training. Right now, he was fighting Tsuna, and let's just say he was barely landing any hits. Tsuna wasn't even using his dying will flames. Tsuna, you aim too much for the face, Issei. While it's an effective place to land punches, attacking somewhere else can still be fatal. For example, Tsuna grabbed Issei by his wrist and pulled him closer, kneeing him in the stomach, making him lose his breath for a second. Then Tsuna axe-kicked him to the floor. Tsuna, I've noticed that throughout all your fights you aim for the head. Issei, well, as you said, it's an effective place to punch. It can easily knock them out cold. Tsuna, yes, but to really do that, you need to render your enemy unable to stand. If their body can still move, there's a chance that even a hard punch won't knock them out. What I just did could have been enough to end you. Issei, I understand, Grandpa. Tsuna, alright, that's enough training for now. Go relax. Issei, but I need to get stronger to protect my family. I don't want to stop now, I know I can do more. Tsuna, you can say, and I know you will. But training too much could damage your muscles, and you might not have enough strength to fight Akari if you're tired. Trust me, it's best you relax for now. Go have fun with your friends. I'm pretty sure Rokuro and Binio are planning a beach trip with everyone else. Why not join them? Issei, sigh alright Grandpa, I'll go. But thanks for today. And also, Grandpa. Tsuna, yes, Issei. Issei, do you ever feel like you're forgetting something but don't know what? Like it's not even something, it's someone. Tsuna, no, well, not as far as I've been alive. Why do you ask? Issei, for some reason my mind is fuzzy. It's been happening since Rias revived me into a devil. When I was a kid, I remember it being so fuzzy. I was walking the streets with someone who had blonde hair. I don't remember her fully, but she saved me that day. She took the hit from a car. I don't even know that person yet. They risked their life for me. But why did they do it? They didn't even know me, yet they died because of me. I can't even thank them. Tsuna stared at Issei, surprised. The sky barrier he put on his memories should not have been able to be broken, especially by the supernatural. Tsuna, sigh Issei, I sealed those memories that day. Issei, but Tsuna, when you were a kid, you expressed it as the worst thing in your life. That girl was a friend of yours, better than Irina, if I may add. She cared about you, and you cared about her. You two were like soulmates. But that day, when you saw her get hit by the car, your mind snapped. Believe it or not, you almost killed the driver for taking away your friend. But it didn't stop there. Your mind couldn't handle the fact that you might not ever see her again. You destroyed your room, beat up most of the kids in Kuo, and even sent a kid to the hospital because he talked badly about her. And you know that mark your mother has on her arm. Issei, the one she said she got by accident when she burned her arm with the boiler. Tsuna, yes, that day it was actually you, Issei. You attacked your own mother. But that was also the day you awakened your sky flames at a young age. Like me, I knew that as much as I hated it, I needed to seal them away and that memory of yours too. Issei, I attacked my own mother. Tsuna, she tried to calm you down, but you were too consumed by depression and anger. Issei, I have to go, Grandpa. I need to apologize. Tsuna was about to offer to return Issei's memories, but for now he decided to wait. Issei was running back home, well, more like flying. He didn't care if people saw him using his flames, he needed to see his mom. He needed to apologize, or else he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Chung and Ad saw him flying, which confused them, but they followed him. Chung, say what the heck man? Issei, can't talk. I need to see my mom. That what? What happened? Was she attacked? Issei didn't answer. At full power he charged towards his house, leaving Ad and Chung behind. Chung, Ad, whatever happened is really affecting Issei. Issei made it home, deactivating his sky flames. He saw his mom cooking, looking happy since Chopper and Akari were helping. But when Akari noticed Issei with tears in his eyes, she grew worried. Akari, Issei, you okay? Issei's mother turned to see him upset. The next thing she knew, he hugged her tightly, as if he feared losing her too. It hurt her. Tsuna must have finally told him what happened that day. Hana, Issei. It's alright honey. I don't blame you for what happened. You were in a moment and see. I'm fine, you can barely notice the mark. Issei, it's not fine. I hurt you. The one person who raised me, the one who believed in me, the one who showed me love. I hurt you and left a mark on the very day I did. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm so sorry. Because of my actions, you were forced to seal my memories to make me forget who I was back then. I became the disappointment of the family because of a stupid mistake I made. Issei's mother grabbed his face, a bit angry. Hana, don't ever call yourself a disappointment, Issei. Your father and I love you, and we always will. So what if you were a pervert? You never tried to harm the girls that fell for you. Even now, you're learning from your mistakes and becoming a better man. Say, you are the light of my life. I was happy to have given BRH to a young man like you. I will always love you, and no one will change that, not even my grandpa. If I had to choose you over him, I would. So, I love you too. Issei hugged his mom again, and she hugged back, patting him on the head. He began to tear up a bit. While he loved the girls in his harem, there was one person he would love forever, his mother. Chung, Mrs. Hayudu, are you okay? Where's the danger? Whose butt do I have to kick? Hanath. Issei, sorry guys. She's not in danger. I just had to apologize for something I did to her long ago that took me so long to remember. Sorry for worrying you like that. Chung, geez, we were out buying swim trunks since Binio and Rokuro should be here soon so we can go to the beach. I also had to buy ice cream for the trip. Sora and his friends asked for sea salt ice cream, and surprisingly enough, they had some, salty yet sweet. Vanitas, really? Even now they still eat that. Issei, vanitas. Issei got vanitas in a playful chokehold, missing the guy. Issei, you came back sooner than expected. Vanitas, well, I was told we were going to the beach and Ventus, Terra, and Aqua are also going, so I thought, why not join in on the fun? Natsumi, I brought my bikini. I have also prepared myself. Issei, do I have a surprise for you, Hana? You hear that, sweetie? Seems like your girls are ready to show off, Issei. Oh God, if this is anything like what happened with Rias and Aquino at the pool, I'm scared. Sona, don't worry, we are more civilized than them, Issei. We know not to cause a scene. Natsumi, meh, somewhat. Hana, okay, why is everyone just randomly appearing at my house right now? Aether, it's a nice place, I'll give it that. Say, it's getting too crowded. I think it's time we head to the beach. Which beach are we heading to, Binio? Binio, how did I get here? Anyway, the beach is just 30 minutes from here, 15 if we use our abilities to get there quicker. Issei, I pretty much showed my sky flames to everyone, so. Hana, I'll drive us there, I could use a break myself. Issei, Mom, just don't wear a bikini. You know what happened last time. Hana, I still got it at Suki. Stop your mother, Issei. Say, Mom, Dad says to stop. Hana, you two are no fun. Issei, Mom, I get you like watching men react, but I'm not even going to finish that sentence. Hana, I know what you mean, Issei, and don't worry. This time I'm going with shorts that cover my thighs, and I'll be wearing a shirt. You could hear many hearts flutter after hearing that, but Issei didn't care. This was his mother, and he would protect her with his life. Anyway, everyone was packed, and instead of Hana driving them to the beach, Suna pulled up with a limo, with Kyoko ready to join as well. His guardians were doing his paperwork for him since they owed him for something they did 5 years ago. Suna, well, come on everyone, let's go. Hana, Dad, are you sure it's alright to be going in a limo? We will get unwanted attention. Suna, don't worry, we will be fine. Where we are going is a private part of the beach. No one will be able to get through, and everyone can have a wonderful time without dealing with strangers hitting on Issei's girls or Ad's girlfriend over there. She's not my girlfriend, we still have a lot of things to work out. Eve, he will admit it sooner or later, Issei, that's coming from the girl who has her room full of Ad stuff, even a body pillow. Chung hit Issei on the side, that was supposed to be kept secret. Wait, what? Suna, anywho, come on. We have a long day ahead of us, and Issei, I have a surprise for you, Issei. Why me? Suna, hey, you'll see. Kyoko, don't worry, it's a good surprise. In fact, I think it's so good we may be having the old you back. Issei, old me. As in the pervert. Kyoko and Tsuna chuckled, changing the topic, which confused Issei. He trusted his grandpa, but one question lingered. Where was Reborn? With Reborn. Alright, Violet, remember this is a surprise for Issei. We want him to be himself again. Violet, I see no problem, but why this dress? Reborn. Well, as I said, it's a surprise for Issei. But this may sound silly. Do you remember the promise he made you? Violet, how could I forget? He basically yelled it out loud. Flashback. Violet. Nay, Issei, why do you spend so much more time with me than Irina? She is your friend too. Say, heck no. If she is mean to you, I don't want to hang out with her. You are my first and special friend. Violet, really? Special? How so? Issei, so special that I pledge that when we get older, I will ask for your hand in marriage. Violet blushed at that promise but then giggled. Violet, silly Issei, you can't keep that promise. We will get older, and sooner or later we will find other people. Issei, if you think like that, of course, it's bound to happen. But I won't. Issei climbed on top of the slide and yelled out to everyone. Issei, Issei Haidu, in the future will marry Violet. No one will stop me. Violet, Issei, stop. This is embarrassing. Issei, not until you promise to, Violet. Say it with me. We both promise to marry in the future. Violet, Issei. Issei, I'm not listening. I promise already. Now it's your turn. Violet looked around, and everyone saw this as a cute scene, some were even recording. But Violet knew how Issei could be. She got up onto the slide and yelled. Violet, I promise to marry Issei in the future too. Issei, alright. It's a promise then. That day was one of the best for both Issei and Violet, especially for Issei, but it quickly turned into the worst day ever as that was the day the accident happened and Issei's mind broke. End of flashback. Violet. Now I want to complete my promise with Issei. Even if he doesn't remember me or have the same feelings, I will work my way up. I will gain his love again. Because it's the most heartwarming thing you could feel, especially around Issei. Reborn smiled and nodded. Reborn. I'm sure Issei will remember you once he sees you. Tsuna did say he would release his memories, but knowing him, he is waiting for you to break that seal. Violet, I'm not asking you as the best Mafia in the world, I'm asking you as a friend. Issei, you already know his past since we told you. Violet, yeah, don't worry. I will not treat him like the other girls did. A man's heart is special, but who knew Issei would get the attention of multiple girls even now? Reborn. Yeah, that brat got all the luck his father couldn't have. Limbo, oi Reborn, we are near. Best get ready. Reborn. Understood. Lumbo. Violet, I'm not going to tell you when you should talk with him. I want you to make the perfect moment for not just him, but also for you. Violet, I will do my best, Reborn. Back with Issei and his friends during the flashback, Issei and his friends arrived at the beach and began having fun. Izuku's friends joined in, as did Sora and his crew. They even asked if he and Issei could spar. They did, and Issei won, but he was surprised by how much a Keyblade could do. What caught Issei's attention throughout was the girls in their swimwear. Seeing them made Issei blush, but he quickly wiped it away and started enjoying his time at the beach with his friends. Lewis and his family chose to join the fun. Izuku and his group followed Issei, and they had a swimming contest with Chung, Rokuro, and Sora. They all admitted Sora cheated when he started flying, so Issei followed with his flames, Chung used his cannon, and Rokuro surfed the waves. Issei surprisingly ended up winning. Then came the awkward part for Issei, applying sunscreen on the girls. Each girl always teased him, and even Io, who seemed shy, was teasing him. He tried to put sunscreen on them without making it awkward, but Esteth saw this as no fun and flipped over, burying Issei in her embrace. This angered the other girls. Sona tried to get him back by playfully biting his ear, while Io rubbed against him. Natsumi went straight for the awkward spot, and at that point, Issei passed out from embarrassment. Tsuna and Kyoko had a good laugh, as did Hana. She knew her son was lucky with women but unlucky in these moments. All in all, it was a nice day for everyone, a time to relax, especially with a festival nearby tomorrow. As night fell, everyone chose to head back to the hotel. Tsuna had Issei change, but he returned to the beach, sat on a rock, and pulled something out of his pocket, a harmonica, something Violet had given him when they were kids. Issei questioned why she saved him, recalling a foggy memory of a child. Tsuna watched from a distance, holding everyone back, including his friends. I don't want him to be alone. Let me hug him. Natsumi pleaded. I know you all care for him, but right now he needs time to himself. He needs time to remember, Tsuna replied. Remember? As in remember the pain those girls caused him. Io asked. No, it's a memory sealed away long ago. Hana knows about it. The scar on her arm was caused by him when he was little. Hana showed the mark, shocking some of them. So that's what he wanted to apologize for. But why seal that memory away? Was he evil before all of this? Ad wondered. Tell me, everyone, how would you feel if you lost a great friend? No, a soulmate. Tsuna asked. Well, I wouldn't have been able to handle it. My mind would break, Chung admitted. That's what happened to Issei. He broke, and I had to seal those memories before his flames actually harmed someone, Tsuna explained. Who knew a kid his age could go through so much? Death remarked. Even more, he was part of the supernatural, our enemy. He helped them and faced a dragon god, yet they threw him away like garbage, hurting him even more. But that's what makes Issei special. No matter how many times he's put down, he always stands back up, Chung said. That's why he survived the Dragonfall curse. He's a fighter to the very end. Just like his father, Hana added. Meanwhile, Issei stared at the ocean, reflecting on his life from Irina leaving for Europe to the betrayal. What went wrong in my life? Grandpa said he sealed my memories, but why did I become a huge pervert? What was I like as a kid? I can barely remember. He sighed in frustration. He looked at the harmonica, and one sealed memory revealed itself, a song he used to play as a child. He decided to play it. Finally, he's remembering, Tsuna. That he is, Reborn replied. Reborn? I'm guessing you brought her. Tsuna asked. That we did. Enjoy the show, Limbo said. Girls, I know you care for Issei, but for this one time, I need you to sit back and not get involved, understand? Tsuna instructed, releasing a bit of his flame to emphasize his point. As Issei played the song, tears streamed down his face. Memories flooded back. His first day in Kuo, meeting Violet in kindergarten, their playdates, and protecting her from bullies. He remembered the bracelet he bought with his allowance, the smile that warmed his heart, and the pain of losing her. When he finished the song, he let his emotions out, crying uncontrollably as his sky flame burned brightly. Violet, I'm so sorry. It's my fault you had to leave so early. Violet. He cried, flames bursting around him. Hana recognized the flames and moved to help her son, but Tsuna created a barrier, keeping everyone in place. I know you're worried, but stand down, Tsuna said. Stand down. Our friend is in pain, and you want us to do nothing. He's your grandson. Don't you care? Ad shouted. I want to help, but right now, there's only one person who can calm Issei, and it's none of us, Reborn said. Then who? Ad demanded. Reborn pointed toward the beach, where Violet appeared in a wedding dress, staring at Issei, who was burning the ground beneath him. Sit. Cause this. I have to help him. Violet declared, removing her heels and running toward him. Issei was punching the glass-like floor with his bare fists, bleeding as he struggled. Violet dodged the flames and finally reached him, hugging him from behind. Sit. Please, it's me. Violet. Don't you remember me? We were friends. I don't blame you for what happened years ago. I did it because I care about you, just like you care about me. Issei was still screaming to the heavens, with the sky dragon doing the same, unleashing a sky breath attack into the air. Chung, a sky in pain is a horrible thing to see. Chopper, Tsuna, please. We have to help. What can she do? Tsuna, struggling to keep himself from moving, remained silent, maintaining the barrier. Violet, Issei. Look at me. Violet grabbed Issei's face, forcing him to meet her gaze. As he looked into her eyes, memories began to resurface, and he started to compare Violet with her younger self, noticing the similarities. Issei, Violet. Violet. It's me, Issei. It's me. Please stop doing this. This isn't you. Where is the loving, overprotective boy I once knew? Where is that Issei? Issei held Violet's hand, still resting on his cheek, tears streaming down his face. Violet, remember our promise, Issei. We promised we would marry each other in the future. So please, calm down and come back to me. Because I love you, Issei Hayadu. Issei's flames began to calm, and the sky dragon he had summoned transformed into a phoenix, flying around them and releasing a soothing aura. Issei, Violet. It's really you are alive. Thank you for being here. Violet. Yes, Issei, I'm alive, and I'm not going anywhere. I will be by your side like we promised, but will you take me back? Will you accept me back into your life? Issei hugged Violet and kissed her, surprising her, but she accepted it, wrapping her arms around his neck. As they embraced, Violet began to release her own phoenix, which joined Issei's, forming a heart above them. Kyoko, so appealing. Hana, thank you, Violet, for bringing my son back. Natsumi, I know we should be jealous, but I'm happy for Issei. Sona, me too. Io, if we really care for Issei, this is for the best. Isteth, but there's one thing we have to agree on, she's basically the main girl. Sona, yeah, but Issei won't love us any less. That's what makes Issei who he is, he cares for everyone equally. As Issei calmed his sky flames completely, so did Violet, and they held each other tightly. Issei, I'm sorry, Violet. I'm sorry I was forced to forget you. I'm sorry for making you risk your life for me. I'm sorry for ruining your life. If there's anything I can do to make it up to you, just say it, and I will gladly do it. Violet giggled and gave Issei a light kiss. Violet, just be yourself from now on. The innocent, kind, caring, overprotective Issei, the one I fell in love with. Issei smiled. Issei, I promise, Violet Evergarden, I will be my old self again. But there's also one last promise I have to keep. Violet, you don't mean, Issei took Violet's hand and looked directly at her. Issei, Violet Evergarden, will you marry me? Everyone at the hotel was shocked, and the girls were a bit annoyed. Natsumi, lucky. Sona, well, now we will fight for second place. Chung, well then good luck to Issei. After hearing those words, Violet smiled, tears of joy streaming down her face. Violet, yes, you big idiot. Of course, I will marry you. Violet hugged Issei, playfully pushing him into the ocean, and they both laughed. They didn't care about getting wet, they splashed water at each other, enjoying their time together. Rokuro had an idea and asked Suna to light a few fireworks for them, which he agreed to, making the night even more special for Issei and Violet, two soulmates brought back together. Violet, I love you, Issei. Issei, and I love you, Violet. As they walked back toward the hotel, they were greeted by smiles and congratulations. Suna, Kyoko, and Hana hugged them both. Hana, welcome to the family, Violet. Violet, Mrs. Hayadu, it's nice to see you again. Hana, oh please, call me Mama since you are now Issei's fiancé. Suna, congrats, Issei, and welcome back. Issei, thanks, Grandpa. It's actually quite good to be back. Violet met Issei's new friends, initially nervous they wouldn't accept her, but they welcomed her with a group hug. Sona, I may not know you, but I hope to get to know you better. Isteth, welcome to the harem, Violet, but don't expect Issei to only love you, even if you are the main girl. Natsumi, nice to meet you. Hope we can get along well. Io, hi there, Ms. Violet. Issei is a very special man, and I hope you don't mind us sharing him. Violet, not at all. I knew Issei would attract many girls, so I accepted that this might happen. Issei, well, at first, when I was a pervert, I wanted a HR. But when that backfired, I shut my heart to avoid getting hurt. These four helped me greatly. I love them too, Violet. They fixed me, but you put the final piece in place. I'm back and I'm back for good. Violet, Me too, Issei. Happy to be back with the man I love. Issei smiled, and everyone began partying again. That night was the best thing that had happened. Violet's return, Issei's revival, and the Vongala family reunited. Even Akari was glad to meet Violet, but there were some who weren't as happy. At a cliffside, Akino exclaimed, "That blonde thinks she can steal my Issei." Irina replied, "I thought after the accident she wouldn't return." Zenobia added, "Seems like we have our hands full after all." These three were the main ones still after Issei. The rest of Issei's old harem had chosen to give him space, respecting his need for it, but things would not be pretty in the future. Meanwhile, it was Halloween in Namimori, and Issei and his friends were planning a special celebration, ghost hunting. "No way. Remember last time we went ghost hunting? We found nothing," Chung said. "That's because we brought crosses and holy water. Ghosts are scared of that." Ad insisted. Issei was busy making food for Violet, who was happily enjoying her meal, along with Natsumi, Io, and Esteth. "Come on, it's Halloween. We have to do something spooky," Ad urged. Vanitas chimed in, "Don't people usually trick or treat during this time of year?" Everyone raised their hands in agreement, even Reborn, who had a sweet tooth. "Actually, this could be fun. Why don't we give it a try?" Suna suggested. Issei hesitated. "I believe in the supernatural, but ghosts." Suna replied, "Hey, don't say they don't exist. I've seen many, and so has my family." Gakudera added, "Some of the ghosts can be annoying, but you get used to them." Lumbo asked, "You think it's wise to talk about G like that?" Gakudera shrugged, "I don't care what he thinks." Issei finally relented. "All right, we can all go, but please be careful." Violet smiled, "I'll be just fine. I have my knight in shining armor protecting me." Issei grinned, "DMN right?" Natsumi asked, "So what haunted place do you plan on going to, Ad?" "A pizzeria called Five Nights at Freddy's." Ad replied. Chung groaned, "Oh God, not again." Issei frowned, "Wasn't that place closed down because some kids went missing?" Violet added, "Last time I heard, someone got hurt by one of those robots." Vanitas asked, "Wait, you said, not again?" "He's done this before." Chung explained, "Ad can see other dimensions and summon his counterparts. He found one where this place is a game and thought there might be something like it in ours. Basically, we don't know if it's haunted, it's just a huge guess," Vanitas concluded. Ad pleaded, "Come on, this could be fun." Issei negotiated, "Promise to take Eve on a Halloween date afterward, and we have a deal." Ad, looking back at Eve, agreed, "Deal?" Issei said, "Welp, guys, to the pizzeria?" Chopper asked, "Should we bring the others?" Issei replied, "Nah, Akari and her family are getting welcomed into the Mafia, and Lewis is dealing with some revenants. Sonic and his group are back home, and Sora and his friends are handling some Heartless." Reborn added, "Well, looks like it will just be us then. Get going, th." Issei sighed, "Yes, Reborn." Violet giggled, "Even though you've been through his training, you're still scared of him." Issei replied, "You try dealing with him." When they arrived at the pizzeria, it was a dump and the door was locked. Vanitas kicked it open. "Why didn't you just use your keyblade?" Issei asked. Vanitas shrugged and walked inside with a flashlight. "This may sound weird, but I think we should split up and look around," Issei suggested. Suna organized the pairs. He would go with Kyoko, Gakudera with Haru, Yamamoto with Ryohei, Lumbo with Chopper, and Issei with Violet. Chung and Ad would go together, while Natsumi and Vanitas paired up, Esteth and Io teamed up, and Rokuro and Binio went their own way. Reborn opted to go solo, leaving the kids to explore. Issei and Violet headed to the security office, where Ad and Chung had managed to turn on the power. Inside, they found newspapers scattered across the floor and desk. As Issei read them, he discovered reports of multiple incidents, the most notable being the murder of 5 children, which stirred both anger and intrigue within him. Issei, Gabriel, Jeremy, Susie, Fritz, and Cassidy, the 5 missing children, have been found, but tragically, they were discovered dead. The suspect was arrested, but later released due to insufficient evidence. "Violet, that's terrible. Issei, that's not all. In another location with the same name, there have been more horrific events. A worker suffered a severe injury, another place burned down, and a child died because his older brother put his head into Golden Freddy's mouth, leading to a tragic accident. Violet, so if that's the end, then this place wouldn't really be haunted, right? As they spoke, the doors closed, locking them in the office. Issei, he is my prisoner, I won't let him go. Drake, if you didn't believe in ghosts before, you might as well now, since this is not normal. Violet, we are really trapped here, Issei. Issei, I got this. He activated his hyper-dying will mode and began melting the doors to escape, but he sensed that this wasn't over. Suddenly, he saw Ad being thrown across the dining room by a mass of tentacles. Ad, okay, bring it on. Chung, don't think that will calm the spirit, Ad. Chung fired his pistols, shooting the tentacles away. Natsumi and Vanitas were battling small robots, while a voice echoed, none will take him from me, he is mine to torment. Issei, what do you mean, yours to torment? Who are you talking about? Tsuna, it seems like this ghost is one of the kids, Issei, but which one? Before Tsuna could help, the ground beneath them caved in, sending them into the plumbing system. Io and Death managed to catch Kyoko before she fell with them. Violet, please listen to us, we aren't here to hurt you. Vanitas, yeah, it was this idiot's idea in the first place. Hey, Rokuro, if anything we want to help. Why you still here? You should have moved on years ago. Ghost, no, I will not pass. I will stay and make this man suffer. He took everything from me. The ghost summoned animatronics, catching Binio's attention. Binio, I know these things. They are the pizzeria's main attraction. So they're just basic robots. What harm can they do? He quickly regretted those words as he was grabbed by a tentacle. Chung tried to help but was punched by a Freddy robot, sending him crashing through the wall. Vanitas, I guess that's not okay. Issei, I've seen enough supernatural events to know ghosts are powerful, don't underestimate them. He entered hyper-dying will mode and began crushing some animatronic heads until he was grabbed by his hair and thrown onto the stage, facing the ghost with the animatronics pinning him down. Issei, these things are actually pretty strong. Help. Chung, they are trying to shove Ad into one of those suits. Vanitas, forget these balloon freaks. Natsumi, for once, I agree with Vanitas. Violet, Issei, now would be the time to get serious. Violet summoned her own sky flame, creating arm cannons to blast the animatronics away. Ad finally activated his dynamo configuration mode, destroying the suit he was being forced into. Ad, bring it on. Chung, so I guess we will have to fight our way out. But Issei just looked at the ghost. Issei, you are Cassidy, aren't you? The ghost looked at Issei, surprised, and backed away. Issei, I remember reading about you, you died in that golden bear suit. That would explain why it haunts you, especially with it floating behind you. Cassidy, don't listen to them. They are intruders, they want to take your prisoner from you. He killed you, made you suffer, he took everything from you. They want to stop you. Issei, that's not true. We didn't come here to stop you or any of this, but seeing your spirit here pains me too. I don't know why you're doing this or why you're listening to that golden bear, but what you're doing isn't right. You just tried to kill my friend in that suit. Tsuna burst through the floor with his guardians, all drenched. Tsuna, sorry we're late. Kyoko, look. Issei, but this isn't right. What you're doing doesn't make you any better than the person who killed you. You're trying to kill us in the same way he killed you. Issei released his sky flame, pushing the animatronics off him and standing over Cassidy. She attempted to command Golden Freddy to attack, but he stopped the fist by wrapping it in sky flame and chaining it to the floor. Issei, you're just a kid, Cassidy. No matter how many years have passed, your mind still has the mindset of a child. Your death has clouded your judgment, making you seek revenge on your killer. The way that Golden Bear speaks, you have him as your prisoner. But what about you? You're getting your revenge, but are you happy? Cassidy, no. No, I'm not. I just want to see my parents. I want to see mommy and daddy. I don't want to be here anymore. I want to move on. Issei, then move on with your life. Don't let the bear control you. I don't know much about your past or this restaurant, but this bear has held you for too long. Issei hugged the child and patted her on the head. Please, Cassidy, as a friend, I ask you to let go of your prisoner. Let his own demons handle him. No. She will continue, it is her destiny. Drake, sorry, but that is not true. She is a child, and you are just a robot, so do everyone a favor and perish. Drake fired a breath attack at the golden bear, destroying it along with the other animatronics. Ad was in the middle of a punch but ended up hitting Chung instead. Sorry. Ad said, I'll go patch him up, Chopper offered. Where have you been all this time? Vanitas asked. Anyone get the license plate of that truck? Rokuro added. Benio looked at Chung. He got hit pretty hard. Back with Issei, he was hugging Cassidy, who was actually hugging him back. He poured some of his sky flame to make her feel at peace. Anakin, I'm scared, Cassidy said. Issei's eyes widened upon hearing that, but he just patted her on the head and stared at her. It's all right, my little Amato. Mom and Dad will greet you with open arms. Once you rest, you will finally be safe. Cassidy smiled, and she began to disappear slowly. Issei pointed behind her, where all the missing kids were waiting for her, her friends and family. Stay safe, kid. Cassidy nodded and ran towards her friends and family, finally passing on. Issei then looked at one more ghost in the room. As for you, William Afton, a deep part of hell awaits you. Issei burned his spirit, sending it to the underworld to suffer forever, concluding their little ghost adventure. Best ghost hunt ever. Ad exclaimed. Chung knocked Ad with his cannon and locked him in the kitchen. This is his punishment, no questions asked, Chung declared. I agree, Issei said. Yep, Vanitas added. I'm fine with that, Chopper said. His fault he brought us here, Rokuro noted. Agreed, Benio chimed in. Natsumi checked on Io and Esteth. You guys okay? Yes, just small scratches, nothing to worry about, Io replied. Let's just go, I need a bath, Esteth said. Same here, Issei agreed. Oh well, do I have a little surprise later on? Violet teased. Cease, woman, Issei replied. Everyone left, ending that adventure, but Issei would admit it was a fun Halloween. Happy Halloween, dear reader. Hope you enjoyed my small adventure. Next chapter will just be me and my group chilling and finally spending time with Violet. Basically our first date. Thank you all for reading. See you in the next chapter. It was a warm, sunny morning near the beachside. Tsuna and his family just got up to start the day. Kyoko headed to the kitchen to make food, as did Hana. What they didn't expect was to see Issei already there, wearing a red headband, a plain red shirt, black shorts, red high-top shoes, and black sweatbands on his wrists. Hana and Kyoko were amazed at how much food he had made. It was clearly a buffet. Issei, honey, how long have you been awake? Hana asked. I woke up at 7 and got to cooking to make Violet's return special. Issei replied. Issei, we all went to bed at 6. Kyoko pointed out. Good morning. Tsuna started, but then he saw Issei cooking and noticed the bags under his eyes. Okay, nope, bed with you now, Tsuna insisted. No. I have to make breakfast special for Violet. What type of fiancé would I be if I can't make her happy? Morning, everyone. What's going on here? Gakudera asked as soon as he entered. Haru began, but soon everyone started coming to the kitchen to see a sweaty and tired Issei. Ad and Vanitas were about to drag him out, but without anyone noticing, Issei flipped both of them over and pinned them to the ground. Issei, I have to make it perfect for her. I have to. Reborn. That speed. Tsuna. And movement seems like awakening the Real Issei brought back skills that I didn't even know my grandson had. Ad, look, we get it. You want to make it special for her. It's been what? 10 years since you last saw her. But this is too far, man. You haven't slept, and you've been working so hard to make all this happen. At least rest a bit so you don't miss the festival. Issei, don't worry, I'm fine. I swear I just have to get breakfast ready, and the day will be easy after. Before Issei could respond, he was swiftly knocked out by Violet and fell right into her arms. Violet, I swear to Vangala, no matter how old you get, you are always stubborn. Even back then, you pulled stuff like this, making me worry. Violet complained the whole time while dragging a sleeping Issei and putting him in bed. She then came back downstairs to find everyone eating. What she didn't expect was for everyone to be out of their minds while eating. Tsuna, my grandson's cooking is amazing. Hana, how did my own son beat me in cooking? Kyoko, are we lost? We can't cook anymore. Haru agrees, this beats anything we make. Natsumi, only 2 plates and I'm full. How does he do it? Violet, you all look like you've been taking something. I know Issei's cooking is good. Well, I haven't tried it since I was 7. I wonder how it tastes now. Violet took 1 bite, and all her taste buds were awakened. This was a lot better than anything Tsuna's maids and butlers made for her back at the Vangala mansion. Violet, Issei. Did he get better at cooking for me? Whatever the case, this is good. I want Issei to cater my wedding in the future. Eve, I will hire him. Who says I'm marrying you? Sona. Violet, I know you are the first to be his fiancé, but can I be second so I can get food like this all the time? Everyone just ate until their bellies stuck out. Afterwards, they sat there for about an hour feeling amazing. Kari, once I become the Vangala Undecimo, I will hire Issei to be my chef instead because, oh my god. Violet, well, since we are all here and on the topic of Issei, can you all tell me how he's been? Because I still remember him on the beach in pain because of me and passing away, but he seems like a mix of the old young Issei and a new Issei I know nothing about. Everyone grew quiet at that question since they had so much to tell her, especially Sona, who had to explain the other side of Issei. For one, will tell you about the present him. He's a nice guy who helps all of us here. Izuku, he saved me and Eri from a yakuza. Chung, he saved me from this guy here, but we ended up becoming friends, right? Go eat a snack, Chum. Vanitas, I was his enemy, but he was the first to make me feel like I had a heart. Now I work for him as his mist guardian, but I'm his friend as well. Natsumi, he got me off my boring island. He really is a caring guy. At first, he didn't want me to join because I had family, but I wanted to. He just seemed like someone special to join, and the adventures we have will just get more exciting, especially with the fact that I get to fight for him next. Rokuro, best one yet. He fought in a full-on war. With me that could have taken his life, but he didn't care. He just liked helping others, and that's why I follow him and fight for him. Violet was happy. She knew Issei was always a good guy. Even when they were little, he did nice things for everyone, even for his past bullies. He fought to protect them when stronger people chose to mess with them. Sona, guess it's my turn to explain his life after. Well, you passed. Hana, before that, I will tell her about when he was little. And so Hana explained what happened after Violet's death, Issei's rampage, and showed her the burn mark Issei left. Then she had to tell her about him growing up and becoming a pervert. Violet, so sealing his memories really messed him up, huh? Hana, oh, big time. When he first woke up from having his memory sealed, he really reverted back to a 2-year-old, with no memory whatsoever about you or Ku. Irina basically had to introduce herself all over again, something I hated. I never liked that girl. Then, of course, he met that old pervert in the park, which basically made him a pervert. But as much as I hate to say it, it was the best thing to happen. With that on his mind, he never really remembered you, and so that seal never broke. But I'm glad to have you back with us, Violet. Violet, it's good to be back, but I have one question. What happened to my parents? Hana grew quiet at that question. She really didn't want to answer. So Tsuna did. Tsuna, I'm sorry, Violet, but you know when a family is supposed to be sad about losing a loved one. Violet, yeah. Tsuna, they weren't. They were the most heartless people I've met. They laughed at your supposed death, even claiming they were finally rid of the parasite. That's when I took you into my care and started caring for you after releasing some stress on your so-called parents. Reborn, I had to pry this idiot off your parents before he actually harmed them. Reborn showed a video of Tsuna going wild on Violet's parents. His eyes were what scared Violet in the video. He really looked like he was about to do something terrible in front of many doctors. It didn't just take Reborn but everyone in his family to stop him. Tsuna, that's a side I hate showing. I've seen death in my line of work. I've even caused many deaths. It changes a man. Violet, understood. Hana, I remember that day like it was yesterday. Itsuki later trashed their house for how they acted. We basically ruined their lives and forced them to move. We don't know where they are now. Heck, I don't even know if they are still alive. Violet, what makes you say that? Hana, they got involved with the cartel and they asked me for money. I rejected them and haven't heard from them since. Tsuna stayed quiet on that one. He knew what happened to them, they were gone. Sona, guess it's my turn. Well, Violet, what I'm about to tell you will probably make you hate me and all of the supernatural, and I wouldn't blame you. But there is one person you will hate the most. Sona explained Issei's life as a teen, detailing everything from school to the supernatural world, the raiding games, the fight with gods, and even the betrayal he faced. She shared how she did everything to keep him alive, even sneaking in potions to enhance his life, but sadly, it didn't work. Violet, he went through all that. And Violet slammed her hands on the table, breaking it. Violet, and they throw him out like garbage. This time, it was Violet who released her sky flames, but Tsuna easily put up a barrier to block her flames. I will say this, if she were running for Vangala, she could probably give Akari and Issei a run for their money. Akari, for once, I agree with you, crazy cloud user. I have a name. Izuku, whatever you say, zappy boy. Hit Izuku on the head, making him chuckle. Tsuna, Violet, calm your flames. You're lucky this place is flameproof. Who made Violet mad? Chung, was that a mixture of Issei and Drake's voice? Vanitas, that's creepy. Issei burst through the roof and landed next to Violet, hugging her. Issei, it's all right, Violet. It's all okay now, I'm here to protect you. I won't let anyone hurt you anymore. Violet started calming down and hugged Issei back, holding on tightly to him. Violet, how do you do it, Issei? Your mind should be mush, but somehow here you are, standing proud and strong, even with everything that has happened to you at such a young age. Issei, hey, what can I say? Mom raised a hard-headed BSTRD. Hana, just like his father. The flames stopped, and everything was back to normal, except for Issei, whose body quickly failed him again, falling back to sleep on the ground. Rokuro, wait 1 minute. Are you telling me Issei's body woke him up to protect his lover? Benio, whoa. Sora, love is one hell of a drag, I should know, it basically got me killed. Riku, then we had to hunt you down. Roxas, guys, I wonder how strong Issei would be with a keyblade. I mean, he's already this strong with just his sky flames and even beat Sora, and he's the strongest in the group. Xian, there's also the fact he has multiple souls, or hearts, as we would say, making him stronger. Imagine if he did wield a keyblade. In another universe where Issei with a keyblade exists, Issei, Seo, Vale, who the hell is thinking about you? Kiba, chill out girl, remember, we travel from world to world here. Issei, God, hopefully, this next world won't be a pain. Back to normal Tsuna. Sorry you had to find out about Issei's life like this, Violet, but you were bound to know sooner or later. Violet, I'm just angry. Why would they do that to Issei? Sure, he's not perfect, but to use him like a toy. Tsuna, trust me, I'm not happy about it either. If it wasn't for Reborn or everyone in my family, the heavens, hell, even the underworld would have faced consequences for what they did to my grandson. But they made a good point. If I destroy them, the afterlife as we know it will cease to exist. That's the only reason they still stand today. Violet had Issei sleeping on her lap, stroking his hair, still upset and angry about everything, but she calmed down. Violet, Sona, just know if I ever see your friends hurt Issei again, don't think the higher-ups will stop me from committing a murder. Natsumi, count me in. Is death, I don't mind a bit of killing. Sona, funny, I'm all on your side anyway. Even against your own sister. Sona, if I have to I will. She made her choice and I made mine. Reborn, well, don't think your level of power will be enough to beat her. You might give her a decent fight, but you'll still lose. That's why I will continue training your group until you are ready to handle Tsuna's training. Chung, Wait, his training. Reborn. What, you thought my training was bad? Suna, Reborn's training is tiring, I should know, I suffered through it. But after I completed his training, I kept going. I knew I could do more, so could my family, and we trained until we reached a level that brought the Mafia world to its knees. That's not to say there aren't still stronger opponents. That's why either Akari or Issei will take the Vangala throne, and their training will unlock power greater than ours, even more if they continue. Chung, we can become stronger. Then you guys are serious? Suna, yes, but that depends on which family wins this ring war. We wanted to immediately start training Issei to reach that level, and then this happened. Akari, well, just you watch. I will become the strongest Vangala in history. Issei, as if Issei was back on his feet, well rested. And ready to fight. Violet, how the heck? Drake, that would be my doing. I sped up his sleeping process. Drake. Basically, in his mindscape while he slept for about an hour and a half in the real world, he actually got like 7 hours of sleep in the dreamscape. Issei, also, Akari, you may have been trained by Grandpa and his guardian for a little while, but that's not enough to beat me. Akari, then bring it, brother. Akari pulled out her sword while Issei just had his bare fists ready to fight, but Suna smacked both of them on the head. Suna, no you two. You will battle in the ring war, not here. Jeez. Natsumi, but first it will be me against Yakumo. Chung, then me against her. Rose, aw, he remembers me. Issei, I forgot you even had a rain guardian, Akari. Akari, really? Chung laughed, noting that even his own boss took notice of her. Chung, oh, I'm so glad we are friends. Suna, enough of all this ring war stuff already. We are on vacation, so let's get out there and have fun. Remember, the festival starts at 7, so everyone be well dressed. Issei, hey, Violet, want to go out shopping with me? Violet, sorry, Issei, while you were sleeping, I may have made plans with Natsumi, Isteth, and Sona. Issei, DMN. Well, it's alright, just be careful. Violet, don't worry, I will, you silly dragon. Violet kissed Issei on the cheek and went to get ready with the other girls while Issei stretched and looked at Reborn. Issei, want to help me train then, Reborn? Could always improve. Reborn. Sorry, I already have plans. You go have fun with your friends. Izuku. Actually, Issei, me, Rokuro, and Ad were planning on going to the store to get kimonos for the festival. Want to join? Issei, sure, but what about the others? Chung. Already got mine. Vanitas, same size as Ventus, so he's lending me one. Aqua quickly interrupted Vanitas, who tried to say more. Aqua, anywho, you guys better go get your kimonos. We will see each other at the festival. Everyone left to do their own thing while Issei stood there with Izuku, Ad, and Rokuro. Rokuro, well, I'm ready, so let's get going. Issei, sigh, hey guys, I didn't tell anyone, but I'm pretty sure my grandpa felt it too. My hyper-intuition is going crazy, it's actually starting to hurt my head a lot. Ad, well, you got us, so we will be sure to protect you if something comes up. Izuku, most definitely. Issei, thanks guys. Now come on, I have to look good for Violet and the others. And so the group went to the store. It was pretty far away, so Tsuna gave them vehicles to ride. Issei, hell yeah. I'm glad I got my motorcycle license. Ed, hell yeah baby. Race you guys. Izuku, why did I agree to ride this with you all? Rokuro, don't be such a baby. Oh. Everyone raced down the street, with some people cheering for one of them to win. Issei, seems like we got a giant crowd. Rokuro, you got Tio remember, Tsuna said this place knows about the Mafia business because the Vangala own the territory. Ed, check this out. Ad did a handstand while doing a split. Izuku, I'm just waiting for something to happen to him. And something did happen. The bike went crazy and flipped, but he caught himself and stopped the bike with his dynamos. Issei, wipe out. Ad, eat my dust. Ad got the bike back on the ground but was now far behind, having to play catch-up. He used his dynamos to give him a boost, passing everyone. Issei, so that's how we play this. Fine. Issei used his hyper-dying will mode and sent flames through the bike, powering it up even more, creating a dragon head in front. Drake, vroom vroom. Izuku used his power in the same way, and so did Rokuro, catching up with Ad until they finally reached the mall, with Izuku finishing first, Issei second, Rokuro third, and Ad last. Darn it. Seika. Cheaters never win, you fool. Ad, shut up. Everyone chuckled and parked the bikes while Ad lamented his loss to Izuku of all people. Izuku, hey, I was just lucky. Don't blame that on me. Ad playfully put Izuku in a chokehold, making them look silly in the middle of the mall. Issei, alright, enough you two. We are here for one simple thing. Kimonos. I already know what color I want, orange. Rokuro, mine will be red. Ad, mine purple. Izuku, mine green. Drake, partner, you promised you would get me out of this box, please. Say, oh sorry Drake. Yeah, I got you. Issei opened his weapon box, and a mini Drake flew out and landed on Issei's shoulder. Issei, first, let's get some food. I'm sure Drake wants to eat human food, not just dying will flames. Drake, it's good, just not as tasty as meat. Ad, kind of sounded funny, my dude. Drake, coming from the guy who won't hit it off with that Eve chick, what are you scared of, getting laid or something? Issei, DMN. Rokuro, I'll get the ice for you. Izuku, we are gonna need the sun flame for that one. Ad, I will choke your dragon. Issei, don't make me put the sky flame into him. Drake just had a confident smile while staring down at Ad, but their fun ended as they began searching for their kimonos. Issei looked around, noticing how much he resembled a smaller version of Tsuna. While he didn't mind, he wanted to be different, so Issei decided to go for a complete makeover. He undid a part of his hair, letting it flow down. He had long hair that he had hidden well. Drake, well, partner, what style are you going for? Issei, remember when I had those two small ponytails? I'm going to make a long one and probably get a haircut too. Drake, I'm surprised you were able to keep your long hair hidden for so long, even Reborn didn't notice. Issei, let's give everyone a surprise. So, Issei went to get a haircut, and afterward he changed his clothes to match his new look. Drake even changed his appearance to match Issei's style, becoming more of a brown dragon instead of red, with a yellow core that still boosted Issei's power. Ad, yo, Issei buddy, where you, Ad and the others got a good look at the new Issei and were surprised by his transformation. Say, hey guys, well this is me. Izuku, dude. Did you get contacts? Issei, oh no, Drake controls some parts of my body, so he changed my eye color and gave me sharper teeth for easier meat consumption. Rokuro, well, all my teeth are sharp so. Issei, that's not the weird part. I keep telling Drake to change my tongue back to normal, but I'm able to do this. Izuku, oh what the heck. Ad, at least we know Violet has a lot of fun during bed. Drake, my work here will never leave. Issei, you at least change it back when I kiss a girl, but it's basically permanent because of this. Rokuro, how do you even keep that in your mouth? Issei, you don't want to know. Anyway, did everyone get their kimono? Rokuro, yeah, we even have enough time to go see a movie. Say, really? A movie at 4 p.m. Izuku, oh come on, it could be fun. Remember, the festival isn't until 7, so we have time. Issei, but what will we watch? Ad, checking. We can either watch Transformers, Terminator, Shrek. Clasp. Oh, the FNAF movie just came out. Issei, FNAF. Rokuro, oh god Ad, we've been over this. That's in another universe. Here, it's just a game some guy made that became popular. Ad, oh yeah, then explain the pizza place with the Freddy character's face on it. I won't give up on it. Izuku, Pat cool it? Let's just go see that movie already. Issei, well, let's get going then. Issei and his friends were about to get on their bikes to head to the movie theater when they encountered Akino, Irina, Zenobia, and Yasaka. Akino, era, Issei. To think fate would let us meet here, and look at you, more handsome than ever Issei, what do you want? I swear, Gremory, Asia, Surzex, Azazel, even Kiba have tried redeeming themselves to earn my respect, but you people haven't even tried. You're so stuck in the past that you can't see I don't love any of you anymore. Irina, that's a lie. I know the old Issei is still in there, and I know he still loves us. Say, wait. He's in here learning from his mistakes. I finally remembered I didn't even like you back then. You tried so hard to ruin my friendship with Violet. Irina, don't bring that name up. Issei activated his hyper-dying will mode and punched Irina into the ground, not caring if others were staring. Rokuro had Zenobia pinned down, and Ad had Akino trapped in a cage of his dynamos while sitting confidently on top. Izuku had his foot on Yasaka's head, staring her down. Issei, call my fiancé a name like that again, and I won't just knock you down. I will rip off your angel wings and burn them right in front of Michael himself. I'm still surprised you even have those wings. You should have fallen the day you chose to betray me. Irina, I made a mistake, okay? I know that, but I've learned from it. We can still have a happy ending, you and me, Issei. We don't need anyone else. We can live a happy life together. Issei, I'd rather date Valley than ever go out with you again. Issei kicked her aside and got on his bike with the others. Ad, you can learn a thing or two from the people he mentioned. Rokuro, I hate that red-haired girl, but she is learning. You guys have not. Izuku, I hate being like this, but even I know you aren't in the right. I will defend my friend no matter what, even if it means standing against you. Issei, know this, if you keep messing with me, you won't just be my enemy, you'll be the Vangala's enemy, and that's an army none of you can handle. Even my sister's guardians could easily defeat you, so stay away from me forever. Kuroka, then we will just take you. Issei was a bit too late to notice Kuroka coming from the sky, ready to grab him, but help always arrives in time. Vanitas, get away from my sky. Vanitas made an upward slash, sending Kuroka back into the air, where Chung appeared and sent her crashing to the ground with his cannon. Chung, yo Issei, we sensed trouble and were close by to come and save you. Issei, nice dramatic entrance, but wait, where's Natsumi? If you guys sensed it, wouldn't she have? With Natsumi, let me go. I gotta go help Issei. Violet, calm down, I'm sure the others are there to help him. Issei is strong. I know he won't lose to whatever is attacking him. Isteth, don't you want to look good for him? Who knows, you might be the third to be his fiancé. Sona, third. Isteth, of course, I'm second. Sona, oh sister, you don't want to play that game. Back with Issei Vanitas. As I was saying before they interrupted, Chung cut him off to keep their secret safe, knowing the girls would be furious if Issei found out they were getting kimonos to look cute for him. Issei, okay, whatever the case, thanks for the help, but it seems like we will have to fight to get out of here. Rias, that won't be needed, Sawada. Rias arrived with Kiba, Gasper, Rosweiss, Asia, and Kaneko beside her. Rias, we will be taking them away. We apologize for the trouble they have caused you, Sawada. Issei, at least you know your group is the one causing trouble, Grammar. Rias, yes, and I will take full blame for what they caused. Hino, Rias, you can't. Rias, quiet, Hino. Issei smiled and got back on his bike, with his friends joining him. Chung rode with Ad while Vanitas rode with Rokuro. Rias, we have caused enough trouble for Sawada here. We will go home, and you will all think about what you've done. Irina, you can't control me, Rias. I'm no devil. Rias, unless you want me to convince Michael to demote you, you will come back and stop being a problem. Rias looked at Issei and nodded, giving him the signal to leave. Say, thanks. Rias. Issei took off, leaving a happy Rias, who then returned to her serious demeanor as she started sending everyone back. Issei, Rias really is changing, she learned her lesson. Ad, but does that mean you will give her another chance? Issei, no, not anymore. They played with my heart and almost hurt me, but sometimes yesterday's enemy can become your friend and be the greatest ally. Vanitas, I hate her, but it's your choice to have her work under the Vangala. Chung, that is if we win these next two fights. Say, Fnot then. I will have to face my sister. Chung, then we won't lose, we will make this an easy win for you. Issei smiled at that, he really had caring friends. But deep down he wanted to fight his sister. Even if he won, he was going to ask his grandpa to let him fight her officially. Issei, well now that trouble is over, how about that movie guys? That, hell yeah. Race you all. Issei. Oh, it's on. Chung. Sorry Issei, but we are losing. Go. Vanitas, a race. Let's do this. Rokuro. www. And so, another race to the movies began, with 3 more hours until the festival. Rias had changed. She learned from her mistakes, taking Reborn's words to heart. She wasn't trying to get Issei back as a lover but as a friend. They couldn't go back to the past, so they could only continue into the future. As for now, this is where the chapter ends. Hope you enjoyed it. Issei and his friends made it to where the festival would be held, but they were still setting it up, so they would have to wait for an hour. Issei, wait, if this is a Mafia-type festival, does that mean we will see? Lewis, oi Issei. Say, yeah, called it. Ad, you better buy a lottery ticket with your luck. Lewis, sorry, but I can't miss this festival. Your grandfather always makes the best festivals out there. Say, really? Huh, then I will be excited for this. Ether, hey there. Issei, oh, Ether and Lumen, right? Lumen, glad you remembered. Sorry for the random drop-by, we just wanted to visit again since we've been traveling for too long. Thought we could use a break. Issei, that's cool. Hope you guys enjoy the festival when it starts. Ether, trust me, we always find ways to have fun. You should have seen what we did in the last world for enjoyment. Issei, last world is in. Ether, oh, we're kind of like that Sora guy. We can go from world to world and explore. But we got into a small problem with one and lost our power. We got it back, though, and have been traveling with our newfound friends since. Issei, oh, so that's how my sister got your friend Razor? Ether, correct, and since he hasn't had any regrets. Issei, just glad he found someone to be happy with. Lumen, yep, but anyway, our friends will also be at the festival. You'll probably see them around, so don't be scared to say hi. Issei, yeah, sure, no problem. Lewis, same goes for my family Issei. I'll catch you later then. Izuku, yeah, I'm also going. I kind of want to hang out with my friends Ida and Uraraka. Issei, heh, got a thing for that Uraraka girl. Izuku, says the guy dating 4 girls. Probably more in the future. Rokuro, I don't see how you do it, Issei. Issei, hey, I don't know either, it just happens. Of course, there will be a limit. My girls probably only Violet will keep the HRM in order since I don't really have a good system. Ed, speaking of which, where are the girls? Chung, worried about your girlfriend, Ad. Ed, same could be said about yours, pretty. Chung and Ad were about to start a fight, but they were quickly smacked to the ground by none other than Reborn. Reborn, Chaos Issei, Reborn. Who's your date for this festival? Reborn, I did say I found my special someone. Well, I think I've fed you her cooking before Ad, that woman. Chung, the one that almost killed us with her cooking. You are dating her. Reborn, correct. Since I've grown into my adult form, I've finally been able to date her like a normal person. Granted, we did date when I was a baby. Issei, excuse me. Reborn, that's a story for another time. If anything, get ready, Issei. Your girls are here. Reborn walks off with Bianchi next to him in her own kimono. Issei, they're here. Guys, I need Ad. They left a while ago. Issei, why are you still here? Ad, I kind of promised Eve I would walk around with her because, well. Issei, I knew you still had a thing for her. Ad, yes, okay, I still somewhat do. Back then, I was angry and wasn't thinking straight. We were both in a dangerous situation, and I put the blame on her. Issei, well, lover boy, look behind you. Ad looks behind him to see Eve smiling widely, a few tears in her eyes. When he saw her in her kimono, even he had to blush a bit. Issei, it's alright dude. Just go with her already, no one can change who you want to date. Issei pushed Ad a little toward Eve, and the two began to walk off together, locking arms. Issei, heh, I'm the Cupid in this group Tsuna. Oh really? Try setting up Chung with that Rose girl. Issei, challenge accepted. Tsuna, wait, you serious? Issei, well, I won't be doing it. I think Chung and Rose will solve it on their own because I've done my research on the two of them. Tsuna, how so? Issei, hacking. Come on, Grandpa, I know you've done it too. Tsuna, That is true, but it's not my problem to solve, it's theirs to solve on their own. Chung's father has kept many secrets from him, mostly about his sister. Issei, yeah, but I will be there to back them up when the time comes, just like they have done for me. Suna, I'm glad Hannah had you. You're such a good kid, though I can agree with the pervert side. Issei, that's in the past, geez. I stopped being one after remembering everything. Well, mostly with Rias and the others leaving me for dead, but I've changed. Suna, I know. Now, Issei, look behind you. Your girls are here to say hello. Issei turns without hesitation to see all of his girlfriends in their kimonos, and he was speechless. Say, you guys? I have no words but appealing. Sona, I'm glad you think so, Issei. Isteth, we try our hardest for our little sky dragon Io. If it makes my rain guardian happy, I will dress like this more. Natsumi, yeah, I'm not a fan of this stuff, but if you enjoy it, Issei, I don't mind. Issei, I'm the luckiest guy alive to have you girls with me. But wait, where's Violet? I thought she was with you guys. Natsumi, that's the best surprise. Sona, we know you missed her so much and we wanted to make her look good when you saw her in her kimono as death, because we know you love all of us equally, but this girl has a special place in your heart. So close your eyes and count to 5. Issei did just that and began counting. Issei, 1. Sona goes in and gives him a kiss on the lips. Issei, T2. Natsumi wrapped her arms around him and gave him a kiss too. Issei, 3. Io got on her toes and kissed Issei as well, hugging him too. Issei, 4. Isteth took it to another level, using tongue for hers. Sona, Isteth. Isteth, sorry, you all chose to kiss like that. Io, guys. Issei, F. Before Issei could say 5, he felt one last pair of soft lips that he knew too well. Violet, 5. Issei opened his eyes and saw his fiancée in her kimono. His heart raced, and everything in his body felt like it shut down seeing her. Issei, Violet. What happened to the Issei that likes speaking his mind out loud? Issei, you killed him with your beauty. Violet, will another kiss bring that cutie back? Issei, we can only find out. Violet gave Issei another kiss, but this time he pulled her in closer, holding her by her side and giving a cocky smirk. Issei, and he's back. Violet. You sly idiot. Isteth. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go enjoy ourselves. Sona exclaimed. Let's see what a Vangala festival has to offer, Violet added as Io gazed at a giant stuffed penguin with stars in her eyes. I'm hungry. Let's go eat first. Natsumi said, her stomach rumbling. Issei smiled, feeling a sense of happiness wash over him. The old Issei was back, just less openly flirtatious now. Come on, let's go, Issei. Violet urged, grabbing his hand and leading him through the festival. Issei was having a blast, surrounded by future Mafia leaders in the making. He spotted a familiar face from school, the guy who always ate too much ramen, but couldn't recall his name. As they wandered, they saw their friends. Ad and Eve were chatting on a bench, Chung and his sister were competing at the shooting range, and Akari and Riku were enjoying a date. Rokuro was also on a date with Binio, while Izuku held hands with Uraraka, making Issei smile. Zero, however, was perched on the highest building, watching from a distance. Yakumo was with his old Revenant buddies, and Razor was entertaining some younger kids along with a white-haired guy named Bennett and a girl named Klee. Issei was so engrossed in the festivities that he didn't notice when it was just him and Violet walking alone. What happened to the others? Issei asked. Looks like they chose to give us some privacy, Violet replied with a playful smile. I don't mind, but I'd rather we were all together. That's what makes this fun, Issei said. So no alone time. Violet teased. I'm not complaining, he chuckled as they made their way through the crowd, eventually reaching the beach away from the festival. The spot where we met again. I can tell by the ice my grandpa still hasn't removed, Issei remarked. Yeah, and I had to save you, you idiot, Violet teased back. Hey, it was in the heat of the moment. I just remembered everything and it wasn't pretty. It still kinda haunts me. Issei admitted. I know, I'm just joking, Violet said softly. I know, but it's a good thing we came here, Issei said. Why is that? Violet asked curiously. You'll see in 3, 2, 1. Issei snapped his fingers, and fireworks erupted in the sky. Well, come on, Issei. We're using these boats for a reason. Ad called out. Show her a good time. Chung encouraged. I'm jealous, but she deserves it. Natsumi chimed in. So don't hold back. Sona added. Issei picked up Violet bridal style, entering his dying will mode as he summoned Drake in his giant dragon form. They took off into the sky, soaring above the festival. You've come a long way, partner. I'm happy for you, Drake said. Thank you, pal, Issei replied, holding Violet close as they flew through the fireworks. This is amazing, Violet exclaimed. I know, right? Issei said, releasing his dying will flames into the sky, creating a spectacular display. Wow. Issei, all of this is just amazing. To think only yesterday I woke up, I never would have thought it would lead to this, Violet said, awestruck. Issei held her tighter as they flew into the night sky. All of this was planned for my girls, but it seems they had other plans. Funny thing is, I was planning on proposing to them up here, but not yet. I have one last thing to do first. And what's that? Violet asked, intrigued. The Vangala Undecimo. Only then will I propose to everyone. It's my resolve to show them that Issei Haidu is no more. I am Issei Sawada. From her perspective, Violet saw a new side of Issei, someone who wouldn't back down, someone unafraid to face challenges with a smile, someone willing to do everything for his family. I know you will make a wonderful boss, Issei, she said confidently. I sure hope so. Tomorrow is Natsumi's battle. I just wonder who will win. I've done my research on both, and they've both accomplished amazing things, but only destiny can lead us to tomorrow, Issei. But I know one thing, you will still love her, even if she wins or loses, right? Violet, I would love her even if she quit being my sun guardian. While yes, you are my future wife, I love you all equally, and nothing will change that. Well, maybe. Maybe what, mister? Violet teased, pulling on Issei's cheek playfully. Sorry. I said I love you all equally, but my love will soon pass to others, Issei said with a sigh, turning to Violet and smiling. They will continue to pass to our future kids, and to our future kids' kids. Even then, my love for my whole family will be eternal. You big dummy, Violet laughed. Their ride finally ended, and they landed at the boat where all their friends were waiting. That night, everyone rested at the hotel, with Issei sleeping alongside all his girls in the same bed. I will become the Vangala Undecimo. Sorry, Akari, I will not lose this to anyone, not even to family, Issei vowed. As the day went by, it was time for everyone to return to Namamori. Issei ended up getting a tan, which made everyone chuckle. Violet was also signed up at his school, and of course, everyone tried to ask her out. This time, Issei stood his ground, making it clear that Violet was his, while still being kind when needed. Strangely enough, he and Rias had begun to talk occasionally, not the best of friends, but acquaintances discussing business matters. Asia, while she could no longer win his heart, remained friendly and even offered to be Vangala's healer, a proposition Issei still needed to think about. But now it was almost time for everyone to gather and watch Natsumi and Yakumo's fight. Issei, Natsumi, remember, if things get too difficult, it's okay to admit defeat. We don't want you to lose your life in this fight over something as trivial as a ring. Natsumi, it's a ring to determine if you become Vangala boss or not. I will do everything I can to win this. Issei gave a light chop to Natsumi's head. Issei, you listen here. If things get dangerous, you will still come back to us in one piece. We still have plans to hang out as friends, you understand me? Natsumi, yes, sir. Say, good. Now for good luck. He hugged Natsumi and gave her a small kiss. We will believe in you. Violet, go get him, girl. Isteth, show me what a dragon slayer can really do. Natsumi, just you watch. You too, Mom and Ziraf. Itsumi, you got this, sweetie. Ziraf, you are a dragon queen, so of course my sister will win this. Akari, not if Yakumo has something to say about that. Yakumo, well, I'm no expert in magic like her, My main weapon is my great sword here. Akari? Yeah, but let's not forget that secret skill of yours. Issei, sis, have you forgotten? With a revenant soul within me, I know his secret. Akari? Yeah, but I know your dragon slayer wants a fair fight, so you haven't told her anything, huh? Issei, sadly no. She's told me many times not to say anything. Natsumi, if everyone fought without a handicap, I will do the same. Also, in a real fight, we will never know what our enemies fight with. Think of it as training too. Reborn, huh, the meat lover is actually right for once. Zirif, that's a first. Natsumi, hey, I can be smart when I want to be. Issei, what's 7-8 then? Natsumi, Taco. Violet, okay, now you're not even trying. Tsuna, is everyone ready? The arena is set up for the Sun Guardians. Ryohei, extreme. To see two Sun Guardians duke it out on the field. I'm so ready. Yamamoto, this fight isn't for you, but it's good that you're excited. Gakudera, you shouldn't expect less of him, even back then, he was always like this. Issei, well, Grandpa, how will this arena be? Tsuna snapped his fingers, and the floor beneath them began to rise, soaring up to the sky past the clouds. Thankfully, they had a dome covering them so they could breathe normally. Issei, what the heck, Grandpa? Tsuna, as a Sun Guardian, you have to be the one to support your family, not just yourself. That flame is there to lift people's spirits and assure them there will be a tomorrow. Tsuna clapped his hands, and many shining bright lights began covering the whole arena, releasing heat comparable to the sun itself. Tsuna, use the sun to guide you, make your weapon lead to another tomorrow. Natsumi, so bright I can't see anything. Issei, thanks, Reborn, for the glasses, but why can't Natsumi and Yakumo get some? Reborn, this is their trial to see who's better at being one with the sun. Even Ryohei had to go through this, just not as bad as this stage. Rias, but it's so hot. Will they even survive? Kiba, yeah, I mean we have air conditioning out here, but they are taking the full blast of the sun. Tsuna, don't worry, we have a Vangala medic team waiting to take care of them if things get ugly. Issei, if this is for the sun, I'm scared for what you have in store for rain and sky. Tsuna, each flame gets its own fighting stage, yours and Akari's will be special. Well, that is if one of you wins these final 2 matches. Akari and Issei exchanged glances, hoping one of them wouldn't lose. They wanted to fight each other in the end to see who was worthy of being called the Vangala Sky Boss. Natsumi, well, if I'm going to deal with this heat, I'm getting comfortable. She adjusted her outfit for the fight. Isteth, oi, stop that. Natsumi, bite me. Yakumo, phew, seems like we need to end this quickly, or we will die of heat slide. Natsumi, heh, this is nothing. My fire burns hotter than this. Yakumo, we will see about that, Natsumi. He aimed his sword, ready for battle. Natsumi, oh, let's do this. I will prove to you I am the better Sun Guardian here. She lit her fist on fire, ready to fight as well. Violet, hey, Issei, if she loses, don't think less of her, okay? Issei, why would I ever do that? My friends and I have lost many times, but we still support each other. No one is perfect. We all make mistakes, but it's through those mistakes that we learn and become better people. Vanitas, next time it will be different. Izuku, I won't lose, I swear. Issei, don't worry, you two. Even if I don't become the Vangala boss, we will still be friends till the end. Heck, we'll even make our own Mafia group if we lose and make it better than the Vangala itself. Chung, really? You think we could do that? Issei, absolutely. As long as we are together, nothing can stop us. Rokuro, yeah. Tsuna, the fight for the Sun Ring may begin. Ryohei, extreme. We return to the battlefield with Natsumi facing Yakumo. The lights shone brightly, intensifying the heat from Natsumi's fire dragon slaying magic. While she thrived in the heat, Yakumo struggled, though he had some experience from being in a city on fire. As they fought, Natsumi noticed Yakumo's defensive stance with his great sword, which was strong enough to block her flames. Not bad, Yakumo, but I can tell you can't perfectly block my moves. Natsumi taunted. I'm surprised you can fight normally. Could that be your dragon-slaying side? Yakumo replied. Guessed correctly. Thanks to my enhanced hearing and smell, finding you is easy, and I can tell when you swing that sword. Natsumi ducked a sword swing and punched Yakumo in the stomach, sending him crashing into a spotlight. That's one way to destroy that light, Issei remarked. Extremely rapid punch the lights out. Ryohei shouted. Dude, stop screaming in my ear. Ad complained. That's like telling Issei to stop being kind. It's impossible, Vanitas added. Hey, I can be mean. Issei protested. Can you really? Violet challenged. Well, not to you, Issei replied, prompting laughter from his group. Back to the fight, Yakumo emerged from the wreckage, shards of glass embedded in him. Determined to avoid being blinded, he began destroying more lights, some nearly crushing Natsumi in the process. Get down here and fight me, Natsumi shouted. With how you are as a dragon slayer. No thanks, Yakumo retorted, continuing to demolish lights. Natsumi dodged many of the falling hazards, but she sustained some cuts from the glass. Seizing an opportunity, Yakumo struck, blinding Natsumi. What the hell? Issei exclaimed. Calm down, we can heal her eyesight, Tsuna reassured him. That doesn't mean I agree with what he did. Issei argued. And you think it will be like that during a Mafia attack? Anything goes, Issei. Even if we don't like it, it's a fair fight tactic, Gakudera explained. Issei looked worried as Natsumi screamed in pain, now effectively blind. All I smell is BLD and smoke from those lights, she cried. Yakumo, typically nice in public, was ruthless in battle. He pulled out small daggers and stabbed her ears, rendering her helpless. Issei's friends held him back, even his sister trying to calm him down as he glared with anger. Natsumi's parents watched in horror. Yakumo, not wanting to cause further injury, engaged in hand-to-hand combat, landing blow after blow on Natsumi, who struggled to sense him through her bloodied nose and impaired hearing. She attempted to fight back but missed as Yakumo evaded her punches, using his BLD veil to create wolves that pinned her down. I'm sorry, Natsumi. But as Akari's guardian, I will do anything to make her the Vangala boss, even if your boss may hate me. Mine comes first, Yakumo stated. Forget it, I'm doing this. Natsumi shouted, surprising Yakumo. She grabbed his sleeves and unleashed a fire dragon roar at close range, sending him crashing into the roof of the cage. She continued her attack until she needed to pause and rest her throat, watching as Yakumo's charred body fell to the ground. Alright, Natsumi. Ad cheered. That's my sister. Zeref shouted. It's too late to celebrate. Issei warned. Chung asked. Did you forget I'm also a revenant now? I know the skills a revenant has. Yakumo will get up, and Natsumi just made herself weaker, Issei explained. He's not lying, look. Vanitas pointed out as Yakumo's body vanished, leaving behind a red crystal. Yakumo reappeared, seemingly unscathed. A revenant doesn't die, but they lose their memory when defeated, Issei clarified. Wait, then how do they get them back? Ad asked. Yakumo knocked the red crystal to Issei, who caught it, feeling the sharp spikes pierce his hands. Unfazed, he returned Yakumo's memory to him. With my help, this revenant soul I have allows me to restore memories to others. I can also see the memories and make them my own, Issei explained, breathing slightly. Rokuro, so wait, what about Natsumi? Issei, she is still weak while Yakumo is back to normal. The only way to kill a revenant is by aiming for their hearts, which will permanently kill them. Chung, this is bad. Violet, Issei. Issei, I know I said I wouldn't get involved, but Natsumi hasn't called out. Natsumi got up from the ground, igniting a fire in her fist that everyone recognized. Ryohei, oh Sunflame. Reborn. It seems she's going to use it like her dragon-slaying magic since her magic storage is low. Natsumi began using the sun flames on her eyes, and they started healing, allowing her to see again. Natsumi, Now it's an even playing field, you sword-wielding BSTRD. Yakumo, I'm surprised you can use sun flames that well. Natsumi, oh yeah, I forgot you stabbed my ears, so I can't hear anything. Yakumo, well, you kind of burned me to death, so it's even. Natsumi, you beat your meat to death. Yakumo, echu. Natsumi, I'm trying to read lips, and honestly, that's disgusting. At least be like Issei and just get a girlfriend for fun. Yakumo, that's not what I said. Natsumi, you can't get it up in bed. Yeesh, sorry to hear that. Everyone laughed, even Issei, who had been worried about her but often forgot how laid-back Natsumi could be. Issei, you can't hear me, but kick his butt, Natsumi. Natsumi, kiss his butt. What the heck, Issei? Issei, yep, we really gotta heal her ears later. Tsuna, agreed. Natsumi focused back on the fight, blowing her nose to finally be able to smell again. Both of them engaged once more. Yakumo had to fight more defensively because Natsumi didn't give him a chance to attack. She was determined not to go blind again and kept beating him to the point he couldn't move or died, but he just kept coming back with no injuries, while Natsumi grew more tired. Yakumo, how many times have I died so far? Issei, 25 times, dude. Yakumo thinks. Well, as much as I wanted to see how she would do, I'm ending this now. Forgive me, Issei, for what's about to happen. Yakumo charged toward Natsumi, taking a punch from her that felt like a love tap. He pulled back his blade and stabbed her right through her abdomen. Natsumi's mother looked on in horror, as did Zeref and Issei, but it wasn't just the stab that shocked them, it was what Yakumo unleashed next. Td, let's do this. Reborn. Oh, that form. Tsuna. Itchem, that form. Issei, it's her demon side, something I don't want to see again, especially when she's in heat thanks to her dragon side. Violet, she tried to sleep. Issei, sleep with me, yes, and it was hard to pin her down. Chung, I have a small mark on my side because of her. Vanitas, was that all the darkness I sensed while training with Ventus and his friends? Issei, deep. Vanitas, it doesn't make it any better that she's using that and her Fire Dragon King mode on top of that, also using her sun flames to heal. She's basically back to normal. Issei, alright then, get him, Natsumi. Natsumi pressed on, determined to beat Yakumo down. The arena was filled with red crystals that both had to dodge, as they hurt like hell if someone other than Issei held them. Issei, so how much of his memory do you think he forgot? Akari, I say maybe about 40%. Issei, I'm going to have to hold those crystals, you know that, right? Akari, good luck. Violet, I will make sure you get a good night's rest afterward. Issei, Grandpa, get the medical team. I'm going to be really tired after this. Natsumi was relentless, beating Yakumo down no matter how much he tried to defend himself. Yakumo, what can I do? I don't even know why I'm fighting this girl or why these people are watching me. Yakumo searched for any weakness in Natsumi but noticed that D was slowly draining her. Her breathing became erratic, and he could see BLD coming from her mouth. Yakumo, well, body, hope you can last long enough. Yakumo's plan was to survive while D was destroying her body. It was gruesome to watch, and Issei and Akari wanted to call them both out, but Yakumo yelled to let it keep going. Issei knew Natsumi wouldn't listen, so they watched as Yakumo continued to get beaten down. The floor was covered with red crystals, which were also Natsumi's downfall. She stepped on some, stabbing her foot. Yakumo also stepped on them, slowly killing him too, making it a battle of stamina. Natsumi, just, oh, darn it. Yakumo, what have I ever done to you? Why do I have to fall? Natsumi, sit. Natsumi took one more step before her vision finally failed her, and she fell forward. Issei caught her before she landed on more red shards. Issei, Grandpa catch. Tsuna caught Natsumi, and Issei quickly removed the red shards from her foot to bring her back to her senses. He also removed them from Yakumo and grabbed a BLD bead that Lewis had given him, feeding it to Yakumo to keep him alive. But then came the challenging part. Issei sighed as he gathered the scattered memories. His small adventure to return Yakumo's memories began after Natsumi had inadvertently knocked most of them out of him. The Revenants had a peculiar advantage. They could return to life, albeit with some memories missing. It took Issei about an hour to return each memory to Yakumo, and by the end, his hands were sore. "Are you okay, Issei?" Io asked, noticing his discomfort. "Yeah, I'm fine. Just wish I didn't have to deal with all these spikes in my hands," he replied. Reborn chimed in, "My sun flame can't heal this since nothing is really injured, just pain left behind. It should be gone by the time you fight your sister." "But Natsumi," Violet started. "Hey Violet, it's fine. Natsumi is still my sun guardian. I just hope she's okay," Issei reassured her. Reborn continued, "The sun flame wasn't enough to heal a lot of her injuries, so she'll be in our healing chamber back at the secret Vangala base. It will probably take a day to heal her, so I don't think she'll be there for Chung's and Rose's battle." "Can I see her real quick?" Issei asked. "Make it quick, Issei. She needs medical treatment," Suna warned. "Got it." Issei rushed toward Natsumi, who was being placed on a stretcher. "Natsumi," he heard her weak voice. "I'm sorry. I failed you." "Shut it, Natsumi. I don't care about the ring right now. We will heal you up, so just relax," Issei said firmly. "But, Natsumi, you fought on despite your injuries. You kept going even when you were hurt. That's all I can ask of you. Don't worry, we aren't done yet. We have Chung now, so have faith. Just focus on getting some rest." He leaned down, giving her a gentle kiss and a hug. "I knew there was a good reason why I fell for you. Thank you. I'll see you in a day or so you better be ready for my return," she said with a faint smile. "Of course I will, and when you do, I'll plan a special date to celebrate your hard work," Issei replied. "Best prize ever. Forget that ring." Natsumi exclaimed. Zirif chuckled, "Really? She gets that from you." Itsumi smiled, "Like daughter, like mother." But why does it seem Natsumi took that loss so well? Zirif wondered. Because she has Issei. He's been calming her down with his sky flames. He does everything for his Mafia family. Akari cares for them too, but her main goal is just to be Vangala boss. Issei wants to be the boss but is willing to sacrifice it to protect his friends. That's what will make him the next Vangala boss, Itsumi explained. Zirif nodded. "Seems like we chose the right person to follow." Now comes the tiebreaker, Chung versus his sister. If he loses, it would mean a loss for Issei, but if he wins, it will be a tiebreaker, Itsumi added. With a serious expression, Suna announced, "The winner of the Sun Ring is Yakumo, so the next match will determine what happens next. Chung and Rose, be ready for tomorrow. The place you will be fighting will be huge." As everyone began to leave, Issei and Akari's families stayed behind. "So, it came down to this, huh, Issei?" Akari said. "Yeah, a very messy situation. But we can both agree that Natsumi was stronger. Yakumo's skills as a revenant really helped him," Issei replied. "Hey, I never said I couldn't use my own weaknesses as weapons, even though I stepped on those red shards," Yakumo said. Izuku added, "So this fight will really determine if we move on to the tiebreaker or if Akari gets the Rain Flame 4. That won't happen. I will never allow her to break my friend's dreams. I will defeat her and show her place." Chung declared. "Oh dear brother, have you forgotten who won our spars so many times when we were younger?" Rose teased. "That's because father made me use this big cannon to fight. You had it easy." Chung retorted. "Is that what you think? You think you're the only one who continues training. I'll show you that no matter how much you train, you will always be a pebble to me," Rose shot back. Chung was about to lash out, but Issei held him back and stared down Rose. "I've said this many times, you can badmouth me all you want, but leave Chung out of it." Leaning closer to Rose, he whispered, "Stop lying to yourself. I don't know what happened between you two, but this fight will fix whatever bond you used to have." Rose gave Issei a neutral look, not wanting to show any reaction. "Okay, come on, let's relax now that the fighting is over. We can at least celebrate my win," Yakumo said cheerfully. "Drinking a bunch of beer really isn't celebrating," Issei replied. "Not for you. Come on, I know a good spot." Yakumo insisted. "Screw it, I'm down," I'd said. Vanitas chimed in, "I've never had beer." Aren't we all technically underage? Izuku asked. We are with the Vangala. Who's going to stop us? Rokuro smirked, pointing to the screen. Issei, what was that about? Rokuro, just trying to give some people a scare. Anyway, let's celebrate. Come on, Chung, lighten up. I'm sure Issei doesn't want to see you so tense. Save it for the fight. He's got a point, you need to relax. Chung, Saya. Let's get going. I'm sure your girlfriend is ready to sneak you into her room. I will hurt you. Chung. Oh really? Chung ran off, not before strapping a harmless prank device onto Ad. Hey, get back here. Issei, I can't believe this is my Mafia family. Violet, but would you change it? Issei, hey, not for the world. Come on, let's race home. Winner has to wash the loser's back. Io and Esteth were already running home to wash Issei's back. Issei. Violet had a determined look as she used her sky flames and dashed towards the others to catch up. Sona tried her best with her wings. You basically signed a death wish, dude. Izuku, no kidding. Come on before we lose. They all ran, but Rose stayed behind, watching everyone have fun, especially her brother Chung. She slowly reached for something on her neck that her friends didn't know about, a collar. Rose? I'm sorry Issei, but I can't. Rose began walking back to Issei's place, dreading the next day to come. In another location, a man in a suit of armor was watching a screen displaying Rose and Chung, with stats showing their strengths. My girl, you will win this. You have the stronger genes. If you lose, then goodbye. Issei, oi. I'm ending this but also giving thanks to everyone reading and enjoying this story, but you're giving our makeup artist a lot of work with all this fighting. Naisu, I'm paying them, so. Violet, you know they had fun with all that fake BLD Naisu, alright, enough. Issei, if you will end this off for us, but. Issei, alright. Thanks for reading this chapter of my Vangal adventure. I also want to give a shout out to Machins for making the new cover for my story and for translating it from English to Spanish since Naisu here struggles with Spanish, even though he's Hispanic. Naisu, come on. Issei, no thanks, but here's a link to the story if you're a Spanish reader and want to check it out. There's only one chapter at the moment, but hopefully, more will come soon. Issei, here's also a screenshot in case the link doesn't work. Issei, but that's all, so see you guys next time. Naisu signing out.